the regular session. Before I dive in, I got a large contingent of the cabinet and extended administrative team here, those who served on the technical group as well, anticipating a lot of questions tonight. I wanted to make sure we had everybody here we needed to have, so thank you, team. And I've got to yet again give a huge shout out to everybody who served on the committee, Dr. Almy and Executive Director Turney for their facilitation. As Director Weaver mentioned, Mr. Mullins contributed greatly, Ayanna Eggers as well. A real team effort. And then, of course, a big shout out to those community members, approximately, I can't remember what the number was, about a 40-person committee. So a bunch of community members in there, dozens, for all the time and energy they put in and their really good critical thinking that they brought to the process. So I just can't thank people enough. And frankly, it made my job a lot easier because I was basically able to take the committee's recommendation to me and turn it as this recommendation that you're going to be hearing tonight. So thank you to everybody. I'm going to go ahead and follow the cadence that the committee did in terms of how I'm going to present tonight, because so what I mean by that is I'm going to talk about the transportation package first, because I think it's probably our quickest conversation. The EP&O levy after that, more lengthy, but probably will move quicker, and try to save some time for the capital levy, which has the computer technology plan, the one-to-one plan that we've included in there, some critical repairs, but also the high school 4, which was a big topic of conversation, as you might have guessed, with the committee as well. So I'm going to dive in, and I know we have documents attached onto the agenda. We provided hard copies as well for board members. I believe Dr. Gallinger, probably, if you haven't checked your email yet, Harlan, there's an email from Martin in there with the documents as well. So the transportation levy. I'm recommending a 1-year transportation levy. This allows the ISD to participate in the state depreciation cycle. It also helps keep our transportation fleet modern, functioning well, up to date, all of those things as we rotate older buses out of the system and bring new buses into the system. And this is something we have done most of the time I've been in the district, and I've watched over the 21 years a tremendous improvement on our transportation fleet as a result of our community support for our previous bus levies. I did want to share just briefly, because I know that it was important to the committee. We had some really good conversations about electric buses, because that's a big topic of discussion right now relating to the transportation world. And I do want people to know that we will be, or already have, are applying for the state electronic bus pilot grants. So I'm encouraged by that. We were able to share some of the unique challenges that we have as a district that might impact our ability to use electric buses, but we are certainly open to the concept. Sustainability is always been a focus of mine, and that would just be one more piece in that effort as well. I can tell you that we asked the committee to consider each individual measure, and there was very strong support for transportation levy from the committee. And I think, Ann, what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and move through and then put the questions at the end. But of course, if the board wants to ask a question along the way, we will certainly take whatever questions you have along the way too. So that is the 1-year transportation levy package. It is quite small compared to the other 2 measures in the recommendation. The educational program and operation recommendation. This, to me, is much of what our students and families appreciate and want from the Issaquah School District. A lot of the enrichments or enhancements are driven out of our EP&O levy. I think to look at some of the key components of what you see in there, and this was one that the actual recommendation from the committee came to me with some strong language around wanting to continue our efforts to provide mental health services in our schools. And our mental health program right now, which it's very comprehensive. There's a lot of components to it, but we have 13 or 13 and a half Swedish mental health counselors in the system. Of course, that is a Levy funded position as well. So support for this Levy package is support for mental health, support such as mental health counselors, our SEL curriculum, which is a component of that, our behavioral screeners, our PBSES coaches, our MTSS work. All of that is works in conjunction together to create support and an environment to help address mental health concerns of our students and behavioral concerns of our students. Also in our educational programs and operation levy are counselors well in excess of the what's funded by the state, nurses well in excess of what's funded by the state, our school security officers and our SRO up at Skyline, that's all Levy funded. In fact, our director of safety and security, that whole department is Levy funded. Clubs and activities and athletics, while we do have fees and we sell ASB cards, I hope people understand that those monies only cover a small portion of our clubs, activities, and athletics that we offer for students. Millions of dollars to support those programs comes out of our levy as well. This, in my mind, doesn't belong in an EP&O levy, but it has to be there, and that is our special education obligation shortfall, because the federal government and subsequently the state, I would argue, have historically not met their obligation under what I would say IDA claims, but OSPI has allowed in the past for special education obligations to be included in an EP&O levy. So there's no problem with that, but you'll see that there's like $7 million that we use out of our levy to support our students who receive special education services. The 7-period day in our comprehensive high schools, which is very popular, students and staff and community. The state does not fund a high school 7-period day, so that has to come out of this levy as well. Professional development for our ISD staff, both certificated and classified and administrative. A lot of that is funded out of our EP&O levy. Our dual language program, our expanded summer school, which has grown in its importance in the COVID recovery era that we live in. Our equity family partnership department is a levy funded program as well, and much more. And I know you have greater detail in your documents that you have. I believe these types of enrichments, and I only named a few of them, have become the expectation within our community. I think the people who attend ISD schools expect those things to be there. We have to help our community understand they're there because of the passage of EP&O levies. And so that one also enjoyed strong support from the committee as well. And then the capital levy. The capital levy is our technology program and our new one-to-one laptop computer plan. And I say the technology program and the one-to-one because we have historically funded millions of dollars in technology out of the capital levy, including staff positions to support our technology infrastructure and all of that. That all still needs to be there. With the expansion of moving towards the one-to-one program, obviously that grew that. And then critical repairs has always been a component of this too. That's how we maintain our buildings and make sure that if we have a freezer failure or a roof failure or something, that we have resources that we can go in and do those repairs so that we don't have to take that money out of the general fund, in essence, out of the classroom. So it's important to maintain a budget for critical repairs as well. And then the big topic of discussion, of course, is the $44 million in there for the completion of much needed comprehensive high school number 4. And I'm sure, the committee had a lot of discussion about that, and I'm anticipating a lot of questions too. So, yeah, lots of discussion on that was related to the technology plan, the completion of the high school. And so we do have Diana Eggers and team here that can talk to the technology portion. Mr. Mullins and staff team as well can speak to the high school 4. There was a lot of discussion at the committee level about should we pull that 44 million out and make it a separate capital levy, which we legally could do. You can run more than one capital levy simultaneously. A lot of discussion amongst the committee on that. Ultimately, there was a motion to do that. It did not pass with the committee, and the decision was made to keep it to a single ballot measure. And there was lots of discussion about strategy and things like that as well, which we can go into. So I will tell you, even though there was that discussion about do we need 2 capital levies, my sense, because I listened to everything that was said from the committee, every word of their nearly 14 hours of deliberation, at least that I couldn't get inside the breakout groups, but still a lot of strong support for the 4th high school in the community. As I have shared with people, it was widely supported in 2016 in the bond, and the conditions that existed then still exist today, and in fact have actually gotten a little worse. And that even though we have declining overall enrollment, we have our largest high school classes ever in the history of the district. And with nearly 6,000 high school students, I think most people could agree we need a 4th comprehensive high school in our district. Not to mention the over-reliance on portables, when you run a facility over capacity, it taxes that facility too. Your common spaces, your crowded hallways, lots of issues there, not to mention the impact on the community because it brings a lot more traffic congestion. And as we have heard from our city partners, they don't like all the traffic congestion that lives outside of Issaquah High and Skyline. And the only way to really reduce that in any meaningful way is to pull a whole lot of kids and staff out of those buildings. The only way to do that is to build them another school. So, and I was sharing with President Moore, if you saw today's Seattle Times, because I know it's, like I told the committee, it's a gut punch to me to even have to ask our community for this. It's literally heartbreaking, but my rational brain tells me this is just our reality. And today on the front page of the Times, there's an article about the cost of construction inflation, specifically as it relates to the 520 bridge project, not to mention the $3 billion over the light rail system is too. So, well, $44 million is as I say, a gut punch and hard to swallow in comparison to some other large public works that are happening around us. It's the times that we live in. So again, I just want to acknowledge the tremendous work of our staff, the Levy Committee. I believe they brought forward a great recommendation that meets all the parameters I had set for the committee, including the overall package that keeps our local taxes stable and level. So as a result, the committee work has become my levy package recommendation to you, to the Issaquah School Board. And I want you to know that I strongly support this recommendation and would encourage the board to adopt all 3 of these ballot measures for our voters' consideration later in the spring. That's my overview. And so I think now would be time for me to pause and take any questions from the board and that I can address or the team can address. There's a lot there.
There's a lot
and
there.
a lot of data too.
Right, there's a lot there, and a lot of it is in the pages that are provided as far as some of the deeper details. So yes, we're going to throw it out for questions because this is just an opportunity to share questions and have any parts of these teams be able to answer. So I think Sydney has a question. We'll start there.
So what I'd love to do before we get into the details is just talk about what does support look like? So would it be possible to understand in what way the committee voted for each of these? Like what was the
Absolutely.
approval or passage?
Yep. So I don't know, Josh, do you want to share those numbers? I mean, I know
Yeah,
the last day's numbers. in my head.
I'm gonna go off a couple numbers that I know from memory, and then as I'm speaking, Martin is gonna look up some other ones. The final vote package was just to clarify, we had 43 total voting members of the committee. On our final night, we had 39 in attendance. Our quorum that we set was to have 70%, at least 70% had to be there, and that was 30. So we knew if we had less than 30 members, we weren't going to be able to vote on anything. And then our threshold for passing a motion was 75%. So we had 39 voting members Tuesday night, which was our last committee night. And the final package, it was 37-2. So that's about 95%. And Martin, I think as I was speaking here, pulled up some of those other numbers. They were all above 80-85% and some above 90%. But he's got those specific numbers. But the final package was at about 95%. I will say it took a lot of time to get to each of those votes. And I think I counted them up. This was my, I think, 7th district-wide committee, whether it be reboundary, bond, or levy, that I had facilitated. And it was not uncommon in other levy committees, bond committees, to have a unanimous vote that maybe came pretty quickly. And I take my hat off to the committee members who really invested a lot of time and a lot of discussion, even though the votes came out pretty overwhelmingly for the measures that they passed. There was a lot of discussion and just a lot of dialogue around and a real critical eye on a lot of things as well. To be honest with you, Martin and I and the rest of the technical team chatted 2, 3, 4 times between meetings and had long meetings, and we did not know what direction this was going to go. We were prepared for the possibility of motions to split the capital levy. We were obviously prepared to have them as with one package. It was overwhelmingly to keep it as one package, but we did not know going into the last meeting what that would be. Martin, I know you pulled some of those other numbers.
I think that vote was 33-39 to keep the package, capital levy package. So you had more votes to split it, but still the vast majority.
Yeah, I'll rattle these off real quick. So the transportation we had down as 31 to 4. So this varies depending on how many companies we had. 31 upon that. EP&O 35 to 4. The tech portion of the capital levy passed 38 to 1. Critical repairs and infrastructure 33 to 1. And then there was an unusual vote to make sure they were combined on the ballot, 33 to 6 to keep combined. And then, like you said, the overall package 37 to 2. So the final, everything all together, 37.
Yeah. So
Well, and to be clear, Martin, I thought that, I want to go back a little bit from Tuesday night. There was a motion to approve all 3 of 2 of those springboards going on to 1 for the capital. It was seconded. We started a discussion. And again, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm jogging my memory because we've had so many of these meetings. And then there was a motion to table that, and then had that passed, I believe that someone was going to make a motion to split it apart. So in order to get to the motion to split apart, we first had to vote to table. And when we did the vote to table, it failed. It did not pass. So then we went back for a short discussion, and then we had a call to vote. And then that vote for the all-in-one package happened. It passed pretty easily.
Now, the capital levy discussion was interesting because a week ago, I got the sense.
Can I interrupt a second? I'm getting text messages from people that cannot hear the audio. And I just got to say.
Oh, Stephen, people can't hear us.
Is that because of the microphone?
I was gonna say, are we supposed to be using these?
Should we be using the mics or? Can you hear me now?
I can hear just fine, just so you guys know.
Think
Well,
Carla
that
said
one
he-
says I think the audio is out, and then the other one just said Martin's really hard to hear.
Well, Martin is
Well, that's
quiet.
always
Martin
just-
is quiet.
I will raise my voice.
Yeah.
So I think Stephen just tried to turn the volume up a little bit too.
Sorry to interrupt.
Harlan, can you say something?
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you really well, all of you.
Well, he's picking us up, so that's good.
It's probably just Martin's really quiet.
Well,
I'm
Thank you,
getting-
though,
I'm getting
Alicia.
Thank yous.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
good.
we
Maybe
will-
that was part of it.
maybe we
They
need to
did
turn
not
the
change.
volume up a little
Okay.
bit.
Okay.
Great.
So I wanted to say that I thought the conversation on the capital levy was really interesting because as I was kind of reading between the lines, listening to the conversations, and again, not privy to the breakout sessions. A week ago, it felt like people were really excited about the technology portion. They've gotten a number of emails from Providence Point, and I don't believe they got much other input at all, but they did get several letters, emails, whatever, from Providence Point residents or the people, whatever that thing is.
Yeah.
And I think it felt like there was a concern that keeping them together, the high school piece would tank the technology.
Yeah.
And then it shifted, people went home and they thought about it and they had conversations and they came back and it felt like they realized just how important the high school was. And if you left the high school out by itself, then you really risked the failure of the high school piece. And the other point that somebody made that I thought was really interesting in the context of, in a levy, there needs to be something for everyone, that there was no particular incentive for the South End to vote for high school 4 if that was a standalone. Because, I mean, they would if they understood, well, somebody else voted for my high school, I should vote for theirs. But not everybody is magnanimous that way. So, and that was another risk, if you split them apart, that you really only had 2/3 of the community with a vested interest in the 4th high school.
Yeah, and if I could add something to that, in meeting number 4, we had planned on being able in the second half of that meeting, the last hour of that meeting, to dive into groups, breakout groups that were specifically going to be on the critical repairs and the capital infrastructure course, that springboard. And when we came back from break, the plan was Mr. Mullins, Mr. Cherney were going to go over some answering some questions that had come in from the community and come in from the committee. And as they were doing that, then that elicited a lot more questions from the group. And essentially, we got to 8 o'clock, a little bit past 8 o'clock, and we never had an opportunity to get into that breakout group and talk about that. And when we were in our technical team meetings for that whole next week, we talked about the high importance of we have to get the committee into breakout rooms to talk specifically about this and then to come back out and report out from those breakout groups, because with the EP&O levy and the transportation levy, the technical team had a pretty good idea when we came out of those breakout groups and we heard from all 7 groups where they were and where we needed to drive the conversations. We didn't have a chance to do that until that last meeting, that's just how much time it took to answer the questions. And I think that Tom Mullins did a very nice job in addressing some of the information and questions and emails that we got from Providence Point and other places that he was able to do that and answer questions from the committee. So I think it was really it was just an educational piece that we had to answer the questions to every extent possible, and that just took a long time, and we weren't able to get them into that breakout room to talk about that specifically till the last meeting.
Yeah, I don't recall a levy committee ever going 5 full sessions and a couple of sessions even running a little long. Like I say, about 14 hours. So I even though ultimately the committee pushed forward the springboard proposals, I don't want to give anybody the impression that they did not rigorously wrestle with those. I mean, even the transportation one, ultimately the votes came out high, but the discussion going into them, I can say unequivocally that I was not sure what the outcome of some of those votes was going to be. I was
And
kind
they
of
did a
shocked.
deep dive into a lot of it, like they did a deep dive into the EPO and what does it fund and can it fund class size and this and that and whatever. And almost, they were teetering on getting into places that really the committee wasn't supposed to go, but they were having interesting conversations.
It's true.
And I want to totally credit the committee. As I say, I watched 4 of the 5 meetings. There was one I couldn't make. And they did a really good job. They asked a lot of interesting, intelligent questions, and they will serve as really effective advocates for these levies. So,
I would agree. I should have noted that this is, the ask on the EPNO is a full authority. So that was part of the conversation. And this is, sometimes happens in Issaquah. They wanted more. But again, remember, one of my parameters was it has to maintain a stable tax rate. We couldn't come out with a big tax increase here.
Well, and with the EPNO, if it's maxed out, you couldn't have had more in the
You
EPNO
can't
if
do
we
it.
wanted to.
Yeah,
All
so
we could do is make adjustments to what is in our list of the things that we're targeting the funding for.
that's right.
Yeah. I don't know if that answered your question, and I know, are you good on that one?
I am on that one. I have another, but go ahead.
Okay, well, what I was gonna say was, I know we had gotten from Rich a kind of a PowerPoint presentation about the technology. I didn't know
Oh, yeah.
if we wanted to go through that. I can share my screen and put it up there, I
Sure.
think, and then you.
And that is, I think we went through that in our second meeting, but I'm happy to go through it with you guys as well.
Right, would you, so I didn't want to preempt any more questions, but I just wondered if that would help on the technology piece. Would that be good?
I have seen that presentation
okay.
because I've done a couple meetings on it. So I loved it. I thought it was great. If others haven't, they should see it.
So I've
One of
seen
the
it.
things.
It was very helpful.
And
So
I
I
don't
would
know if
bring it
your
up.
question had anything to do with
Yeah,
that or
it
not.
didn't. Yeah,
Okay,
I wasn't getting, I had one more
Okay.
before we got to any of the specifics.
okay, go ahead.
And
And
it's,
then we can come back and see if we want that.
yes. So I guess my question is, so I love hearing that people were engaged, they dug in deeply, and that frankly, in looking at some of the dissenting vote, I guess my question is, how are we capturing, or how have we captured what that feedback is, or what the concerns were from those people who were not in support of the measures, as that will be important information for us to understand.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is really captured in the minutes that we post on the website. And if I had to anecdotally kind of bring out a theme that really came out, I felt with each of the proposals, the EPNL, transportation, and the capital levy, was that the committee felt part and parcel just the importance of the storytelling that the district and BIS needs to do with the community in however that package looks when the board is done with it and pushes it out to a ballot. And it was really about lots of suggestions of things that the district can do, that they can do, that would not put them in violation of a BTP audit, and things that BIS can do because those two groups can't always do the same thing. And I would say that was a big takeaway for me, just as facilitator, and I believe that's also captured in the minutes, but was, we really support this, but just know, so just because we support it, and if it's on a ballot, that doesn't mean the work is done, that there's some really important storytelling that has to happen in the days leading up to the election. One more thing on that from I don't want to use the word naysayer, but maybe
Dissenter.
so some folks that maybe didn't vote for some things. There was I should have mentioned this before, but I believe it was on meeting 3, as we were in the middle of discussing and taking action on the EPNO. There was a motion that was made to alter the springboard. And we had a discussion on that, and we voted on that, and there was 7 in favor and 32 against that motion. And then we went back to the EP&O discussion to approve the springboard as presented with additional information for the superintendent and the district to put as many resources as possible into mental health counseling and counseling. And that passed at 35-4 at 88%. I bring that up because there were motions that were made to alter the springboards. We discussed them, we voted on them, they didn't pass. We went back to the original motions. And I can get into more detail if you'd like me to about what that motion to alter was, but I don't have to do that if you don't want that information either.
And I'll just reiterate a little too, because I think the beauty of
Be loud, everybody.
Can you hear me? The beauty of the, it took a little bit longer, but people were talking, right? And when we have the dialogue, it gets recorded in the minutes, as you mentioned. And there were several opportunities, not just in the large group, but once we came back from the smaller groups, we heard some of the details. So each one was able to give us that detail, and we recorded that as well. So I think sometimes in these types of committees, if you just call to a vote, you get a vote. You don't necessarily know the thinking around the dissenting opinions, but I think they have plenty of opportunity to show that and get it recorded.
And I can say as an observer, Director Mullins, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, but I observed the whole thing. I think on the transportation side, there was initially some discussion about, well, we want more buses because we think our buses are too crowded. We don't think there's enough here. But the confusion there was a transportation levy can only buy buses. But if you looked over on the EP&O side, there was a $3 million line item for us to be able to provide academic buses, activity buses that is not state funded. And I think that there may have been some folks who didn't support because it wasn't giving them what they thought they wanted out of that. And in fact, even on the EP&O side, maybe we'd like to see that number go higher, but as I said, it's a full authority ask. So to make that $3 million number go up, we had to identify what was going to go away. And so I think that was one thing.
Yeah.
So we know we've got some angst out there about bus crowding. That's one thing. If I am not mistaken, there was, we have money in there to fund that 7-period day. That's not as popular with everybody as it is with some. And so if I don't want the 7-period day, if I'm at Liberty, for example, and I would rather stay where I'm at, maybe I don't want to support this. And I don't know in the end, the individual, but those were the types of things that I think some people were raising along the way that could have resulted in somebody not supporting the package.
And so for me, I think those specifics you just got to are where the richness is in the conversation as we go forward. Because I think we can have a tendency to say, hey, there was large support broadly of these initiatives, but the gift in the dissenters is what is that percentage of the population or larger going to have concerns about when we go forward, which to me is even more important in shaping the ultimate messaging, right? I think you can get a lot of people, this group there pretty easily, the ones that are going to be stuck, you now know what those sticking points are. And so I just think it behooves us to be a lot more clear and deliberate in recording some of those points for people so that they can be actively addressed.
One more thing, one other theme that I heard throughout whenever we passed a motion, and I think I heard this with just about every motion that we passed when we got feedback, which was the recommendation to the district to make sure that when we are explaining these things, whether it be BIS, whether it be the district, that we really look at the words and the speech that we're using and get out of the education speak and the capital project speak, because we need to be very specific so that your community members know exactly where these funds go, and there's not going to be a lot of misunderstanding of what it is. And many times when we start using acronyms and using the types of terms that we use in the business, that does not always translate to a community member at the ballot box for them to understand exactly what they're voting for.
Which, to that point, I mean, I'll reiterate it again, is that when we talk about high school before, I really do think having some type of graph timeline with just a few words for each thing and what the major obstacles were. The current thing that we have, the spreadsheet, isn't going to be read by the public. No one's going to know what it means. Half the words, I don't even know what it means. And so I think we have to, that is such a huge issue. People are going to say it's a failure on our part to manage, right? Nobody in 2015 expected that building would not be built, having been permits yet here in 2022. And trying to explain that to the public is going to be essential, especially since it is combined with the other parts of the levy. Because if you look at the tech levy, all those things don't happen, right? And you really start to know that's a significant portion of how buildings operate in order to do the tech side of things. It's more than just the one-to-one. So I think communicating that high school, making it really, really simple, really, really clear, all of the boundaries that we hit, I think is going to be essential.
That's a point well made, Director Moraldo, because I think the committee had the advantage of us being able to really walk them through that.
Right.
And, actually talk about, well, right out of the gate, legal challenges came from the Historical Society. You know the story, I won't make you relive it now, but if we can try to make that as simple for people to understand that a lot of that took place long before COVID. And, litigation drags on for months and even years sometimes.
And then I think the way to button, then I'll go to you, to button that one up is to say, even though we've had some declining enrollment, we still have all these kids in high school and we still really need it.
I
for
love
the
that
science.
you can access on the new page. It was really one of the few things on there for the high school forum was the original document talking about why we needed the bond.
Yeah,
Yes.
That was really, really important to go back and review that our enrollment is not that different now than it was back in that past.
and Leisha.
Sure, I wanted to touch on the timeline. It's been a project we're working on. It's 40 full pages of line items. There is nothing simple about this. So I just want to gauge the expectation that it is not simple. What we're planning to do right now, we have it down to 7 pages of individual line items. And we're going to focus on the legal challenges. It's the only way to make this somewhat visual because 40 pages is not an input.
And
No.
it's the big ones, right? The huge milestones along the
Yes.
way. We certainly
But
do not need 40. I mean,
that
you
is-
can really
so we're
miss
focusing
probably
on
about
those.
10.
Yeah.
But I
We
think
focus on 10 things. And
there's some other critical things, like when we passed the bond, the city of Issaquah didn't require underground parking,
Structured parking.
structured parking.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't think we need to do every single weird legal thing. I think, as Marty says, the stuff that's multi-million dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to do our best to take a very
project we're
complex
working on.
story.
I'm just making sure that people understand that there is nothing simple about this, though, and it's a very complex story. I'm glad we got the full story out because whatever we do deliver that simplifies a very complicated thing, there's no way to make that story overly simple.
And I will say that, part of me really wants to have all this information and to explain to people, look, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, and this is why we need the money. But when we had that conversation in agenda planning, Ron said something really important, which is that, yeah, all these things happen. Maybe it's our fault, maybe it's somebody else's fault, but ultimately, it kind of doesn't really matter. What really matters is we really need this high school, and it now costs another $44 million.
Yeah.
So if you
I'm sorry
agree
about
with
that.
the need of the high school, yeah, we're sorry that it got more expensive. We can argue for a long time about whose fault it was, but ultimately we just need money.
Yeah. I mean, if it makes it easy, blame me. In all seriousness, just blame me. That doesn't change the fact that we need the high school. I wish I had the ability in 2016 to come before the board and say, I don't want to just add $15 million in contingency. I want to add $75 million. I don't know if it would have passed
I
at
was
the
gonna say,
time,
I don't think the
but
board would have
it-
accepted that.
but that's what it would have taken to make it, to not put us where we're at today. And again, I'm very sorry we're there, but it doesn't change the fact that we need that high school.
I'm most sorry that it didn't get built when
I
we
know.
first expected it to be built.
You and me
It
both.
would have been- Not only would it have been cheaper, but, you know. it
Our
would have
students
really-
would have been in it.
Yeah.
Students would be in it.
It will
And it
be,
would have made such a difference for the students, especially right now. So really, the ones being harmed are the students currently are heading into our high schools. And it is really frustrating to have spent all these years trying to get that thing built.
Yeah.
And
Bluntly,
yet
it-
we still need it, and we still have to move forward and do everything we can to provide this space for our high school students.
that's right. I will just say bluntly that it will go out the door with me as one of my greatest disappointments in my tenure as superintendent. In my mind, I was gonna be there the day we cut the ribbon as superintendent on that school, and I won't be now.
Anna and I were gonna be there.
We all
We're
were.
gonna come back
It was
for
gonna,
it.
and it will happen. It will be joyful,
I know.
but yeah.
Exactly.
I'll be there, you can come.
Okay.
Please
Okay.
don't keep me on the
I
invitation
know,
list.
exactly. We want to make sure we're on that
I will
list.
gladly come back for that.
Okay.
Other
So,
questions?
And or, back
And I don't know if
to
you
my,
want to reach out to Dr. Gallinger, because I know he's remote and I
right, he
guess
can,
raise his hand.
yeah, and he can show up, I mean, video and then ask questions too. And whether we wanted any more information about the technology and the one-to-one.
Oh, yeah, the
So
tech,
that
that was
it's
the other
clear.
big item that was
Different.
different on this levy, you know. And, you know, I also wanted to note, I think part of the EP&O, we did so much work on the EP&O in 2018 in the post-McCleary. And then again in 2020, basically rolling those things forward. I think that we had fleshed that out pretty well. And a full authority EP&O basically just allows us to keep those things that we collectively as a community identified as wants and needs at that time. So I think that in part is why that discussion moved along
Mhm.
at the pace that it did, because there's been a ton of work to get us to where we're at today. in that
Right, so
regard.
the community, I mean, the committee more readily embraced that.
Yes.
Just to make sure the board understands it.
And of course, on the technology side, some of us who were here 4 years ago remember a very robust conversation where the committee ultimately decided not to go that direction. But I have no doubt that the experience of COVID and remote learning and really just the changes that we've experienced in the technological integration into teaching and learning is why today it receives such overwhelming support.
Right.
People do want to go that direction now, and I support that.
Right, I think a lot of it is the integration with the actual teaching and learning that has the benefit for students versus just having a device.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I know that Diana and Rich and the team here can speak to the efficacy and the advantages of having that program. They're very articulate about it because I had them come in and share some of it again with me today. So,
Because within it is, or in the plan, whether it's coming from the tech or just what our expectation for teachers as far as working on professional development is training to work on the skills to integrate the technology into a key tool of learning. not-
that's right. And we certainly heard that feedback from the board in our earlier
Mhm.
conversation. So I don't know if you want
And I
to,
think that's probably the most exciting part for our department. Is
remember, we've got to be real loud, Diana.
The most exciting part for our department is to work and formulate that professional learning for the teachers starting in the fall, so that they are absolutely prepared to take on that new piece and to support them throughout the school year through full group instruction, through some small group collaboration, and really identifying and honing in on what they need to know in August to set up their classrooms for September in the way of norms for students, routines for students, especially in those elementary grade levels, and then just establishing the culture in the classroom, much like you do every September. But what does that addition of technology bring to September? Raising awareness of teachers on our tier 1 tech tools that provide more accessibility to students to access the material, through the immersive reader, the dictate and translator. We've got the Sora, which allows students to listen to books. So my team is really excited about that implementation phase and developing and working on that. We've also got quite a bit of data back from our middle school teachers that have been doing the hybrid pilot. And a couple of themes really came out when we asked the open-ended question about what teachers feel the benefits to students are. Overwhelmingly, it's access. Students have the tools that they need when and where they need them. Even as, you no longer have to sit those 5 kids in the front because they couldn't see the board, because the material is also on their screen if they need it on their screen. So access was a big theme in the survey from teachers. Prior to that, you couldn't. I think people are questioning how they traditionally assigned homework for students, knowing that students may not have access to the online textbook, or may not have access to the internet to do the research, or may not have access to a printer to print what they needed. The other piece, interestingly, is our middle school students are losing far fewer assignments between home and school. And if any of you have had middle school students before, you know that in and of itself is a huge accomplishment. They said student organization has gone up. And when you think about our students with executive functioning challenges, that's something that they can use going into high school, into their career, is how they're organizing themselves with technology to get their work done. So that's another key theme. Challenges, I don't think were a surprise. We asked teachers what were some of the challenges that they've been facing. Distraction. So students are distracted potentially when on the device. And so we're already working on solutions around that. There's some computer monitoring software for teachers where they could see the screens of all their students from their computer. And so it's a little harder for a student to open up a little game on another tab and play that game quietly until the teacher walks over, and then they hide that tab. So now the teacher would be able to monitor that. And with the ability to provide all students with a school issued device, then we are able to put that software on all of those computers. We're also rolling out right now a lockdown browser so that when students are taking a quiz in Canvas, they're not able to open up another browser. So those are just a few of the things that we've learned in the survey. Access, organization has gone up. They can be a distraction, and that we need to address that, and we will with our PD.
So you actually touched on what I was going to ask is, so you said devices can be a distraction. Were there any other kinds of negative
On the
feedback about
challenges,
it?
students maybe not bringing their laptop charged to school. So, that's just like students who forget their textbooks. I mean, it's not a new behavior. It's just a different behavior because it's the laptop. So making sure that and again, once we have the school issued devices for everyone, having those adapters, the cables, is a little easier than when a student who's brought a personal device that we may not have one that works with their computer. So I think that will help as well. Yeah, so those were the main challenges. Is the distraction, the charging of laptops, coming prepared to class, and then the off-task behaviors and how to address those.
I would also add that there was some learning that we're going to take from this pilot that were challenges at the beginning, such as this feeling like, oh, if we're having them bring these computers, they should have them on the whole class period every day. And we went back to them and said, no. Like any other educational tool, use it when it's productive for learning. Screens down when it's not productive for learning. That's okay. I think we need to support families as well in the same messaging. Research shows that it's a good idea for your child not to have their computer in their room when they go to bed at night. So just encouraging families that just because they have a school issued computer doesn't mean they should access it all evening, all night, that we want to have healthy boundaries with their use in all settings. So I think that there were some norms and some behaviors that even as adults had to learn about what it meant to utilize this tool strategically. I think whenever we introduce a new curriculum or a new tool, it takes us a little while to settle into the appropriate best uses of it. And sometimes we're a little clumsy in the first approaches of using it. And we'll probably go through that next year at times where everybody has a little bit of a learning curve with the integration of technology.
Thank you. And I'd let the summary sheet, I think, is really helpful. I think it's a good example of boiling down a lot of lines to a crisp, simple message. So I think those are good. I have one very tactical question about the detail sheet. Is there a significance to the lines that are green?
That was due to the one-to-one. So the lines that are green, I believe there's a note in there. The lines that are green are what
Yes, on the
supports.
back.
The very last
The
line
one-to-one.
says that green is the critical enhancement. So like,
Primarily.
Oh,
yeah.
I would have never understood. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
the blue would maintain what it, and this is from prior levy,
Yeah,
tech levy.
it was
so
kind of what I was
so
saying earlier.
Common to
Yeah.
us, but yeah, so that the blue are like the things that we would need just to maintain what we have.
Okay.
And the green would take us the next step.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And so what I thought was really helpful about this was the clarity and the differentiation between school building, teacher technology, as well as student technology. I'd say that was one of my concerns coming in, that we were maybe going to over rotate on a one-to-one device for the student, but not be as diligent on how we needed to grow and maintain on the classroom side. So I thought that was helpful. Thank you.
Harlan, do you have any questions? I think he was in motion from the time he got on, and he's having to head someplace. So,
I do have questions.
oh, good, okay.
So first of all, is one-to-one mandatory?
Mandatory.
Mandatory in terms of the student has to use the device?
Yes. Does the student have to use the district device?
You mean versus using their personal device?
Yes. Will families be required to use a district issued device versus bringing their own device?
I think there are significant advantages to that that I don't know that we can overcome with personal devices. So for example, the Respondus locker room.
I don't need the reasons. I just need to know the answer.
Yes.
Yes, they will.
Yeah, so.
Great. Thank you.
A district device, yeah,
Yes.
that is the
Yes.
device they need
Yes.
to use, not bring a device to
Correct.
home.
Unlike our pilot that we're
Yeah.
doing at middle school right now, and again, because of limited time, but we are well prepared to answer the question, well, why wouldn't you
Right,
allow
okay.
us to do that? There's good answers there.
Okay, sorry, thanks. I
Right.
will, now, next question, Harlan?
Yep. So I mean, that's why it's important to clearly communicate what we're asking for, because that's a very different thing than what we currently are doing this year. So it'll be a change. The next one I want to know is, what is the current stipend we pay for our building tech specialists, the staff member that's designated to be the tech guru in the buildings this year versus next year?
I didn't quite hear the question. What is the?
staffing level of our techs, of our
Like,
IT
you
staff
have
in the
like
buildings?
like your Skyward trainer, that kind of person in the building.
Well, I think we might be talking about tech specialists. So there's a couple of people in the building that support technology. We have what's called a technology specialist, and they're a classified staff member that pretty much makes sure that it works, right? So that's your, that's under the IT infrastructure department. So they are more the, if you need something installed, they're the ones installing it. They're re-imaging machines. They're the classified staff member that's doing that. I do know that Kathy has increased that support with the addition of the one-to-one because of the number of devices that we'll be bringing into the system in excess to what we have now, right? And then currently we have a couple of certificated positions at the building level that support teachers in their use of technology. So we have what's called an ed tech lead, and they're paid a stipend of $2,500. And throughout the course of the year, they have certain duties and requirements for supporting teachers in the use of technology. There's a Skyward Building Trainer, which provides teachers support on the use of Skyward for attendance, for grading, for report cards. And then there was the webmaster at the school, which traditionally, like prior to Canvas, helped teachers with their web presence requirements in Connect and whatnot. So those are 3 stipended positions, $2,500 for each of those. And then in the new levy, or what we're looking at in staffing on the ed tech side, so that was at the school level. Then at the district level, there's some ed tech TOSAs that are teachers on special assignment. They're in my department and they work with the schools as well. So we're looking at increasing the number of ed tech TOSAs at the elementary level to have a 3-to-1 ratio. So 1 TOSA supports 3 elementary schools. And that's our model right now at the secondary level. We have 1 TOSA for each, for 3 schools. They cover 3 schools. And that level of support seems to be working really well. So there would be additional district office staff. We were also looking at adding some release time. So removing that ed tech lead stipend at the secondary and having release time for a teacher that would be giving support to teachers. They could go into the classroom. They could do some co-teaching with the teacher. They could sub for a teacher so that that teacher can go observe another science teacher to see how things are working. Because one of the things that we struggle with in education is, as a teacher, you're in your own classroom and you never really get to see anybody else teach. And we do find that that is a valuable way for teachers to learn from one another, is to experience how teachers are teaching. That answer the question?
It did not. So my question is, for your ed tech specialist that is paid $500 stipend this year, what is the stipend next year based on this level?
For the ed tech lead, there would not be an ed tech lead because we would be at the secondary level. We would be looking at release time for that teacher for the first 2 years of the levy to help teachers get to where we want them to be on their comfort and ability to integrate technology into their instruction.
So just to be clear, that's an increase,
Yes.
a fairly significant
Yes.
increase in the support.
Correct.
Because I think that's probably what Director Gallinger is getting at. You're bringing all this new technology, all these new expectations. How are you supporting the people that have
The
to do it?
staffing increases in here too. The large change in the numbers is also reflective of the contract a couple of years ago with that raise, right? So that is one of the big reasons why you see large increases in the staffing numbers, right? The amounts.
But I do think the important part, one of the important things to know is that in 3 ways, this increases direct support and training to teachers. Through a direct budget line about training in here, an increase in the ed techs who spend significant amounts of time training teachers. They'll have a limited number of buildings that they'll be supporting compared to now. And in those release days where we're taking our lead teachers, our teachers who have been on the vanguard of this, will be going into classrooms rather than asking people to stay after work and get training. They will be going into classrooms to model and support and train teachers at a much higher level than we currently do. So there's 3 models in this for supporting the use of the technology. And then I also heard the increase in the IT staff to make sure that we maintain the technology so that it works for kids.
So can I just?
So has this been something that IEA has been part of the planning and proposal part of this? Because one thing we heard through our teacher listening sessions was they felt that the $500 stipend was wholly inadequate. And so I understand that you're transitioning this to a different role, but as IEA, are they in support of this process? Have they helped build this new process that's proposed in front of us?
Did you capture that?
Parts of it.
Yeah.
I think he's saying $500 stipend and that was inadequate. So we did, in putting this plan together in the fall, actually ended up being in November, we brought in a focus group of teachers that IEA also sent representatives to that group. We talked with that group, we got feedback from that group, we presented our best thinking at that time, and got feedback from them and made some adjustments. So that is to the degree that we've involved IEA at this point, because the next part is first getting through the tech committee, or sorry, the levy committee, getting through the levy committee and making sure that all of those check marks are checked. And then sitting down with Donna is on my list to look through the CBA, because we are potentially going into a full bargain, and where I see things in the contract that may either contradict or support what we're looking to do with the levy. There's language in the contract right now that says teachers must incorporate technology into their teaching. Then there's another little part that says the teachers only have to incorporate technology when they have the equipment and have been adequately trained. And I feel that this proposal removes that caveat, because they will have the equipment and they will be adequately, if more than adequately trained.
So with these issued devices, what is going to be the cost to families for insurance for each year? And then will students whose families can't afford that insurance, will there be an equitable way for the district to cover that?
Yeah, the IT department has covered the insurance costs, and I'm thinking it was $75, if I'm remembering correctly. And what IT has done is this year they have partnered with ISF to assist families who qualify for free and reduced lunch, who are McKinney-Vento or homeless students, and or the school principal, the leadership team of the school has identified that the family has a hardship. So ISF has covered fines for students that fit into those categories. And my hope would be that that would continue.
So will there be a specific, families have to take out insurance on the device, or is that not a
I
requirement?
believe it's been optional,
Okay.
whether families take insurance on the devices.
Yeah, my understanding is that you get the information on the insurance and check out on the computer. And that they can decide whether they want to take the insurance or take on the risk of the fine of the cost of the computer if they were to lose or destroy the computer.
Okay. And I know the foundation, to Diana's point, has been a really good partner in that, in helping out on that side, and I suspect they will continue.
So for our 10,000 secondary students, this is a big additional cost to families. So you have 2 secondary students, you're talking $150 more a year, essentially of educational costs of insurance for this computer. So if you go through your high school years with 2 students, you're talking $600, and you walk away with nothing, but still that's a big cost to families.
Yeah. If they chose to take the insurance.
Right.
Yeah.
I just think we need to be transparent about what the actual impact to families' bottom line is, because it's not just hey, here, everyone gets a computer in their hands. There is actual cost to families that I think we need to be aware of.
That's a good point, and something we can actually continue to discuss as well. I mean, how we might support that.
Do the rest of the green lines represent that all of the rest of our classrooms will get the microphones and whatever technology they need, so that they all have the same equitable approach to being able to deliver learning across all of our elementary schools?
Yes, and what Kathy has said, especially about the audio, is there's about 10% of the classrooms right now that don't have the integrated audio, and this would cover that remaining 10% and then maintain the other 90%.
Thank you. What confidence level do we have that $44 million is going to be sufficient? Meaning, let's say there's another delay. I know we're hoping to break ground this spring, but let's say we don't break ground for another 18 months beyond our forecasted time. Is there a built-in cost for that, or when we have to go to voters again and say, oops, it got delayed another 18 months, so now we need another $20 million.
Yeah, we had that conversation, that certainly came up in the committee as well. And I know Tom can probably speak to it, but I can just say, my confidence level in predicting these things, Dr. Gallinger, is not very high right now, I'll be honest with you. I still have concern. However, I have a greater degree of confidence that we would be able to complete the project. And in fact, was asked point blank the question, well, what if it isn't enough? What's your next ploy then? And it doesn't automatically mean we have to go back out to the voters like we do with all projects. And you might remember this was fairly significant with Issaquah Middle School. We go back in and look at scope as well. And so we hate to have to do that because, we kind of value engineer these schools from the get-go, but that's enough. It isn't, if the money ran short, we could look at scope of the project again. And remember, currently the high school has a capacity, this particular high school, I think has a capacity of almost 1,800 students, which is probably greater than our enrollment numbers. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the right size, and I'd hate to have to scale it back, but that's one option if that were to happen.
Yeah,
I thought it was 1,600 students.
yeah, there have been
I
numerous.
think it's 1,600, but then if you put your portable pads,
Yep.
yeah, with your portable pads, you could expand. So your site development permit would allow for that, is my understanding, up to that size.
Want to maximize your site development permit.
It's not easy to do, Dr. Gallinger. I don't want to say. I'm just saying the only other option is not to go back out again. Here's what I can say. Without it, I wouldn't be comfortable breaking ground on this project moving forward. Without a complete rescope of the project. So,
You think if the levy were.
yeah, without the $44 million, breaking ground on the project as it is designed today, well, first of all, I don't know that the contractor would do it, and I couldn't necessarily recommend. I mean,
And then for the HVAC, thank you. For the HVAC repairs and replacement, are there any buildings left that need an urgent repair or replacement of their HVAC to bring them up to the standard that, let's say, all of our new middle schools are at?
So Tom, in the critical repair side of things, is there an anticipation for do we have HVAC systems that are going to age out during the life of this?
Yes, we have HVAC systems that will age out, or portions of the systems will need additional work.
So currently, maybe today they're okay.
Anticipate.
Right. So I'm asking, like, which buildings are behind? Meaning, like, we knew Maple Hills was getting an overhaul this year. Beaver Lake got it. Are there other buildings that current environment that we're in and all the communicated about HVAC that have that urgent need?
Sure.
Well, I guess one question is, are there any that are urgent, or is
Yeah, are
it
they
just the
urgent,
next
or
life
are they-
cycle?
Yeah.
They're urgent in the fact that we heard from this from maintenance in the schools that there was potential work coming up in the not too distant future, within the next 4 years. I've got a list of them here if you want to hear them, Dr. Gallinger.
I'd be curious what some of those were, Tom.
Gibson Eck was in need of an exhaust fans, mechanical exhausted, in addition to one of their rooms. This administration building has a new chiller that's needed for the server space and the new server. Issaquah High needs mechanical work a little bit here and there. Liberty High School in some of the older sections of the building. Apollo in some of the older sections of the building. Endeavor in some of the older sections of the building. Issaquah Valley Elementary in some of the older sections. May Valley has made some requests. Skyline system is a very complex older system that is going to definitely need some work coming up in the future. as is Maywood Middle School.
And you can do all that in $250,000?
I think it was more than two. This is just minor, no.
Some of those things aren't like that one, I think Gibson Eck was like one fan or something.
No, I understand. It was
Yeah.
just, that was a lot of buildings for $250,000.
Yeah, and that is, and we have to prioritize that. The amount that came up, we had a cap to keep the tax rate at a particular amount. So we had to work within the amounts we have. We'll have to work all of the critical repairs within the amount of money that kept us at the steady tax rate.
I totally appreciate that, Tom. I think though, if there's one thing we want to make sure that we do and do well, it's ventilation. And so if there is a building that is aged and needs a replacement, so that it can be the same standard as our newest buildings, then I think that we as a board would want to know that information and would want to prioritize that and change how this looks. And that's what I'm asking point blank about that. And the second thing would be you brought Endeavor up. Endeavor just had its redo last year. So I'm a little confused why Endeavor needs something with its HVAC, because that's what got replaced.
Endeavor had an addition done to it at the time that the 2016 bond came through and the project was planned. The emphasis was on capacity, not on building systems. The bulk of the money was put into the addition of the 6 classroom addition, which did not allow for us to be able to go through and redo the entire HVAC system, as was Sunset Elementary, Cougar Ridge Elementary, and Discovery Elementary School. There is still work that could be done at those schools to further improve and maintain those systems.
Thank you.
We have about 5 more minutes.
Like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, so one of the things when you were talking about that the folks in the buildings doing and some of the tech, you kept saying ed techs, but that's not anywhere on the spreadsheet. So when you use language like that, I don't know what it is.
Sure.
Which piece of those, all 3 pieces of those. So I don't know what it means. To be able to communicate this out to the public.
So I'm trying to get back to that spreadsheet. Yeah, I think it's row 6 is the addition. No, that's communications. Instructional technology specialists.
And so how are they different than the technology specialists?
The technology specialists work under IT, and they're the ones that make it work, fix it, install, and then the instructional tech specialists are the ones that they're teachers themselves, and they work with teachers on the instructional practices.
I apologize on this. It says instructional technology. We call them educational technology specialists, techs for short. So it's a difference in language in the 2 places.
Thank you.
That helps.
And it's only because instructional tech has the same acronym IT, so ed tech doesn't.
Back to the advice that we got from our committee to be
Yeah,
very careful with our
simplify it. Yes.
language. Yep.
Yes. Mhm, definitely.
I
I was gonna say, you go ahead, and then we'll wrap up here and we'll go into our regular meeting, and then we can have more questions there. So we don't have to cut it off, but we'll have to switch.
Perfect.
So go ahead and ask the next one.
So same page line, it says line 103.
Yep.
Hotspots. So I guess I'd like to know, is the approach changing for hotspots? Is this just in case or along with issuing certain laptops, we're also, I guess, of standard issuing hotspots?
For our families in need that may not have internet at home, we want to be able to provide them a hotspot. It doesn't require them to go through the complicated program that OSPI has set up.
Okay, so they'll get the laptop, they'll get the hotspot. ready to
Correct.
go.
Yep, if they need the hotspot. So,
If they
so
need
that
it.
would still be a request that we would be able to accommodate.
We're the same as we are currently doing that this year.
It's so that we can continue to provide that.
Yes. And I know in the past, we also did, it was more in like the remote setting, then there were other people who had laptops who may not today be one-to-one.
Mhm.
So I just wanted to make sure it was a single package. If a student of need will get the laptop and the hotspot.
Correct.
One time.
Yep.
Okay.
To that, I had a meeting with some folks from the Department of Ed on Monday. And one of the things we talked about was that some of the emergency connectivity plan is now some broader, more permanent plan, where they get the $30 towards internet. And one of the things, so I'm going to be in touch with somebody because my concern is what we consider low income, which again, another thing Marty drones on about. And so when I had that discussion with them, they were very interested in some of our concerns, because I talked about low income in general. When they found out, when the chief of staff for Secretary Cardona found out that we got $7 million, I mean, his jaw literally dropped. He's like, I'd like to know more about that. So Harlan sent some information. But I had the same concern, like, who's going to qualify for that? Because if you're using the same thing as title, it's not going to reach the students who really need it. So we might be able to, I'll forward the email that I got. Maybe we could set up a time.
Yeah, that'd be great.
About that.
Yeah, we'd love it if they would step more into that space.
Yeah.
We could this $60,000 would go to good use, no matter what, so.
All right, well, I'm gonna close this out here so we can take just a couple-minute break and get set up for the actual board meeting. And like I said, this will be before the board again, and the board will be able to ask more questions if we didn't get to all of them from any of you, okay?
So we can take public input.
And that's
Thank
when we'll
you.
take public input.
Thank you.
And we've just spent the last hour and a half learning all about the levy recommendation, and now we're ready to come into our regular meeting. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would join me, I'd appreciate it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. All right. First up, we have our students. And I believe we have two students from Skyline High School, Dale and Aryan. So if you are out there on our Zoom, you can turn on your video. Excellent. It's nice to see you. And then have you guys go ahead and unmute and share with us your input. Excellent.
Perfect. I can go first. Hello, my name is Dale Lincecum, and I am the ASB president at Skyline High School. Thank you so much for having us. And I'm also a senior at Skyline. The question that I'm going to be answering is, if I could change something at my school or about my education, what would it be? So it's not unbeknownst to most that the Issaquah School District schools are definitely competitive environments. While I do believe that there are multiple benefits to that, there are also quite a few drawbacks that I think we've been kind of seeing the effects of after coming back from online learning. Something that I really valued this past week that I experienced was in one of my classes before handing back our final grades last week, one of my teachers gave us a little lesson on measures of success that I found very helpful and insightful. She spoke about how most students only view grades as a measure of success in our lives and how harmful that can actually be to our mental health. While grades are important, they are in no way the only reflection of one's success. And that message really stuck with me, and I kind of want to go deeper into that. When I think about what I personally would change about my education, I think I would add more positive reinforcements in the learning environment. And I believe that that would definitely make it a more positive place overall, as well as kind of draw students away from obsessing over grades so much. This is, I think, especially important after the pandemic as we kind of work to transition back into what life used to be and progress towards some new strategies. And as work ethics and mental health are already low and on a slow incline coming back from that, I think it would definitely be important to add some more positive reinforcements in the classroom. I think that giving students more to be proud of or more fun experiences in the classroom will allow them to focus on things other than grades for moments and realize the true value in learning. I know that my favorite classes are always the ones that make me feel like a better person, or the ones that I had more fun in, not always the classes that I feel like I learned the most facts or information from. To improve on this, I think that it would be a great idea to have a form students could fill out with suggestions of what they might need to help them adjust and refocus where they personally want to feel more successful in the years to come. I also think that having more like relaxing days or fun days spread throughout the week in classes where a lesson is maybe taught in a different way or a creative way would be helpful. I know creative lessons have always been my favorite, or learning things in a way that I haven't ever been taught before. I personally am very fortunate to have parents that have shown me all of the other ways to be successful and measure that success in other ways than academic achievements in my life. But after talking to some of my classmates, I know that that's not the case for everyone, and everyone's home life is different. I think that changing the mindsets of students will be difficult and definitely a slow process. But I also believe that it starts in the classroom and the community and what we focus on and what we believe is important. We need to refocus on what really matters and spread a healthier message. And I think that is something that we can really focus on in the years to come.
Thank you. We appreciate hearing that. And there we go. Next up.
Hello, my name's Aryan Polove, and I'm a senior at Skyline High School, and I serve as the ASB Director of Activities. And the question I'll be answering is, what is one great creative or artistic project you or your classmates have participated in recently? And just at the end of first semester, my classmates and I in my classics class, which focuses around Greek mythology, were given the option for our final, to create a artistic representation of a key theme, archetype, or motif that we learned throughout the semester. And I got to create this piece of art showing the contrast between Apollo and Aphrodite. And I thought this was a really great opportunity to test our knowledge in the area, not only through a traditional test sort of or quiz sort of format, but instead through showing the concepts we learned through art. And what I really liked about this was that we were given a lot of freedom in the type of medium we wanted to use to create this final project. We were allowed to use digital art, or even it didn't even have to be visually creative. It could just be a series of text messages between two mythologically important characters, and just the opportunity to let our creativity show the knowledge we learned in so many unique ways. I thought was really important to me, since it allowed me to rethink and especially spend some time thinking about what concepts I learned throughout the semester. And I really appreciated the chance to, since personally I like painting a lot, I really appreciated the chance to use my hobbies in a way in the classroom environment where normally I wouldn't really. So this was a really fun experience for me, and I think stimulated me to use and apply the information I'd learned in class beyond the traditional formats.
Excellent. I think that's a very creative assignment. Very fun. So thank you both for your input. You're welcome to hang around for our meeting. You don't have to keep your video on during our meeting, but if you would like to chime in at any point and give us input, then you can go ahead and turn on your video or raise your hand so it can come to our attention. So feel free to engage on any part of the agenda that you'd like, although we don't expect you to hang out for our entire meeting. So that part's up to you. All right, well, thank you both very much. I realized I forgot to point out at the beginning that although we have Dr. Gallinger with us for this meeting, he is on Zoom, and he'll probably come in and out of being on video as he needs to. So that will be good. And Cornell, we'd probably go ahead and have you turn off your video. There you go. Perfect. There we go. Now we just have the big group. Okay, so that takes care of letting people know that Harlan or Dr. Gallinger is with us, but he's on Zoom. And now we'll go on to public input. This agenda item is for community input on items that are not on tonight's regular meeting agenda. If you have input relating to a specific agenda item, please hold your comments until I request input during that particular agenda item. As a rule, the board will not respond to public input. I ask that you clearly state your name and your school attendance area. You limit your comments to 2 minutes, and we'll be using a timer that will go beep, beep, beep when your time is up. And I ask that you please stop at that time. The board neither endorses nor censors any opinions expressed in public input. We ask that all comments be kept civil and respectful. No comments or applause from the audience, but feel free to wave hands to show support of the speaker. And then we will go ahead and get started. I have 2 names here in the room, and so I'll take those public comments first. And then if I have anybody from the Zoom world, if you would just raise your hand, and then I'll call on you when we get to that part. So the first one here for the room is Ken Sunderland. So if you would state your name and attendance area.
Hi there, my name is Ken Sunderland, Issaquah High School. I would like to start on a positive note and thank you for keeping our schools open despite the current challenges. One of my children recently had COVID and it was very straightforward. He displayed symptoms. I kept him home until the school nurse approved his return, and then he went back to school. Sadly, the rest of my comments are not positive. While I and the other IHS girls basketball team parents petitioned the board to reconsider Coach Crandall's suspension, you instead let the process be dragged out until he had no choice but to resign under duress. so he could see the girls attend games and continue to coach his fourth grade girls team. I'm left with so many questions. How is it you allowed someone in the district office to start this process when no complaint was ever made? How is it you couldn't start an actual investigation in less than 7 weeks? And even worse, how is it the ISD leadership didn't have the courage to step in and find a solution when it became clear a mistake had been made? Now you have set us on a path of legal wrangling when this entire fiasco could have been cleared up with a few polite conversations. How am I or any other ISD parent supposed to support your levy proposals when you are clearly wasting taxpayers' money on legal fees? Wouldn't this money be better spent on new schools and programs? Your accusations against Coach Crandall were changed 3 times, and ironically, you were aware of his profound caring for our daughters the entire time. Finally, my sincere thank you to Kathy Gibson and Jackie Bykonen for returning to coach. And thank you to Coach Crandall for convincing them to do it. The ISD attempted to sabotage our girls' basketball program, but thanks to Kathy and Jackie, our season was rescued. We will not allow this negligent attack on Coach Crandall's reputation to continue, and we fully expect his contract to be renewed for next season. If not, then our community can continue to watch our ISD leadership waste more taxpayer funds on legal fees instead of supporting the very best coaches and mentors in our district. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. The room is doing the hand wave. All right. Next up is Ayanna Meisner. You can correct me when you get up there and say it the right way.
Hi, my name is Ayanna Meisner, Issaquah High School, and I'm here again to speak in support of Coach Doug Crandall. Last time I spoke about mental health and how detrimental all of this has been for the Issaquah basketball girls. And I begged for some clarity about the process that keeps being referenced, but nobody has seen any sign of. Since that time, Doug has submitted resignation under duress for the rest of the season. That is the only move in these last 2 months that have been made with the best interest of the girls' mental state in mind. Not because they lost their beloved coach, but because it put a stop to the never-ending limbo and uncertainty they were experiencing due to the inaction of the Issaquah School District. Since his resignation, Doug has been allowed to attend games. It's undeniable that simply having coach in the gym, especially last night, brought back the spark and fire that's been missing from this team since his suspension. Beating the #1 undefeated Eastlake team was proof of that. This endless loop of non-disciplinary discipline has finally come to an end. Our 3 seniors will never get this experience back. You've robbed them of the season they deserve to have. How can you justify what has happened here when you haven't even had a conversation with Doug regarding this mysterious concern? Concerns that seem to change with every public statement you make. These last 2 months of heartache and pain could have been avoided by having a simple conversation. Now, our only choice is to look forward toward salvaging this program for the years to come. We demand due process for Coach Crandall and his reinstatement to the basketball program for the next season. Begin the investigation, speak to Doug, speak to parents, speak to players. Get this done, because we are not going away.
Again, the hands go up, so I appreciate that. I do empathize with the students, the families around this situation. I know it has been disruptive to the girls' basketball team, but I am pleased, and I had seen on social media about the girls' win recently, and so congratulations to the team. But because this matter involves an ongoing situation, the board isn't able to comment any further due to employee and student confidentiality and privacy. Out of respect for all the individuals involved, we need to continue to allow the internal investigation to continue. And it will wrap up, and we will be able to proceed from there. All right. Is there any public comment other from the room and or from our Zoom? I don't see any hands raised. All right. All right. Then we will move on to the approval of the consent agenda.
I move the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Second.
All right, our consent agenda is a meeting management tool. There are a number of items on the consent agenda that have all been reviewed by all members of the board. So at this time, all those in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Oh, thank you, Harlan. We got his eye in there too. All right, so that measure is passed.
And now to establish the regular agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There are none.
All right. All right, our first item on the regular agenda is a summary of the work study / right into the levy recommendation update from our superintendent. But first, I just did want to reiterate that we had spent the from 4:30 until almost 6 in our work study, going through details of the levy recommendation from our superintendent that he received from our committee. So he'll go through a few more details of that. But I myself wanted to start by thanking the levy committee, all the community members that were on it and the technical team, because I know that took up quite a bit of time and it was a lot of work, but I think a lot of learning was done. And I think we got a lot of good input and from the committee. So I did want to thank them. And then to the board, the process for tonight will be to hear our superintendent's recommendation. This item is on the agenda for possible action. We have attached the resolutions that would support these, but our first step will be hear the recommendation, ask any questions, see if there are any pieces we're ready to move forward on with action, and if not, we would need to give direction to the superintendent on what we would want different, because we would need it to come back to our February 10th meeting, which is really our last meeting before these items need to be sealed up and sent to King County elections by February 25th to make it onto the April 26th ballot. So that's kind of our timing for tonight. And then we have a new little kind of item related to the pro and con statement, which is our next agenda item, which I will explain more about when we get to it. But that just kind of sets the stage for the conversation we can have now. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Superintendent, so you can share your recommendation to the board and folks can follow along. Much of it is attached to our agenda. And as people will learn, much of it is coming directly from the committee, and all the levy committee information is out there on our website as well. I will turn it over.
Okay, thank you, President Moore. And I just also have to reiterate a huge thanks to the Levy Committee, the technical team made up of staff and the folks that have supported them. It really, as I shared with the committee the other night, they met on 5 separate occasions for over 14 hours in person at the beginning, and then on Zoom when the current surge in the virus impacted their abilities. And I'm always impressed by this community, but boy, this was truly one of the toughest levy committees that I've seen in over 2 decades here in the district. And just because it's a challenging time for everybody right now. And I was just really, really impressed by the creative problem solving, the critical thinking. They asked great questions, and there were questions that came in between the meetings that really prompted the staff to have to go back out and do more research and work and the like. And just I can't express enough gratitude that I have. And I have to say that the final product that came forward made it a lot easier for me, given that we had intentionally given ourselves this really tight turnaround timeline. I was nervous that this was going to be a lot more difficult. So I'm just so thankful to those individuals. And I hope too that they also experienced a little bit of joy, if not even interest in the process. In fact, I know they do, because I've had conversations with some of the committee members, and it was, you learn a lot about the complex web that is K-12 public school financing in Washington State when you participate in one of these committees. And it is a complex web. So huge shout out and special acknowledgement to our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Almy, and our Executive Director of Finance and Support Services, Martin Turney. They did a wonderful job facilitating. And again, the technical team that supported them as well. So having said that, I guess I want to just kind of come out of the gate and tell you that there are 3 levy measures here, and I apologize for those who have been following this closely. This is going to be some redundancy here, but I think it's important that, we really start to drive these messages home. But there are, in my recommendation to the board and the recommendation that I received from the committee are 3 potential ballot measures: a transportation measure that allows us to purchase new school buses, and an educational operations and programming levy, which I'll speak more to, and a capital levy, which has really 3 components to it. That is the technology component, which this time includes a 1-to-1 plan, a critical repairs, and a capital portion for the completion of comprehensive high school number 4. So, which is something unique for us as well. And something that the committee, I think, wrestled with just in a marvelous manner. So first of all, I'm going to kind of take it in the order that the committee did. I'm going to speak to the smallest measure on the 3, but they're all very, very important. And that is the transportation levy. And again, just as you said, President Moore, the documents are all attached to our agenda here, so the public can go back and go through these documents. We have a levy committee page. We will have a robust page on our brand new website as well, that the public will be able to go to and learn about the levy. And it will include a place for them to put questions in as well. So having said all of that, the transportation levy. So for a number of years, the Issaquah School District has ran transportation levies, and these are much smaller. They're 1-year measures. The other 2 measures we're talking about tonight would last for 4 years. And what this does, the transportation levy accomplishes several things. Importantly, it allows us to participate in the state depreciation cycle. So we are able to take our local tax dollars and leverage them with state tax dollars, that's state money as well. And it helps us keep our fleet modern, fuel efficient, and keeps our buses in nice shape, and allows us to age out the older buses and replace them with the new ones and take advantage of that depreciation cycle, as I said. Great conversations among the staff. And as the board knows, well, this is a complicated system to run a community to run a bus system in. In fact, we are, I think, the 12th or 13th largest district, but I know previously we had the 6th largest transportation system. It has to do with our geography. We're 110 square miles, which is large for a Western Washington school district. But we also have the challenges of a lot of topography differences. We have families that live well over 1,000 feet in elevation, and families that live down here on the valley floor at about 200 feet. So we have to literally buy some buses with higher geared transmissions and things like that. But we have an amazing transportation department. They have ran this entire year. We are very fortunate. You've, I'm sure, seen in the media some of the challenges that districts have had keeping their bus system going. So I just got to give a shout out to our bus drivers and our mechanics and everybody who makes that program run. But again, this would allow us to purchase those buses. Now, I will tell you, the committee had a robust conversation about the potential of electric buses. And we did talk about that quite a bit. And I do want the public to know that we will participate and apply for the electric bus grants. The state is doing a pilot program that we hope to see a 1 or 2 electric buses in our system as a pilot in the coming years. We don't know the outcome of the grant applications and who's been awarded yet, but we will certainly take advantage of that. And I do believe that there is a future for electric buses. And the grant comes with some additional money to create charging stations as well, because that's obviously a critical piece of it. And so I really just appreciate, again, this was where I thought the committee was just smart and asking great questions and bringing really good things forward. So, but overall, this is a relatively small 1-year levy. It will help us maintain our current levels of service and standards that we have for buses in the Issaquah School District. The committee had a strong endorsement of this, and I also give a strong recommendation for the eventual passage of this levy as well. Next, the committee took on the EP&O levy, the Educational Programs and Operations levy. This is a levy that represents about 14% of our overall costs, and kind of I think of it as a lot of the enhancements. And as I was reflecting on this too, I will say that I believe the EP&O levy is a levy that provides the enrichments that have become expectations within our community. So what are the types of things? And you can see the more detailed list, though, that we fund through an Educational Programs and Operations levy. And we heard from the committee, and their recommendation for me came with a strong endorsement of the idea of doing whatever we can to support mental health needs of our students. So as the board is aware, we currently have 13 and a half mental health counselors that we contract with Swedish Hospital to put out in our schools. That is all levy funded. That would continue forward. We fund many additional school counselors over and above what the apportionment from the state of Washington is. All of those extra counselors come out of our levy, our EP&O levy. So other aspects of mental health supports for our students, besides our counselors, our mental health counselors, our SEL, our social emotional learning curriculum, our behavioral screeners that we use for our students to help identify certain behavioral aspects in our students, and direct services to them, appropriate services. Our positive behavioral social emotional service system, coaches in our buildings, which are all, and this is all part of our broader multi-tiered systems of support work. All of that work is funded out of our EP&O levy and supported by our EP&O levy. So I hear what the committee said. I'm in agreement with the committee. Even last year, you'll recall that was the first thing that the board wanted restored when the legislative session ended, and we ended up getting some additional money. So we were able to roll back some of our reduction in force. The board made it clear at that time that was an area they wanted focus on as well. So we are in concurrent thinking with the committee on that, and I appreciate the recommendation that they sent. Nurses come out there. So the state woefully understaffs school districts for nursing and counseling. This is an example. I believe the state funds 4 of our school nurses, and we have 24. Those numbers might be off by 1 or 2 here or there, but that's essentially it. And so all those additional nursing hours come out of the EP&O levy. We use school security officers in all of our secondary schools, or in the case of Skyline, an SRO, school resource officer. We have a director of safety and security, and all of these things came off the post-McCleary first EP&O levy we ran in 2018, and have been very, very popular with staff, students, and community alike. We have an amazing safety and security program, and Director of Safety and Security Montalvo and his team do a great job, all levy funded. Clubs, activities, athletics. I know that some people believe that the athletic fee or the ASB card fees cover those. They absolutely don't. Millions of dollars out of the EP&O levy go to support our clubs, athletics, and activities. So to be able to offer the robust programs that we currently and have historically offered, we need an EP&O levy. This one has always troubled me that it's in an enhancement levy, but our special education obligations. So we have federal and state obligations under IDEA that we have to meet, and the state of Washington and the federal government, I'm just going to say it, has never adequately funded that. And it's universal in school districts. My professional organization, WASA, and other professional organizations such as yours, WASDA, have called this out at the federal and state level as long as I've been been involved in education at this level. For us, that's a line item of $6 or $7 million that above and beyond what we spend from our apportionment to make sure that we can meet the obligations of those students who receive special education services. So that's a big item in there. Our 7-period day in our comprehensive high schools. The state of Washington doesn't fund a 7-period day. So we have to put in the extra staff and everything to do that. You see that line item in there. That 7-period day was something that this community in the Skyline and Issaquah High community wanted the entire. When I first got here in 2001, I started hearing about we need a 7-period day. We made that happen a few years ago. It is very, very popular with folks, and we believe it's critical to continue. I would even argue that has a mental health aspect for our students as well. So the 7-period day at our comprehensive high schools, professional development for ISD staff. And I think we do a great job with the limited time and resources we have, training our staff. And I mean staff of all types. I'm not just talking about school teachers we do a wonderful job and they do an amazing job, their professional growth, but training for classified staff of all the various groups, administrative team. So our professional development, again, comes out of our EP&O. Programs like our dual language program in elementary school, our expanded summer schools, which have really grown in the last few years, and I think will continue to be a critical part of our COVID recovery efforts. That comes out of our EP&O. Our equity department with the family partner and their family partnership, and all the amazing work that they do and have done in support of our families and our diverse student and community population that we serve. That all comes out of our levy. So our EP&O levy. So again, and I won't go through every line item, but I encourage people to look at that. It is absolutely critical to what we do. And as I said earlier, I believe those enrichments have become expectations in our community. So, and again, there's much more of them there. Another note, very strong support for this as well from the committee. And then the committee wrestled with, lastly, the capital levy. And that, as I said, has 3 main components to it. And the smallest of which is the critical repairs. And that is so that we have money available to address issues like HVAC issues that happen in buildings, or maybe a roof failure, or windows that fail, or something, carpet that has to be replaced. Having some critical repairs money allows us to, when those things happen, not have to go into the general fund and take the money, in essence, out of the classroom, because you got to fix things if they break. So it's good, prudent management, and we love to maintain our buildings well. And that's what that critical repairs money helps us do. There's a huge technology component, and there has been for many, many years. Issaquah has passed technology capital levies going all the way back into the 90s. And again, it has become an expectation. This one, however, has another unique element to it, and that is the first ever one-to-one. And when we say one-to-one, we mean computer to student program. And it's not a clean one-to-one. It makes some differentiation for the very young students and the elementary age students, so that there's enough machines for a one-to-one, but they don't necessarily take them home, or a 1-to-2 in the very low level, low grades, K1 and so forth. But at the secondary, it is a machine that the student would take to and from school as well, much like some of the districts around us are currently doing. This is something that was debated heavily 4 years ago in the levy committee, and narrowly decided not to go that direction. And partly because we have a very wired community, and there just wasn't the need that there might be in some other areas. Having the experience of the forced closure of our schools to in-person learning as a result of the COVID pandemic, I think really highlighted the importance of having a one-to-one going forward. So as you know, we're piloting that at the middle school this year in a kind of modified form, and we're seeing some good results from that. And so I'm very encouraged by this. This would be a one-to-one program. It would have a robust amount of professional development for teachers, so that, you know, we can get maximum use out of this technology as we integrate it into our teaching and learning. And you know, and as well as I believe it also provides some, it addresses some equity issues that we know exist in our system today as it relates to access. And so I'm very excited about this. And again, kudos to our tech department and Director Diana Eggers and team for putting this plan together. And that's, so you see quite a bump up in there. In that particular area. And then lastly, and this is the part that I don't know, controversial or how I would want to phrase it, is $44 million to complete our 4th comprehensive high school project. This is the project that was overwhelmingly voted in by our voters in 2016. I think that there is a well-established need in the Issaquah School District for a 4th comprehensive high school. Issaquah High and Skyline are among the largest high schools in the state of Washington. They're both in the top. I think Skyline is the 11th and Issaquah High is like the 5th largest in the state. Back in 2016, you know, the case was made that we needed this school because we were overtaxing those 2 facilities. We were over-relying on portables. When a school is ran at overcapacity, it taxes the facility and the campus more parking wise. The halls are more crowded, the lunchrooms, and we certainly experience that. And I think it's really important for our community to know that even though we've experienced an enrollment decline as a result of COVID, our high school numbers, 9-12, are bigger than they've ever been. So everything that was in play back in 2016, when this community said we desperately need that high school, is still there today, and it actually has gotten a little bit worse. And that includes the traffic impacts that the large schools have in their vicinities. You know, so anybody who's been on 2nd Avenue in the morning before high school or up on 228, you know what I'm talking about. There's no meaningful way to address those issues without pulling hundreds of students and staff out of those schools. They're just overcrowded. We need our 4th comprehensive high school. 4 high schools for nearly 6,000 high school students. It makes a lot of sense. The hard part is when we ran that bond in 2016 and built contingency in for these projects. Those who can remember at the time, I did change the recommendation at that time from the committee, and I added more contingency in. I just wish it had been more. I don't know if I could have gotten the support of the board at that time. I know that there was a comment that it was believed that I was the only superintendent who had ever increased the amount of a levy from the committee, but obviously it wasn't enough. We have experienced just real challenges in the property acquisition. I could do hours on just that, on what it is like to buy property inside the urban growth boundaries, inside the Issaquah School District that is adequate for a school site, and what it costs to do that. So we had many, many challenges there. When we did find a very suitable site for high school 4 and elementary 17, we were almost immediately met with legal challenges. And so we have been honestly combating that for about 3 years. And during those delays, we've also unfortunately experienced some of the highest construction inflation in our region in anybody's memory. And it's not unique just to the Issaquah School District. Just today, the Seattle Times has a front page story on how the construction inflation is impacting the 520 bridge expansions and other transportation projects. It's just a fact that things are much, much more expensive to build. And with each year, we see the cost go up somewhere between, I believe it's been between about 5 and 7%. And when you start with a project that's $150 million and the cost goes up 5% a year and you're 3-4 years into it, well, you can see what happens. And I feel terrible about it. I mean, you can almost try to imagine what it felt like for our director of capital projects to have to walk that long walk from his office down to mine and tell me we don't have enough money to finish this project, knowing that I was going to have to talk to the 5 of you and say the same thing. And then I was going to have to turn to this community that I've served for over 2 decades and have very strong positive feelings for and tell them I don't have enough money to finish your high school. And I'm truly sorry for that. It's something that I will, I'll never rest easy with, but it is just a fact. And importantly, none of that changes the fact we need that high school. So we're left with the tough decision to come back to the community and say, we need $44 million more in order to finish this project. And that was after already making decisions to delay the construction of Elementary 17. I was really proud of the committee and how they wrestled with that, because it's hard for me, it's hard for my staff. It's a tough thing to have to do. They considered other options. There was tons of discussion, hours of discussion about this, even the idea of pulling them apart and running them as 2 separate. But in the end, the committee made pretty overwhelmingly the decision, no, we need to keep our capital levy package together. We kind of run as one, we win as one. And from a strategic standpoint, and I was just pleased with the committee and how they wrestled with that. So again, what we're talking about is 3 ballot measures that would go on a April 26th ballot. It would be transportation, educational programs and operations, and a capital levy with those components that I mentioned. And I think, again, I just want to acknowledge the tremendous work, the staff, the levy committee. I believe they brought forward a great recommendation that meets all the parameters that I set. Oh, I did miss one area, because in the committee, I set, it's a committee for me to give me a recommendation to help me build my recommendation to the board. And one of the parameters I set was it must come with a stable to flat tax rate, i.e., you can't raise the taxes. You can't jack up the taxes in order to get this. And the package that I'm recommending to you tonight does not do that. The tax documents are on the website, and the board, I know, has seen them. And we have been able to do this while keeping our taxes stable and flat. And so that's a lot to be able to do. So again, I think they came with a great package. It made my work really easy, because all I had to do was review their work, and I was paying close attention every step of the way anyway, and kind of repackage it forward to you as my recommendation. And I want you to know that I strongly support this recommendation, and I would encourage the board to adopt all 3 of these ballot measures for our voters' consideration later this spring. And I'm here for questions, and my staff is here as well for any details that the board may want to discuss.
All right, thank you for all that detail. It's really has been quite a process getting this through the committee to you to bring before the board. So this is now the opportunity for the board to ask questions. Yes, I do. I do want to do public input, but this is a chance for us to ask questions, and I will do public input first before we then decide if we choose to take any action on what we have before us now or at the next meeting. So,
President Moore,
oh yeah,
I probably should have mentioned, I know you mentioned it, but I think it's worth reiterating. Thank you. I had to turn my mic back on. We do have a relatively short timeline here because we have to notify King County elections by February 25th, which means you only have one board meeting between now and then, to get this on the ballot for the April election. So I apologize, but
Right.
we normally would have spent a lot more time in the fall doing this. However, or even last spring, we've been a little busy keeping our schools open in the middle of this pandemic, and I needed my team to be able to focus on that. So we got a late start on this work. So I apologize that we kind of crunched it in. But I felt like I needed to remind us all of that. Thank you.
Right, and that was why also it was a late edition, but we did it before the 24 hours. We got the resolutions that match these onto the agenda, which is what allows us to potentially take action, because those resolutions come from our legal counsel and support the three measures that he has described. And so that's there. Ultimately, when we go to take action, it would be individually a motion for each one of them. All right. Having said all that, let's go ahead and take public input, and then we will ask our questions. So is there anyone in the room or on Zoom that would like to give public input? And again, we limit it to 2 minutes. I'm not seeing any hands yet. All right. I will keep my eye on that if someone does. All right, so now I will open it up to questions. And I know, and to remind the community, we spent almost an hour and a half hearing part of this and asking our questions. And so we've already had quite a bit of time talking about this, but this adds on to any questions or points folks would like to make. Sydney?
I think it'd be worth it to go through again the makeup of this community. I know one of the things, committee for the levy, I think one of the things we talk about is the importance of having public input, and certainly into something this large, but also making sure what we're going forward with represents what was important to and valued by the community. So I think it would be important just to maybe give a little description to who, what kinds of people, et cetera, were part of the process.
Yeah, and I'm happy to do that. And if I miss any of it, I know Deputy Superintendent Dr. Almy, who was one of the facilitators, could help me. But so first of all, you might recall that there was a request from the board when we were beginning this process to really try to reach out and get folks either new to it or who would bring a critical lens to the conversation. I feel like our principals did an amazing job selecting people because even though at times it was uncomfortable, we had some really good critical thinkers in there who were asking some tough questions of us. And so the committee is large. It was over 40 members. We specifically target a member who represents each of our schools, our retirement community, our folks, how do I say this? Senior community, thank you. You know, people like me. And representation from our Teachers Association. And the other thing we did this time, we always have building or principal representation. And the way we do that is we do 3 from each region, an elementary, middle, and high from the south, the central, and the north regions of the district. But this time we put a special emphasis on, if we could, selecting principals who were not only principals in the community, but also resided, and many had children in the community as well. So we really wanted to make sure that we were, to the best of our ability, getting the community voice. So, you know, I know the final night, there was 39. I think the total committee was 42, but it did play out over a couple of months, 5 meetings in the evening. So there were times when a person had to miss a committee meeting, which is why you didn't have 42. All your votes don't add up to 42. But the committee did set a high threshold, I believe, of 70% have to be in attendance in order to meet a quorum. So we always had that. And then 75% if they wanted to change anything in the springboard proposals that kind of kicked us off. So Trying to think, we had a member of the Volunteers for Issaquah Schools on the committee as well. This is our parent group that runs the campaigns for the district, because that's not something that the school district can do. We have to maintain just a factual, we can't do advocacy. PTA, thank you, Director Weaver, PTA, the business community. We try to get sometimes people from our municipalities, but that's been kind of a challenge in the past. So yeah, we try to go as broad-based as we can. And, I will just say as an observation too, levy committees, there's a nice gender balance in the room, I notice. Often in schools, as you are all aware, like with PTA functions and things like that, we tend to have a lot more moms or females that serve, but something about building things and that often seems to draw, I don't mean to sound sexist, but seems to draw more men to it. And so I think there was a nice gender balance on the committee as well. I don't know if that's comprehensive enough for you. And again, I just have to say, smart people who asked a lot of really good questions and challenged us.
Open to other questions, Suzanne?
I don't really have a question.
Statements?
Yeah, comment. I did also want to give a shout out to the committee because I watched 4 of those 5 meetings. I thought there were a lot of really good questions. I think at the end of those 14 hours, we have 35 to 40 people who can be really strong advocates for these levies when they get on the ballot and can help answer other people's questions, which I think is great. I was nervous at first, but I actually appreciated the depth of the conversation around the capital levy. Should it be 1 levy? Should it be 2 levies? And then circling back to just how critically important that 4th high school is and how important it is to pass those extra dollars. And then something that I've seen a bit of on social media, so I just want to touch on it. When the idea first came about or the fact that we had 44 million to complete the high school in a levy. And the first comment I saw was, is that even legal? So I do want to be clear that even though in this district, we have historically said bonds are for building, levies are for learning, because that's a nice little catchphrase, you can in fact fund construction through a levy. Districts like Seattle, I think, have always done it because they have an enormous tax base and they can afford it. Lake Washington runs a construction levy rather than a bond. So yes, it is absolutely legal. I would never think our superintendent would propose anything that wasn't legal, but apparently others out there aren't so sure. So I did want to be really clear about that. And, $44 million in the scope of Issaquah's construction is not a lot of money that you would necessarily, that's helpful, that you would necessarily need to run a bond for. And the fact that we're able to do it and keep the tax base or the tax rate stable, I think is critically important. And usually we run bonds because they have less of an impact on the tax rate. But I just wanted to throw that out there. Yes, it's legal. Yes, other districts do it. And it's fine.
Yep. Thank you for that clarification. And you're right, I would not bring something forward that's illegal.
We know that.
I think there's actually a rule that you all have on me that I don't
Pretty
do
sure.
that.
We do. Hold on, Sydney, because I see Harlan has his hand up, but then first I'm gonna chime on again to Suzanne's. I think too, as far as the dollars to complete this high school, that it is just really important to not only, I know we talk, and I know you mentioned it, we talk about these are big high schools, but these are big high schools that are in buildings that weren't meant to hold that many students.
That's right.
And because a big high school isn't necessarily bad if the physical structure of the building was designed for that number of students. And Issaquah and Skyline were not designed to handle this capacity, and it's been doing it for more years than we are happy with. And so the importance here is to basically right-size our high school capacity to the buildings, right? We have more kids than the high school space per what the buildings are supposed to have. And I just want people to remember that when we speak about these are big high schools, that it's the capacity is just not there for it. So now I will go on to Harlan, because I know he had his hand up, and maybe he'll come on video or at least speak to us.
Just no video, just same.
Well, that's fine, that's okay.
Stephen, can you project that Issaquah School District projected tax rates as of 12/14/21? Just because I can refer to that.
It's
So-
attached to the agenda, Stephen.
So what I want to talk from big picture working down to some of my individual proposition questions. But I think that I'm generally pro-education funding. So with that lens, however, I think I do have a question about why our levy is going to go from $54 million to $70 million as a reduction in our student population is projected to be still about the same at best, maybe a little less. So it's not that one. It would be the one with all the columns of rates and dollars. So why that projection is such, given the fact that our student population is essentially going to be flat over the next 4 years. Because when you look at them all globally, so if I look at the columns EP&O levy, tech levy, capital levy, and the total levies, we're going to increase about $40 million from what we're collecting today versus what we're projected to collect in 4 years. And I think that we just need to also be honest with our community that, sure, you can say that the tax rate is flat or stable, but I think that's a bit disingenuous because we need to be honest about that it is on a dollar basis, it's a tax increase over the course of what today is versus 4 years from now. Because we know that our property values have increased dramatically. And so the purchase power of $3.56 is a lot different in 2026 than it is in 2020. And so I'm not opposed to that as a concept, but I think that we do need to lead with our why and be totally transparent that the tax rate is flat, but the dollar amount is actually an increase. Because when I hear that, oh, well, we're not doing a tax increase, that's not really true.
Well, on that one, I can agree. I think that's what we always try to say, that it's the tax rate that's
Yep.
flat. And the reason that it's difficult to speak to it beyond that is that the appreciation in the assessed value of homes across the district do not move in parallel. So while some people's homes may go up very little, others may go up more. And so that part is very challenging to speak to. And certainly, I think I know when I go out on the and speak to communities, talk about it's really two factors that go into how much anyone pays for their property taxes. It's both their particular assessed value and the tax rate. And so the tax rate at this point is the only thing we can even speak to that. And even at that, it's also, we have to make clear to the community with the levy, we are taxing for the EP&O a fixed amount.
That's right.
We do not actually drive the tax rate, but we're required to put up an estimate of what we think the tax rate will be based on projections of changes in the assessed valuation of our entire district. So it's a fixed amount that wouldn't change once we pass the levy,
Right.
because I am optimistic, and versus the actual tax rate. And I guess Martin's come up and maybe he can speak to the point of the escalation, because I know that the per student factor, the amount we can collect per student goes up with, I don't know what it is, CPI, the something, one of those factors, and that raises how much we can collect more per student each time. But no matter what, we're still capped. And even if we have projected more in the total amount for our levy that we have had approved by our voters, if that doesn't turn out to be the actual amount we can collect, we only collect what is the legally allowed amount.
Right, and if assessed values go up more than the projection, the tax rate comes down for exactly that reason.
Yes. All right,
Correct.
now, and
Yeah.
Martin, we'll let you chime in and say the
Yeah.
official.
Yep, Martin Turney here, and that we actually went through some of those calculations that you just mentioned during the committee work. And so the explanation being that because enrollment's a critical piece of that calculation, it behooves us to have a higher number, because if that enrollment returns and we do see that increase, that we would be prepared for that in terms of our authority to collect. Now, if that doesn't happen, and if the increase, you mentioned the per student amount increases by the IPD. So if those two things do not raise to that level, then we will legally not be able to collect. But we are the community is giving us that ability to collect if those conditions do present themselves. So we wouldn't want to short ourselves necessarily if those things do happen in the future.
Yeah, we used to refer to that as we don't want to leave money on the table that we could put into our enhancements and our educational programs. If Martin, could you speak a little bit to what Dr. Gallinger was saying though? So for example, when you go from 50 million to 70 million, what is driving that? What's driving that 15, $20 million increase there?
Right. So I mean, why are we going up 30%? Just because we can collect doesn't mean that we should. Right. The whole point of McCleary was to have the state take the obligation of the overwhelming part of basic education and then shrink the local amounts. And yet now we're going to increase our local levy 30%. That seems a lot.
Yeah, and I would state it more we are giving ourselves the capacity or the ability to adjust to a very high inflation. So we admittedly used a higher, so 6.5, 5, 4.5, 4.5. And that adds up quickly from the current 54 million that we're at to the end of that 4-year cycle to $70 million. So, and we were transparent with the committee about this. So higher enrollment than we are, or potentially we'll have in the next couple of years, and much higher inflation, because we're trying to give ourselves the ability to adjust to that. So if we do see that inflation and those conditions happen, things will cost more, and there will be we will need to pay for things, and unfortunately they will cost a little bit more. But again, if those inflation amounts do not materialize, then we won't legally be able to collect that amount.
But the cost of doing business is going up, though. I think that we have to be clear about that. I mean, even some of our traditional like fixed cost fuel for buses and things like that, they've gone up. As we know, wages have gone up as well, and so unfortunately, we're in an inflationary time right now too. And I'm having fresh wounds from underestimating the cost of that high school. I appreciate the conservative nature that we're taking. And I recognize, Dr. Gallinger is absolutely right. There is more money here than there was previously, but I would also argue conditions are a little different, and trying to predict what conditions are going to be out in 2026 is challenging as well. But I think that's my understanding of the explanation. And if there's anything more to add to that or questions too.
No.
Suzanne. Oh, and then Marnie. Oh, either one of you. I can't tell which one.
Well, I was just going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but we are now at the point where our levy is determined by dollars per student rather than
Yes,
That's
by
correct.
anything else, right?
yes.
So, and I think what Martin said, and it kind of was quiet, is if the students don't materialize, if enrollment stays flat,
Correct.
we can't collect this many dollars.
That is
But
correct.
we have to plan for the contingency that enrollment does come back, which we are A, hoping, and B, kind of think will
Right.
happen.
That's correct.
So if we have more students, we need more dollars, and we have to put that in the ask. Obviously, we wouldn't collect it if those students don't have it.
Right. And the dollars
Can't.
flow with the
Yes.
students, because
Exactly.
it's the dollars to support.
But
the
I just
students.
wanted to
Right.
clarify that
Yeah.
the levy is based on dollars per student. So that's our cap.
Yes, and Marnie.
Correct.
So, I certainly understand being conservative about this, which is why the previous levies that we've gone out with for the past 2 times, we've not done full authority.
That's right.
But I believe that shortly after passing the last one, we had this thing called COVID. And if I'm not mistaken, we're running 20 million or $17 million under this year. So I think that had we had full authority in our last year of this levy, I don't think we would be running at such a deficit. And there wouldn't be such a dramatic difference between the 54 million that we're collecting for this year and the potential 61 at the next one, all the way up to 70 at the last year. So I understand, and I do think that costs are significantly rising, and we have to be prepared for that. And we're hopeful that the students that weren't here the last 2 years will come back. You know, as vaccines become available for all students, as we continue to mitigate, as the medical community knows better how to handle COVID, our anticipation is those parents will come back. We've also seen that when economic times get harder, the kids come back. And I would suspect that as inflation continues, there might be some opportunity for people to save in their pocketbooks by sending their kids to a public school.
Okay, Harlan, did you have more? Because I also can't always tell when.
I did. So
Okay.
if we can now go to the EPNO levy part.
What did he say?
I didn't.
He said, go, repeat,
Yeah,
Arlen.
you're gonna have to repeat. You broke up.
I do. If we can now go to the one time enrichment levy, educational programs and operations levy current
Well, I think he's saying he's encouraging a motion. Is that what he's saying?
is for the line item.
I'm not here.
I think he wants to show something on the screen.
Oh, he wants to move on to another one of the levies.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. No, he probably wants the page.
Arlen, did you want the 127
probably
EPNO levy?
EPNO
Oh,
levy?
the EPNO levy.
The recommendation, the 1178, like, I think it's the second link. And if it's the detail page,
It's the detailed page.
Oh, the detail page.
yeah, it's not on, that one is not on the agenda. That one came, I'll forward it to you.
So my question is, while he's getting that up, that our superintendent can answer is, what is the additional teacher responsibility outside of basic education? That's $11.2 million. Like, what is the enrichment part of that? What is that?
The enrichment part of the actual levy itself, Dr. Gallinger, is that what you're talking about?
Responsibilities outside basic education.
No, the line item $11.2 million.
Oh, let me see which one I'm looking at here.
Yeah. What does that 11.2
Stephen, I sent you an email.
Oh,
million entail that teachers are doing beyond
oh,
basic education?
responsibilities outside of basic education. That's what that line, is that what you're referring to, Dr. Gallinger?
Essentially what used to be called try.
Right, that the additional days above and beyond the state funded 180, I think it's 182 days. Maybe it's 184
That's
days.
in the line item before it. The additional teacher work days.
No, we're
4
talking about
days.
The 11.264 million.
Oh, here you go.
Yeah.
It's this page.
Oh, you put, okay, that one just got taken from me.
But you have to give it back.
Additional teacher responsibilities outside of basic education. Mr. Turney, maybe you can help me out a little bit with that one as well, that particular line item.
So I pulled the IAEA contract into, looks like Appendix E. Enrichment funding contributes to web presence, non-student days, 8-hour workdays on Wednesdays, tech training, commitment, parent and volunteer.
Hey, Martin, I apologize. Can
Can't hear
you
me?
restate that a little louder and maybe
Sure.
even just a little slower?
Yeah, so I'm just going to read this off of what's in the IAEA contract. Enrichment funding contributes to web presence, non-student days, 8-hour workdays on Wednesdays, tech training, commitment, parent and community volunteer meetings, curriculum night, attending activities outside the workday and other professional duties. So that is,
That's what some of that, and that's just on the teacher side. There may be some of language like that in other collective bargaining agreements as well. You're just reading from the IEA.
It's a teacher responsibility.
Oh, just teacher. Okay.
And many of those things are paid for out of the tech levy, which is a separate, which is a lot of those line items. So it's that last one, and other duties.
Yeah.
That's $11.2 million.
And I can, and Dr. Gallinger, I can flesh out even greater details on that. I just don't have them at my fingertips here right now. I apologize for that.
Uh-oh. If you're talking, we're totally lost you.
Yeah, I could tell that his phone was cutting out.
Right. Okay. While we wait and see if you can get yourself back in a mode where we can hear you, you can just interrupt. If you can come back, I'll go back to anybody else here that has questions while we try to get him back.
No, but after we have our conversation, before we take any vote, there are additional public members that would.
I see that,
Yeah.
but I'm going to let us finish asking some of our questions before we
Absolutely.
get towards any motion that we would take action on, because you all still have questions. But I do see there are a couple people with their hands up, and I'll get to them. Oh, I should see if he's trying.
Oh, yeah, I can look too.
He did drop off.
Oh,
Okay.
he's probably reconnecting, yeah.
Well, Stephen, let me know if he gets back in case I can't see it myself. Okay. So do you guys have anything else you want to bring up, or I can go to
I
the
just realized
public
too,
input?
I'm
Oh.
sorry, I may need to add, and I'm not 100% sure of this, so I want to be careful, but as I think about that too, and I was listening to that list that Martin was describing, we also pay stipends for a number of things to teachers. So there would be department head stipends and things like that as well. So those again would be, when we ask teachers to do things above and beyond their regular contract, we compensate them for it.
Right.
And I just can't remember all the various things that those would be, but I have no doubt that part of that 11 million would be the stipends that we pay out.
Right.
And I
for
mean, I think
various
something like
activities.
being a department head, that feels like it would be part of basic education, but I know we also
Oh, no.
pay them stipends for managing clubs and sports and a variety of other things. Now, I don't know if that lands in that line or in
Right.
the other line.
I actually don't think department heads would be part of
Right.
basic ed in
No.
the
Oh, yeah.
definition that the state.
Well, because I don't
funds.
think it's required. You don't
Yeah.
have to have a head of a department.
All right, okay,
No,
Yeah.
no,
I mean,
that's fair, that's
you
fair.
can have a school district that wouldn't have any of that.
And,
fair.
and we have stipends paid out of the capital levy, as Director Moraldo pointed out, but we also have stipends that come out of the P&O levy as well.
So not a question,
No.
and maybe not, I don't want to revisit this exact conversation that we had prior to the meeting, but I do think it is worth it to maybe step through again some of the components in the tech package. Again, for me, the thing I was most looking for and was glad to see there was in addition to the student tech, as well as seeing how that was a different ratio of technology to student per I guess, grade band, but also that it was inclusive of the building technology and technology in support of individual classrooms.
Mhm.
And then in particular, I think it's important, the building in of the potential for obviously devices that would go to students, but the associated Wi-Fi and hotspots that would go through. So I just, for me, I felt like that one came back in a very good comprehensive package.
Right, and I like the plan for the teacher training and release time, because a key part of this is not just putting devices in hands, but integrating it into the teaching and learning so that it becomes a tool as a part of their learning. So that is in here as well.
Well, I do know that the team heard loud and clear some concerns that the board had raised at earlier meetings, concerns that the community had raised as it relates to technology, from what we've heard from staff as well. And so I do appreciate the level of detail that they have come back with as it relates to this technology levy as well. Because this is a significant change for our system moving forward. And we've learned a lot from observing and spending time with our neighbors who are ahead of us in this realm as well. I've personally toured schools in the Bellevue School District and talked with their staff about how their one-to-one program works. And I know my team has done a lot of that. In fact, we've taken whole teams there as well. So that's why I think you see such a detailed, 152 line spreadsheet that you're looking at here, front and back.
Well, and it's interesting because other school districts are on the February 8th ballot. There have been articles in the last 2 days in the Seattle Times about those and their EP&O, their capital projects tech. And I read through the articles and I'm like, oh, all the same things we're putting in ours, the issues, and this goes to the EP&O, but around the nursing and the mental health and the psychologists and such, that the ratios that the state funds are just so inadequate that we use, our EP&O levy to provide that. Again, is that really enrichment? Well, it is by this definition, but it's critical services for kids.
Yeah. By the state definition, it is enrichment. By the ISD definition, I would argue it's an expectation.
Exactly. So I see Harlan's back, but I do know I'm going to go to Marnie, but just for reference, Harlan's back.
No, I was just going to quickly say, when it comes to the allocation by the state and what their ratios are and ours, I think it's with there's one for social workers in middle school.
Yeah.
You would have to have a middle school the size of every middle schooler in the state of Washington to qualify for a single one.
Yeah.
So sometimes there's no rationale to some of those allocation models.
And I do know that there's discussion and even some legislation down to address some of the prototypical as it relates to counselors and nurses, and that I strongly support those and I hope they happen. But all that's that still wouldn't even fund the numbers that we have.
Right.
But it would help.
And we will take any help. So if they do increase funding for nurses, let's say, especially after we've experienced COVID, we also know that, mental health is one of the top things.
Yes.
And the general things that support mental health for our students. And so if we get more dollars for something like nurses, it frees up dollars that we could use towards something else that would still fall within those buckets in
Absolutely.
our EP&O levy.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, I know it's not related, but it is the fact we have huge recovery costs, and Director Moraldo touched on those earlier, and those aren't going away anytime soon. We're going to be still in a COVID recovery mode from the disastrous shutdown of our schools for a time to come.
Yeah.
And I do want to make one other point that we talked about in the work study, but maybe not here, that the EP&O includes our entire safety and security department, which I think most people would consider absolutely critical, our entire equity department. So we have, whole groups of people working for the district in very, very important critical roles that aren't covered by the state at all.
Yeah, they're not part of the prototypical school model right now, funding model.
All right. And Harlan, did you have more questions? I know you're back. I don't, okay.
I
don't know.
did.
Oh, there you are.
There he is.
Okay.
So first of all, since I probably cut out before I could hear me, I think if you didn't hear this before from our superintendent, because I don't understand why our staff is smaller, yet now our ask for the additional teacher responsible outside of basic education is larger than the last levy. So I'll need that before I can support this. Otherwise, I agree. All the other things that are on this list make sense to me. They're very supported by our community, and they are enhancements to basic education.
Good. I don't know if,
So I did want to pivot to the technology,
okay, you know, you've written down that one.
the one that's blue and green. And so my first question is, based on the current one, right now, the line item that is the technology specialist building base, and it was listed in the last 4 years was 50-50 because there was a growth thing, but the total amount for this current school year was $2.6 million. And so my question first is, if the building specialists are getting $500, the ed tech specialists and building store certificated staff that are supporting other teachers, 500 times 26 buildings doesn't equal $2.5 million. So where is the rest of that money going? And then, so if in this one on line item number 4, that 2.5 is now 4.2. So where is that money going when we were just told in the work study that we're actually going to cut all of the secondary ed tech specialists? So then we're only talking 16 elementary schools that will have these building-based ed tech specialists. So I don't understand how that's $4.2 million.
Ed tech is on line 5, which was one of my questions, and I don't know if you had heard it. When what they refer to as ed tech, is the amount on line 5.
Yeah, I think there's some, maybe some misunderstandings that we left with at the work session. So the educational technology specialists, which are listed in this paper as instructional technology specialists, are TOSAs that work out of education, our TLS department and our ed tech department. We are looking at increasing those so that they are serving fewer schools and able to get to more staff for professional development. So this levy increases the number of TOSAs that are called educational technology specialists. So that is not being eliminated, and the ones that say site-based are the tech specialists that say building-based are more IT staff, so they maintain the hardware and the equipment. I'll let Director Eggers talk a little bit about how we're shifting it's not a $500, it's actually a $2,500 stipend. $2,500 stipend that teachers in the buildings who also supported their colleagues, how we're repurposing that fund.
Yeah, so each building has an educational tech or ed tech lead. That person traditionally has been paid a $2,500 stipend, and that's on a different line item on the, I didn't bring the second page. It's not under the staffing portion. What we're looking at for the coming year is release time at the secondary level of a couple of periods for one staff member within each of the secondary buildings in order to support teachers. And that would eliminate then the additional stipend that one teacher in the building currently receives.
yeah, maybe that is the line 145. It's called teacher training / release.
Yes. And then
And
there's
that's a green
sti-
line.
Yeah, and then there's a stipend, kind of a couple lines above that, that says webmaster stipend, Skyward building trainer stipend. That's, so that was taken out of that line item, the stipend.
Oh, 142.
Oh, yeah, I see that now.
Yep.
Yeah, got it. Okay. So part of it is a terminology for the different kind of specialists that are used. What was that, Harlan?
So which line is the ed tech lead of the certificate person?
The ed tech, the release time in the building would be what the line
Well-
item 145, I believe that Anne read about.
Well, the line 145, that's the teacher training release.
Yep.
That's release time for certificated staff,
Correct.
right? Okay. And then I don't know if he was again referring to the ed tech specialist. That was the line 5.
That's the TOSA.
Those are the TOSAs that
No,
support the
ed tech
building.
lead, so the certificated person in the building helps their colleagues. What line is that?
145.
But yeah, so that is the one that's being redesigned. It's repurposed to be using this release time instead of having a single ed tech lead in a building. Or,
Right.
So it's
There
a
would still
change
be
in
a single, there
philosophy.
would still be a single person in the building, but instead of getting a stipend, they would have release time in order to support teachers while they're teaching.
So,
Okay.
that's it. Thank you for that,
Okay.
Diana. Now I'm getting this now.
So it's moving from staff to PD.
It's moving from staff to release, from a stipend to release time.
Right, currently our ed tech
but
leads
that's under
with
P.
the stipend, everything
Yeah.
they do needs to be outside of their contract time. And teachers then to take advantage of that also need to do that outside of their contract time. So we want to provide teachers that support while they're doing their job. And so then that is releasing a couple of teachers, a teacher for a couple of periods during the school day that allows them to do that same work, but going into classrooms and helping teachers while they're doing their job, co-teaching, substituting for teachers while those other teachers have an opportunity to go observe somebody who may be very adept at integrating technology.
So Diana, would it be fair for me to say that this represents a significant increase in teacher support in the
Yes.
building?
Absolutely.
I think
it
that's
does.
what Dr. Gallinger's concern is, and I understand it, that if we're going to be asking much more of our teachers as it relates to integrating technology into their teaching, given this approach here, I think the concern is, will the teachers be supported? And I think it's a fair question. And one of the ways that and because I get it, when you work a full-time job and you get an additional stipend, you're addressing those problems after hours, before or after school.
Right.
I will let the board know, releasing a teacher from a period is a lot more expensive than $2,500. And releasing them from 2 periods is significantly more. So for example, a high school teacher teaches 5 periods, and now so if you take them 2 of those away, that's almost half their salary at that point. So it's.
And our vision is that this would, so in the first 2 years of the plan, that 2 release would be necessary. It might go from 2 to 1 in the second year, but over time, this needs to become part of teacher practice. So we're going to ramp up and we're going to get people there, and then it's going to be a part of teacher practice. So when we adopt new curriculum, that new curriculum training not only includes the content, but the technology pieces as well, so that it will be like a gradual release. Like we work with our elementary kids and we talk about gradual release. We do a lot of support in the beginning, and then eventually we're kind of releasing so that they are doing more work on their own. And that's just the way it's going to need to be. It needs to become part of your practice. And then we'll have to have, a strong onboarding for new staff that come in each year.
Right.
If that's the case, how come the dollar amounts continue to go up for your?
That I think is just the way that the finance department puts together the budgets. They take the plan and they almost even it out across the board. In the conversations that I've had with CFO Mr. Cooper and with Martin, that is what they tend to do with these the tech levy dollars that are coming in.
Okay, that just seems inconsistent because you look at line 27, 1-to-1, we're clearly whipsaws. We see it's 1.4 and then 250.
Yeah, and that's, and in the purchase of the equipment, because of the 5-year replacement cycle, there are times in the purchasing cycle where we have a lot more devices that need to be replaced.
So you're anticipating in the out years, at least based on what I'm reading, you're going to have a lot higher replacement cycle numbers. So that's why you see quite an escalation of that number.
Right. Like in talking with Kathy, she needs to purchase like 1,500 devices in order to get this plan in place for the fall.
Right. But then as time goes on, it appears that we're anticipating retiring larger numbers of machines out and having to replace more of them, which would make sense because we're going to buy a bunch more up front too.
And it also spikes when schools have been built. So if a school was built 5 years ago and outfitted with new technology, that school is going to hit that replacement cycle full on in that 5th year.
Got it. Even though the original computers for a new school come out of the construction,
Mhm. They need to be replaced.
they have to be replaced on that 5-year cycle.
Correct.
And if you opened a new school, like we're opening Cougar Mountain Middle School this year, we can anticipate that 5 years from now, that school is going to have a big demand on the replacement cycle.
Correct.
Got it.
And then as we open new schools going forward, because we're moving kids from a school to the new school, and the technology is now based on students, that technology could then move into the new school, because a middle school of 750, if they were to go down to 500, they don't need 250 laptops sitting on the shelves because the 250 kids left, right?
Right.
So those machines can really move with students as new schools take enrollment from other schools.
But they still are going to be subject to the replacement cycle
Correct.
5 years later.
Yes, absolutely, they will.
Got it.
It seems that if students are going to be given computers over a period that's longer than the life, the replacement cycle of the equipment, is the plan that they are going to check out their laptop as a 6th grader and then have to turn it in and get a different one as a 7th grader? It just seems like if the family could commit to having that same laptop for a X number of years, that would decrease the cost of the insurance or the risk of breakage. Because I'm very concerned about the cost to families, especially ones with more than one secondary student. The current cost of $75 a year for insurance, yes, it's optional, but that's a big cost over each year, over time when you have more than one student.
Did you catch all of that, Diana?
I think so. Kathy and I have talked a bit about what the plan, there's different models that different districts do. Some school districts check out the device and it is essentially kind of your device. You may keep it, through your career, up until it's needing to be replaced. And there's some benefit to that, because there's a notion then that if I know that this laptop is going to be my laptop next year too, then I might take better care of it, so to speak. The other model is that the machines come back for the summer and they get re-imaged, they get updated, they get repaired if necessary. I haven't talked with Kathy about whether or not she intends to then try to check that same device out to that same student.
So when I referenced that, you'll recall you and I spent some time in the Bellevue School District. I recall they are a system that does bring the devices in every summer, re-image them, do whatever they do. I don't know if they send the same device back out to the same child or not, but so basically that's one model. The other model would be, I check it out to you as a 6th grader and you might have that same one, but I'm going to imagine at some point, some tech is going to have to get hands on that device.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which I agree too. It's just when you look at just the tech part of our levy, and so if it's going to go from 39 cents to 47 cents, so it's essentially 8 cents. So follow my math. So our tech levy is going to go up 8 cents per 100,000 assessed value, right? So if the average home in our district is around $1 million for easy math. So each family's household is going to be paying an additional X number of dollars. And then on top of that, say that now you're going to need to protect that device. So I just feel like this is a very expensive program if you're not going to allow families to be able to bring their own device. So you're actually asking families to pay $800 and then to pay to have to protect that device, and then multiply that times multiple students in secondary.
So I guess I just want to insert, bring your own device is categorically more expensive than having an in-house program. You are going to burn more people, more tech, and significantly more time. You're going to have a much more diverse environment. The teachers will not know what they're holding. I think it's actually a terrible idea to stay with bring your own device. It has failed many a corporation over the years. having a consistent, controllable environment, particularly when you're dealing with student safety, and what they can do with those devices and making sure they're locked down properly. I would disagree strongly that the expense of bringing your own, it actually puts a lot more cost on the school system.
I will acknowledge, though, that it is expensive to do this. I mean, I think the bottom line point that Dr. Gallagher was trying to make, I can't disagree with that. It's expensive to go this way. I mean, we've had this debate, 4 years ago, we had this debate too, and we chose not to do it at that time. And frankly, I think we regretted that decision once the pandemic hit, but because the cost of having to push out 8,600 computers and hotspots and everything, of course, nobody predicted a pandemic when that all happened, but I do understand this is costly.
Right. But this is one of the things that the Levy committee struggled with, but came back with the value of implementing such a program. And again, it's not just the device in hand, but it's the integration with the teaching and therefore hopefully the learning for the student that is of the value for it.
Absolutely.
Which, by the way, with bring your own device is very hard to guarantee that you get that integration.
Right, I totally support the district driving the device because the difficulty for teachers and staff to be dealing with a whole variety of devices. Plus, if it's my device, that I'm sending to with my student, I don't necessarily want you to put software on it. And yet we have a requirement to put certain software on there to make it properly usable and, allowing kids to take tests and keep things under control and lock up browsers and such. So Marnie.
I think there's also part of this conversation that talks about, already we have students that struggle with what phone they have and do they have the phone, if they're barely able to afford something or they don't even have a phone, and how that is in the classroom for them. And if you suddenly have this comparison of machines based on economic ability, I mean, we're creating inequity. We're creating those environments where students don't feel inclusive. So I think part of being inclusive is to take away that barrier of I'm not as good as somebody else because look at all the bells and whistles their computer has. I also think there is a cost effectiveness of buying in mass a single thing. We haven't even talked about what are your actual contracts going to be with whoever you buy the product from. Especially if we're allowed to fix any of that in-house. So then you're not dealing, North Shore is talking about having bought 100,000 different types of devices, whether it's hotspots or laptops or whatever it is for students in the past 2 years. And they're struggling with the issue of right to repair, right? They're like, we're going to have to surplus things because we can't change the battery without it being cost prohibitive. So I think there is some flexibility. I know we've been going for years to things at NSBA that talked about one-to-one and things districts did. And some of it is CTE work where some of the minor repairs that could be done that wouldn't be so costly perhaps when it comes to these insurance can be done by other students where they're learning a technical skill on how to repair these machines. And those things have happened. I know that Chromebooks, I think, was one that a district used to be able to do that type of work. So there are opportunities, but I really think that the staff time alone for our teachers to have to worry about kids with different devices where it's not uniform, I think that's a huge struggle. It's probably something the pilot is finding is the teacher's biggest complaint, I would assume.
Yes, because again, those personal devices, they don't know what the students are able to access or not able to access, and parents have set their machines up differently for their students. So it is a struggle, and that did come out in the survey. And one thing that we recognized right in September as we were trying to get the Smarter Balanced Fall Assessment off the ground, which was, the spring assessment pushed into fall at the middle schools, while students all had a device in the classroom and were bringing it back and forth, we couldn't just do testing in the appropriate classroom without having to understand, okay, well, this room number 200 has 10 personal devices and 20 school issued devices. We need to bring in an additional 10 school devices so these kids can test because we can't put the secure browser on those personal devices. So while it should have been a little easier, it wasn't necessarily. It did take a lot of staff time to do those, the metrics to inform the schools where those personal devices were located.
And I do want to point out, as you may know, when you buy a computer, you have tons of excess stuff on it and you change the settings and the really nice thing about the district computers that our teachers so crave is that the IT department sets it up so it works and then locks it down so it works tomorrow and the next day and the next day. And that predictability that it's going to work, whereas a device they bring from home, they changed a setting, suddenly it's not working the way that they expected and they don't know how to troubleshoot every device. And so that savings of time, and I will tell you that is such a value to the families to know that it works and it has filtering software on there and it has some safety. I mean, just there's some real benefits, especially as you're trying to teach 6th, 7th, 8th graders how to be responsible users of that technology and use it for productivity in their lives. And so we're hoping that this is really a way of not only teaching them content, but teaching them how to work in a modern society and teaching all students, regardless of what supports and structures they might or might not have at home, to do so that we can get all students ready. And I tell you, with a freshman in college right now, thank God we had Canvas last year. Boy, that is really helping him right now. That's a life skill for him at the University of Washington. So.
Yes, go Huskies. We're just going to say it.
Oh, gosh. Okay. I don't know. Let's see if he's still there. There he is. I do.
Oh, yeah, you have
but
some
I
community
know,
folks.
I know. I'd like to keep our discussion going for another second until we run out of questions. So Harlan, did you have another one?
My next question is about HVAC. And I really want to hear, is there any building in our district that needs a overhaul their HVAC to meet the recommendations for COVID mitigation?
So and that question was about the HVAC. Is there anything that needs an overhaul?
Yeah. So any building in our district that needs a significant overhaul to meet the standards of COVID mitigation, if I captured that correctly.
Yes, because I want to make sure that if there is, then that needs to be front and center at the top of our list. And I didn't get the sense based on our work study, that was the case, but I just want to make sure that that's truly, that there is 0 buildings so that we can with confidence go forward and say to our voters, our HVACs are good by and large.
No, there are not any buildings that need to be upgraded to meet the standard COVID mitigations.
So we're good at, our
We're good.
baseline is good right now. What's in here is just to address those little, as you described in the work study, kind of one-off, a piece of a HVAC system in a school might need to be replaced. But the overall systems in our 26 schools, given the ones that we've just repaired, and some of our schools are very new, are all good.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Tom.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Harlan. Okay. Do we have anything here? Can I take a moment to take public comment? Okay, so we're going to take a moment to take some public comment. We are still limiting it to 2 minutes. I see 2 people with their hands raised. First is a Josh. Is that, so Josh, if you could come on, okay, well, maybe that's not Josh. But go ahead and state your name and your attendance area and then go ahead with comment.
Yeah, you got his wife, you got Dina. Dina Rutizik at Liberty High School. You know, earlier Superintendent Thiele said something that really struck me. He said we were able to do all this without raising taxes. And I just want to really point out that what that really means is that me and your entire community have been supporting extremely aggressive levies for a number of years. And we've done it We've done it with joy. It's been something I've looked forward to. But now everything's been shaken up. Many of us parents, myself included, have been spending more on education than we ever thought we'd have to spend. We're paying for tutors to fill in gaps from the incredible learning loss we all experienced so that our high school kids can compete when taking standardized testing. We're paying for private schools that we never imagined we'd be paying for because we live in the Issaquah School District, a great district. We've been supporting this district. We thought that when we needed the district to step up and meet our needs, that they would do it. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. And so many of us feel let down, again, myself included. I'd just like to take a second to encourage the board to take a step back. Realize that you no longer have the broad support that you've had in the past. In fact, the support for this district is probably the lowest that I've seen in the 15 years I've been a parent here. You no longer have an open checkbook because frankly, your community, myself included, have started asking questions. Shame on me that I didn't in the past, but now I am, and we're paying attention. And so again, I'd like to encourage the board to go back and look at what is truly essential instead of what would give you and the district the blue sky funding that you're requesting. Don't rush this levy. You no longer have the broad support that you used to have. And getting this levy passed is not going to be easy. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Meg Iyer, go ahead and turn on your video and state your name if it's not you in your attendance area.
I'm just trying to get my video.
There you go.
Hi, I'm actually a school district employee and I also have students at Pine Lake Middle School. I'm actually doing work tonight and I wasn't expecting to be talking, but I am on the Levy committee as a parent from Pine Lake Middle School. And I just wanted to share some information. I heard a lot of questions about the additional teacher responsibility outside of basic education. What was explained to us is that some of that could be class size because basic education looks at a certain class size. It also includes web presence, non-student days like the one that we have tomorrow, the 8-hour Wednesdays, tech training, which teachers can do up to 20 hours of training, but they only get paid if they do those training. It's not just like a handout. Curriculum night, and then other professional duties. I work in special education. And so, for example, when general education teachers come to our meetings before or after school, which is very valuable to have their voice and it's legally required, they are paid extra when they come to that. I also wanted to point out, you probably can't see it, but this was provided to the Levy Committee. Between 2010 and 2017, tax rates were up in the 5%. And so we're not looking to go back to how high they were in the past. We're looking to stay at 3%. And then lastly, as someone who works with students with mental health and works at a high school, our schools are overcrowded and we do not have all of the staffing that we need in order to support all of the students. But all of the teachers and the staff and the administrators and our central district office are supporting us. We are all working extremely hard to support students. And I know that our community has been very divided with what happened with COVID last year, but now is the time more than ever for there not to be sides anymore. We need to put the students first. If we cut the levy, if it doesn't pass, what's going to happen is our students are going to suffer even more greatly. The high schools did not drop in enrollment very much and they are bursting at the seams. If we don't have another high school, that means less kids are going to be involved in sports and clubs and activities and they won't find their space. I just wanted to share, I appreciate all the questions and thank you, board. Let's all just get together on the same page and do this for our students.
Thank you, Meg. I appreciate your input. All right, is there anyone else that wants to raise their hand or in the room? All right, I don't see anybody, but I'll try to keep my eye as we continue our discussion. So it's back to the board. Discussion. We have the opportunity to piecemeal take action. And any that we can do, we could do.
I would be willing to try a motion.
Okay, let's go with that.
Let's try
Suzanne.
an easy one. I move the board adopt resolution 1180, authorizing a levy for school buses. This levy funds new and replacement school buses for increased operational effectiveness and efficiency
and authorizes the following excess levy on all taxable property within the district. In 2023, the levy amount would be $3 million and the rate per thousand would be 7 cents approximately.
Second.
All right, team. We have a motion on the floor related to the bus levy. Any questions, comments, thoughts? And Harlan, you'll have to jump in because I either need him back where I can see him or I just need him to come off and speak. Marnie?
Okay.
I mean, just so I know.
Sure, I'll speak. This one, I know for me, this one makes sense. It makes sense for both historical as well as current practice. So I think this one.
Okay, good. Thank you. Then Marnie?
I was going to say, we've had great inspections and we get these unexpected inspections by the state patrol. And, as far as I know, we've never not passed one, never not done well, like 100%, like a flawless job. And part of that is maintaining a good, solid fleet. And then this is a way taxpayers are able to get so much out of the tax dollars that are spent. So I think it's really an important way to keep our kids safe. Some kids spend up to or more than an hour a day on a bus. And I think it needs to be a safe place, just like we want to have safe schools.
Well said. All right. Anything else on that one? All right. Then all those in favor of the motion to approve the bus levy, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Got it. I was waiting for him. I just, there's just that little lag to get that mute off. Okay, so that one is passed. We have one.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so what I heard Harlan say was he's not ready for the EP&O without more information. Is that correct?
I
Yes.
did, unless there was anything more that could be added related to the additional teacher responsibility, and I think the change from the prior one. And again, I don't know if, you would have to give us a little more detail, whether part of that is simply due to the inflation or whatever is causing as much escalation. I don't have before me the number that it was before.
Yeah, and I tried to capture it as well, just anticipating I'd be going back and doing some homework on that one related to the increasing cost, even though, staff numbers aren't necessarily increasing. What's behind driving some of those increased costs? And I didn't have a very concise answer to that. So I've got some work to do on that side.
So that's one.
So, sorry, but before I just want to make sure I know I'm clear on what the question is that we're researching, because we have I guess I'm not clear on what is the open question.
Well, I think, and he can chime back in. Again, it's in reference to the additional teacher responsibilities outside of basic education. And I guess a combination of a little bit more clarity of what actually goes into that and the change from where it was before.
Yeah, I think what I heard was that this dollar amount is larger than the dollar amount that was on the previous year's chart, but our staffing levels have remained flat or declined. And so the per teacher amount is higher, I guess. Is that correct, Harlan?
Correct. Thank you.
Oh, got it. Okay. So we need some clarity on that. Marnie?
So I think for me, what this issue is and why some clarity could be useful is I just, want to make sure that the public isn't thinking we're dumping whatever is left. Like we've done all this other math and we're dumping all the rest of the excess into that one line item and then we'll negotiate it as possible. So my anticipation is that's not it, that it's more broken out. But I think that's what I would want to see is that it's broken out by these are what the true costs are going to be. Here's a number of teachers we expect. Here's what we think those costs are going to be. Here's the responsibilities that those are paying for. Because, although the district cannot advocate for this, the board will.
Mm-hmm.
And we're taking a vote on it. So we need to have a full understanding of what that entails if we're going to go out and advocate for it.
Right, and I would also want to know if embedded in this, because again, these are all estimates based on enrollment, that if the projection is additional enrollment, then that projection is for additional staffing that would also need to be paid for whatever these additional responsibilities are. So again, some of this depends on how the projections fell, so that you created the capacity to be able to handle changes in enrollment and then staffing.
Yeah. This is, I just want to share, this is similar to the types of questions the committee members ask. And then, as you heard Dr. Almy say in the work study, we would go back in between those meetings, and there would be also questions like this that would come in via the email. And we do our darndest to try to get an answer that scratches that itch, if you will. So that was my intent, assuming, that we were going to do that we would have this time period between now and the next meeting where we would be able to flesh that out in more greater detail.
Yes, right, because
I'd also like.
So you keep breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you just came back. You kind of come in and out.
I would love for you to provide it like you did the technology one, where you have this 4-year articulation of change, because I'm going to need something compelling to be able to go to voters and say, we're asking for a 30% increase. And so I need to see what that looks like over those 4 years by line item, just like the technology.
You mean
I think he wants this whole chart 4 years.
Like the technology spreadsheet.
Right? So just have, this is what we're asking for in 23, 24, 25, 26. Is that right, Harlan?
That is correct.
Right.
Because how do we get 30% higher? That's just whopping.
Yep.
Well, it's actually this is 60, and this starts at 63.
Did you get your questions answered on the capital levy if I were to make a motion, or are you waiting on something there as well?
I think that you can make a motion. I don't feel like I have had my questions of the rollout answered to me to be sufficient enough for me to personally feel comfortable with this on behalf of our community. But we don't all have to agree. I think that there needs to be more conversation on how the rollout is. I don't disagree about the benefits of not having to bring your own device. But what I do have concerns about is if you think about replacement cycles, you think about just overall cost to families, we can take this thoughtfully into consideration on how we roll this out, such that the families aren't paying for the computer and then paying for the computer again, and then again. And that's essentially what we're asking families to do. And that's a purely expensive prospect.
I got slightly distracted. Was that all related to like the insurance for the devices?
Well, I think it's
I
a
missed-
combination of the a combination of the insurance and the rollout of the technology purchases, I think.
The actual tax that you would pay to implement the program, as well as the cost that a family
Of the
might incur
insurance.
of the insurance over that period of time.
Harlan, I don't,
Or the cost to repair if they don't get the insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we were doing this and then issuing them a device, and then they kept it over their life cycle, and then as a family, they could choose whether they want to insure it or repair it, knowing that they would have it over its life cycle, whether it's 4 years or 5 years, that would be very different for me, because I could sell that. I can't sell this in its current iteration.
I'm really struggling to hear what
Yeah,
Harlan is
I
saying,
am
so
too.
I don't know how productive,
You know,
at least for me, this is.
It might be helpful if, this comes back in 2 weeks maybe I could do some outreach directly to Director Gallinger, or he could put the question more in writing for us, because I'm struggling a little bit too in the context of not always hearing what he's saying, and also just, we've been talking a lot about it here tonight.
Well,
so.
and what I wanted to say is, I'm not going to make a motion if Dr. Gallinger doesn't feel that he has enough information or clarity
Right.
to support the measure. I would rather wait.
Yep.
But I do want to make sure that between now and February 10th, he has an opportunity to meet with you or with Diana or with whomever it needs to get to a place where he feels he can be, that all of his questions have been addressed and he can be supportive.
Yeah, or just that I agree wholeheartedly, Director Weaver. I think I just want to make sure that all of you can get your questions answered
Right.
before you're forced to
We're
take
on
a
very
vote.
tight timeline now.
Right. I don't want to come back to February 10th and find out that there's 5 more questions that haven't been answered.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the bandwidth to
we
do it.
don't.
Yeah,
So
we have some work to do
beyond
in the
our
interim.
approval of these February 10th, we would take the scheduling of a special meeting to be able to meet the deadline of February 25th. Or we simply take the vote of the members of the board that are there and move forward with that action. But I can see waiting until the February 10th meeting. But in the meanwhile, to be able to clarify any questions that can help explain the information that's in here. Because again, whatever will come up at the meeting, our February 10th meeting, we have to have the official resolutions. And it would be very difficult to make any kind of changes to the resolution on the fly. So we would have to be able to.
Right, those would have to go to legal counsel.
Yeah,
They would,
yes.
to be able to make any adjustments in that. And so that's what creates part of the timing challenge, and that is just the way it is. And, but we can step forward with more information at our next meeting. Marnie?
So I think if one of us were opposed to line items and we were going to be a no because of those things, then I would say, go ahead and take the vote, because it's likely their minds are not going to change. And I don't know how the rest of you are planning on voting. I can only gather some ideas around our conversation today. But if a member here does not feel ready to vote, I would not want to have this move forward with a no vote, not because they're in disagreement, but because they're not fully they don't have enough information to vote yes. And so I would prefer to wait until February 10th, provide the opportunity. I think, Ms. Akers would be able to give him the information that he needs, because I think he's asking valid questions about what does the rollout look like for families, and what is it going to be the personal financial impact, because not only is it raising each of our taxes for people that live here, whether you own a home or you rent, you're still going to pay the property taxes to do this. And is it going to be beneficial to do that, plus any type of expenses that you incur by having the machine in your household? So I think answering those, I'd rather wait.
Right. We
until we're all-
have the time to wait
I
until
agree.
February 10th to get the clarity on those answers. And then I would say at that point, unless there were specific things that have been discovered along the way related to what is in the levy or what is being recommended, we would move forward with a vote on what is before us.
Yeah,
And
and
that
to
is
be-
just
oh,
up
sorry.
to then the collective majority of the board.
Yeah, and to be clear, I wasn't saying, I want to wait so we get a unanimous vote. I was saying, I don't want to move forward.
Right.
If there are still outstanding questions, I want those to be
Right,
clarified.
and I'm completely in agreement.
Yep.
So and we have the time
Yep.
to go to February 10th. That is our current deadline.
But I do want to make sure that all of the outstanding questions are addressed before February 10th, because come February 10th, I think we do need to have a vote, and it'd be lovely if it's unanimous. If it's not, it's not. But, but I don't want questions hanging, but I don't want more questions to come up at the February 10th meeting and then
Well, I
we're
think
stuck.
what we're saying is it's incumbent upon each of us, any of us that have questions, to work this week with Ron and staff to get the answers. and to be diligent about working from this point forward for at least them, the person that initiated the questions, to get the clarity that they're looking for, so that by the time we get to the 10th, they have the clarity because that's already been worked out. If there are additional questions along the way. And then as anyone, if Harlan works with you to get very specific about that, making sure that we're understanding the question right, you're providing the feedback, you can provide the feedback to the whole board. It will not create a conversation amongst the board. It will just be information to us. And then we would all bring it back together, and our next discussion of it collectively would be on the 10th. And that's when we would be able to share, because, you know, all these questions have been raised in our public meeting. We want to answer them in our public meeting. So we would go through any of the answers and then be able to take a vote on the measures and decide what to do. So we have.
And our intent, just to be clear, our intent was to give you that time.
Yeah,
I mean,
know.
we
That's
have
why
all-
we had this as possible action, because just like with the bus one is pretty straightforward, and who doesn't love a bus? Right?
It's a
And so it's
tangible
easy.
thing. You can see your tax
Exactly.
dollars at
We
work
can.
literally every day in
And
your
so
neighborhood.
we've checked that one off. So that is nice. Now we have questions on the other two, and all board members know that they really need to work with you directly and
Yes.
quickly to get answers, whether they're happy with them or not.
I would
to get
only
that clarity.
I would only modify, you said this week. I think what you meant is
Into
tomorrow
next week.
and next
Well, I
week.
mean the
Yeah.
next week, between
Yeah.
now and next Thursday, so that we have,
That would be
and
great.
lead into the, I don't want it to be wait until the day before our next meeting, because that's inadequate.
And I recognize that right now, this conversation is based around a question from Dr. Gallinger. You all could walk out of this room tonight and come up with a question as well. So I agree. Please don't hesitate to, in as timely a manner as possible, reach out to me with your questions. The team and I will do our darndest to answer it. Now, truthfully, you may not like an answer that we provide, but we will do our best to get you as clear and concise of an answer as we can.
Yeah. All right.
And I will just point out that all of the committee meeting notes and videos are incredibly informational. So I don't know that this is just about you and your staff. I think there's a component of self-service available as well.
No, the minutes are very complete. They are. They give quite a bit of the discussion. And again, there are no videos.
Yeah, not the videos, but the minutes.
The
Yes.
minutes are very detailed and describe the sequence of their conversations and the feedback from each little breakout group.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say videos. The reference material that went into those meetings
Yes.
is all there. So it's the minutes and then all of the reference
Yeah,
information.
and that's a great point, Director Mullins. If anybody listening in the community as well, those resources will stay up there. So you can go and
Right,
look
all
at
the
those as
committee
part of the
materials.
Levy Development Committee materials. Yes.
All right, then I think for this moment, we can move on with the bus motion passed, and we'll come back to one down. We'll come back to the EPNO and the capital levy at our next meeting, and we will move on.
Okay.
Yes, I know. Thanks. All right, so we'll start. This is a board discussion and action on the pro-con statement for the ballot levy proposition. If I could just take a motion or receive the motion, and then I'll explain more.
Okay, I move the board direct the superintendent and administration, this is not a sentence, to obtain a pro and con statement as discussed during the meeting. Nobody's seconding it.
Second.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you for the motion. So the laws changed, the legislature changed it, whoever changed it.
Yes.
And school districts
Legislature.
now are required to be in the voters pamphlet. And so it is now an obligation of the board to have final selection on the up to 3 people that would be on a pro or con committee to provide a written statement to King County for the voters pamphlet. And so what we're doing with this is basically directing our superintendent to advertise, and I'm starting sort of the advertisement right this
Yep.
minute, that we are looking for people to apply to provide this pro or con, and this is on each of the measures. So somebody could say, I want to be the con on the EP&O, and somebody else could say they want to be the con on the bus, right? So we're looking for, it could be the same person as well, but it doesn't have to be. So with 3 measures, it's really 6 committees that would then provide this input. We need to take action. So we're going to advertise now, and this will go up on the website. I think we were saying that it would be due to the district by February 7th.
Yep.
And there'll be a person to contact to provide your name. And you provide your name, your mailing address, email address, phone, and a brief why you would like to do this. The board will take that in at our February 10th meeting and make a determination on who is on the committee for each of these. This information has to go with our resolution to King County by February 25th. So all we're doing here is making it clear we're going to advertise for that. The other thing that we also will be doing is creating a explanatory, I don't like that word, statement for each of the levy measures, because that also goes into the voters pamphlet. And so legal has created a statement that we'll just have to review. And at some point, I don't know if we would
Can the district do that part because it's factual?
Yes,
Yes.
that part the district can do. It would, since this is the first time we're doing it, it's kind of a new thing.
Yeah, and
Whether
we
we
should
want,
add, oh, I'm
I was
sorry.
going to say whether we want an opportunity for the board to review it. If there's 2 members of the board that would like to, help take a look at that. It is the very factual statement. So it sort of reads a little bit more like our resolution. It's definitely not an advocacy. It simply states what's in it. So it's very limited to what it can say.
I was just going to add that as you explained it to me, the pro-con statement, there's 2 pieces. There's one, which is writing the pro statement, and then a couple of weeks go by and the con statement is presented to you in order to write a rebuttal to the con.
Right,
So there's 2, you've got to have the pro and then the rebuttal to the con, and vice versa for the person writing the con statement.
That is true. And it's actually a very tight timeline. The pro and con statements, the original statements are due like March 1st, and the rebuttals are due March 3rd. So anybody who works on it, it's incredibly tight timeline as far as the rebuttal piece. But yes, that is, so the people that apply to do this would be 2 parts. They would do, if somebody was doing the pro, they would do the pro and then the rebuttal to the con.
Yep.
Yep.
And
yes,
I assume there are word limits and all
oh,
that.
yes, there are
Yes.
definitely word limits. If you want, for anybody who's listening that is interested, if you go out and take a look at all the school districts that are on the February 8th ballot, all their voter pamphlets are out online because everything's out on the King County Elections website, and you can take a look at any of those, and that will give you the formatting on what they basically look like.
Yeah.
As far as that.
I will tell you that council, and they've been advising all these other districts, so that's one positive thing about not being on this February ballot, is we kind of get to see how they did it and learn from them. The law is a bit murky, so council is having to interpret this, but I think it's, it holds up, and you see continuity in the way it's happening. So I think they've settled in on a way to do it. And so we're going to follow their lead with that, but it is new and quite interesting.
Yes.
So our role is to advertise for these, but is there any sort of oversight? So after or insurance that it occurs?
So we advertise for it, the names come back. This will come back before the board to make a decision on the individuals who will be on the committee. So we take action again February 10th to name these individual people.
And
how will we judge? That's my question.
Yeah.
But there's no guidance on that as far as I'm aware.
Well, I'm almost nervous to say this because I asked this question today. Well, in a statement, what if somebody's not truthful?
Right, that's what I was like, do we have an oversight?
It's really tough because as I understand it, in, it's political speech. And so I don't know, because it raises lots of, Director Mullings, I have many concerns, and kind of that look that you have right now, I've been having for a long time since this.
Now, I think one opportunity is for the folks that are working on these is the rebuttal. So what ends up happening is and this is what I understand so far, that, the pro people submit, the con people submit, and they get switched. So the pro people get to see the con's argument and write a rebuttal, and that would be, and vice
That's
versa.
where you
Both
may
ways,
call out
depends on
something
whichever
that you
way.
feel is inaccurate
But if
in
you
the
feel like
statement.
there were things they feel like there were things that are inaccurate, they have the opportunity to
Mhm.
call that out. But I don't believe
Interesting.
there's anything beyond that. We don't get any oversight into
What it says.
in either of the message. We get to
Okay.
decide who goes on the committee. So, and it's up to 3 people. So unless you had a whole bunch of people, maybe it won't be that difficult of a decision because it's the people that have come forward. But beyond that, I
Okay.
don't think we have a choice.
I'm just going to say, I am fascinated by the idea that we can decide who gets to put the con statement in.
I'm
It just
fascinated that
really-
we have to go find the person.
Well, we don't, because if no one steps forward, I think we get to say we advertised. If no one steps forward, that,
Somebody will.
I
step
believe
forward.
somebody will.
Because
Oh, I think
there's.
so.
Because
you can
in
do
all
it.
the other ones, for the other districts out there on February, I believe there's,
It-
somebody wrote a con for every single one of them.
And
So I'm
you,
not too worried about
and you
that.
actually see people who write con statements for multiple districts.
And one of the,
Okay.
you do not have to live in the district. So
Oh,
for like February 8th, the same
Fascinating.
person wrote 80% of the cons. And
fascinating.
obviously doesn't live in all the districts. So
All right.
it's just an observation from
Yeah.
having looked at all of them. As
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out what this meant and what we had to do.
We always keep it interesting here.
Yes, we do. So our
Yes, we
first step
do.
is just to direct our superintendent to put up on the website the advertisement so we get the information out there and
Yep.
let people know how they apply to be on this. And then we'll take action again, February 10th, to name the actual
Yeah.
people.
You're-
And then our job, our part of that is will be done.
Yeah, you're basically giving us authority to get the process going.
Yes. All right. So unless there are any other questions about that one? All right. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
I,
Aye. Okay, so we've got
Thank
that
you.
going. I know, and now we're up to COVID mitigation.
Okay. Want me to jump
Yep,
in?
go ahead.
President Moore,
That's yours.
I will be, and fortunately, I can be relatively brief.
Yeah.
Because we're experiencing I've got some good news to share. Student attendance since the recent outbreak or surge has been steadily improving, and it is now getting close to pre-COVID normal. The last few days, approximately 96% of our students have been attending, and again, that's been steadily improving. And in fact, today we were just over 1,000 student absence, out of, all the students in our system. And that's very, very encouraging. Similar situation with staff attendance and approaching normal levels. And related to that, I just have to give a huge thanks to all those staff out there who have stepped up to support their colleagues and support our students. As people were having to be out ill and we had uncovered positions, people changed their job response. They took on additional responsibilities. They covered classes. They just really, everybody pulled together as a team. And as a result, unlike so many other districts, we never had to close a school. And I'm so proud of our staff for that. And it could have happened, we clearly had an impact of this virus and continue to have an impact in our community. But we really weathered that storm well. And I think attendance is a real good bellwether. People are getting better. There was clearly a lot of transmission over the holidays. I experienced it in my own personal life. Like I hadn't seen previously in the pandemic. And, with family members and friends testing positive and the like. The good news is for those who are fully vaccinated, which the vast majority of our community is, and certainly that's true of our staff, people have been recovering relatively well. That's not to say there weren't some folks getting real sick out there, but so very good news on that front. I will say, though, that this recent surge also added a big hit to our Test to Stay program. Just the numbers went up dramatically because we had so much higher numbers of COVID in our system. And again, here, I just have to give a shout out to those folks out in the buildings, those COVID supervisors and the nurses and everybody who were implementing that program, because that program has been critical in our effort to keep as many kids in school in person as possible. And I know you've heard this from our district COVID supervisor, Dr. Almy. We were one of, if not the first district in King County to implement Test to Stay. We've never wavered from it, even when buildings this past week had numbers. Elementary schools were testing as high as up into the 70s of kids who were getting to stay. I know we had a question, and we're not ignoring it, about, well, of your Test to Stay kids, what percentage of them have been testing positive? Honestly, I could not ask them to gather any more data for me. I just needed them to focus on getting, because I want to remind you, the person who's administering all those tests, they have other jobs as well to do in the school day. But so we will, we're not ignoring the question. We will go back, but the reality is we were just really staying focused on what does it take to make sure classes are covered, that we have a staff person available, that it's safe, that we are able to implement our Test to Stay program. So again, huge thanks to folks for that. And then importantly, related to our COVID mitigation and to the work that's happening, our academic and social emotional well-being recovery efforts continue at all levels and in all schools and classrooms. And not just our special ed recovery, but other recovery efforts as well. And, our special services team and staff and general ed staff who are supporting those recovery efforts, we're so grateful to them. So overall, yes, we are still living in very serious times. There's still a lot of COVID out in society, but we have done such a nice job as a community mitigating, and people have just really come together this year in a way that I certainly didn't experience last year. And our schools have remained open. I believe we've only had to temporarily close 2 classrooms throughout this entire year. And of course, we are now into the second semester of the school year. We're over halfway. And as I've said before, I've only closed the schools 1 day this year, and that was because of snow. So those efforts are going well. And we do continue to HR continues to hire people, which is great, to support our absenteeism, and they continue to work with our exempted employees with weekly testing and the like too. I will note that our testing supply has held up. Our team did a great job of making sure to get tests, although, we have to continue to do that. And actually, the Department of Health modified the sports testing program just this week, because some districts were really literally running out of tests. And it was like, do I keep testing athletes when I need the test to keep my schools open? But they've modified that, and we'll be changing seasons here pretty soon too. And some of the high risk sports will be coming off. So, I'm always nervous about the future when it comes to COVID, but right now, we seem to be headed in the right direction. Schools are remaining open. People seem to be getting better. And it's reflected in the county's numbers as well. You see a pretty dramatic drop. I think we're down we were up at 2,000 cases per 100,000. I think we're back down to about 1,000 now or so. And I know there's a question down there from Director Moraldo.
Yeah, Marnie.
So the COVID folks and staff in the buildings, are they doing contact tracing, or I guess, because my assumption is that they are. And
yes.
One of the things with all the testing that people don't realize is that we're doing the job that public health should be doing.
100%.
And we are not getting funded by public health to do that. So we have not brought on additional people to do the testing that normally back in the day 2021, you would go to a place to get tested.
Yes.
Right. So now we're doing that in the building for staff and students and you've seen the rates. And so the rates of possible exposure and they come in and get tested to stay. And so when people are like, I want more information, there really is a reason why the district is saying they're overworked. Actually, bring your COVID person cookies because they probably could use a little boost right now.
Yes.
And so I appreciate the staff that's doing that because it's kept our schools open, and that we've already taken a dive into some of our data. We'll take a dive later on in this meeting to see why keeping our schools open is imperative.
Yep. You're absolutely right, Director Moraldo. Our own data tells us how critical it is that we do this. It's why it became priority one. It's why we were not putting a levy development committee out in September and October. Everything else became secondary to that purpose. The board made it clear to us last spring that that's what they wanted. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. And I'm just proud of the staff because I think they've continued to just pull it off in an amazing way. But you're right and I've shared that exact sentiment with public health on more than one occasion that it would be nice.
I think we've been in meetings
If I
together.
could get out of the epidemiology, public health work. I do understand that they're overwhelmed as well. So, I get it. My rational brain understands it, but it has been frustrating. But we're doing well. That's not to say we're out of the woods or anything like that yet. But I remain incredibly optimistic for the future.
And if we do have to do it, it would have been helpful to have more of the ESSER dollars that would allow us to be able to hire the staff to do the work.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, if you're going to make us do the work, help us with the funding to do it.
Well, I will tell you that, and I am a lover of public education, and I'm in a lot of calls with all of the districts in our region on a frequent basis. And when I hear my colleagues talk about, oh, we hired so-and-so people to do this because we used our ESSER dollars. It's a little bit of a gut punch to me every time I hear something like that. And because we just
don't have the same opportunity.
We just didn't get that opportunity.
No.
And I think I shared it in the word. Oh, sorry.
Suzanne?
Well, okay, so you said that we only had to close 2 classrooms. Have we had to curtail any sports? Because I keep reading that most in-school transmission or a lot of in-school transmission is actually related to sports.
We've had athletic events be canceled, sometimes because of COVID on our team, sometimes with COVID on the other teams. We also made the decision to not do our end of year middle school wrestling tournament. We got most of the season in, but we had some challenges with wrestling. Wrestling has been particularly challenging. I know that was disappointing to some of our folks, but I think it was the right decision to make. Again, we were flat out told by public health, you will experience a COVID outbreak if you have that wrestling tournament. And I have no doubt about that. And I just don't want kids missing school if we can do anything to help it. So while I feel bad for those wrestlers, they did get most of their season in. But yeah, there has been some disruptions to athletics as well.
Marnie?
Sorry, I was taking a sip. I think I had mentioned during the work study, but I thought I'd mention it here for the public as well, that in talking, with WASDA, we were back in the DC and we actually got to meet with members in the Department of Health, one of which was the chief of staff for the Secretary Cardrones. And when we talked about ESSER dollars, I made it clear what the issues were and how much we had received as a district of 20,000. And he was just gobsmacked. He had not even contemplated that was an issue. He kind of called it a donut hole, which in our area means a whole different thing when it comes to property.
I lived on a donut hole once.
But so it was really a great opportunity. Harlan forwarded off the information that we've collected from our East Side school district partners. And I haven't contacted, but I have actually put together a spreadsheet that defines free and reduced lunch, what those measurements are, and then what is considered poverty by housing and urban development. So I hope to plan to send that off because it really was a surprise. So he's actually looking, there are potentials for them to be able to do something in rules making to be able to provide more funding for those districts that haven't. So I'm hoping next week to be able to do a little bit more advocacy around that area.
Excellent. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
all that work on that. That's
Thank
very
you.
helpful. Very helpful. Sydney? No? All right. Anything else?
Nope, that's all I had for tonight.
Okay. So I guess,
Sorry, I missed my note to myself. The one thing I do wonder is if we have planned any proactive communication prior to next break. I know we just had this
Oh,
bit of a surge post with the last break, and I believe we've sent communications prior to breaks before, but I'm not sure how many people get their eyeballs on those. So it'd be nice if we're going to send any communication prior to next break to help people with thoughts about travel and
I mean, I know,
testing, et cetera.
yeah, we have done that in the past. I'll assume that we probably are. And now that it's been entered into
Yeah.
this conversation, that will help remind us to do so. Yeah.
and before we leave this, even though we kind of jumped out of order because I didn't say it, is there any public comment? Is there anybody that would like to make public comment on the COVID? Thank you. No, we have people, but nobody's got their hand up.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that I can also see it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there are people out there. No, even Harlan, he's still with us. But in Harlan, if you had any questions, you just got to jump in on us.
No questions.
Okay, see, he's good. All right, so now that is that item, and we're going to move on to the student representative discussion. So we'll take an update from Sydney and Marnie on the work that they've been doing, investigating how we might change our student representation. And I know you sent us something, so I'm sure we're kind of speaking off of that.
I did send
You
something.
did. You gave us
and
something
I've
to
been
read.
having a heck of a time with my computer, so I'm gonna try to open it again. Because, oh, that would be actually amazing if you haven't. Thank you. We're gonna get my computer fixed, I think. So, so this has actually been pretty fun, which has been great to have something kind of inspirational to work on lately. So what Marnie and I have been talking about is how do we want to look at and update how the board, student representation to the board. We came once before and talked about some initial ideas, got some feedback from oh, thank you. So do you have one for you? Okay, wicked. So we came forward and said, here's some of the initial thoughts of how we could update student engagement, make it a bit of a deeper, richer relationship with student representation to the board. We deeply enjoy having our students join us for our board meetings. We get a lot of great insights today from students and how they're experiencing life in each of their schools, in each of our high schools. I think collectively we said there's an opportunity to see if there a deeper partnership. Is there more we can be hearing that student voice as we're actually digging into policy, et cetera. So since our last meeting, the idea or some of the suggestions was, hey, it would be great to meet with some of the students. So we met with some of our ASB exec board members right before the last board meeting to talk to them about the program, what is interesting, what could it look like in the future. And then I also met with one of the Riverview school board members who you had recommended, Suzanne, who is actually really excited to talk about what they're doing in their whole program. So it was, yeah, so they were really excited. And so what you'll see in the Word document I shared is an update based on some of that feedback, which I'll go through again. And then at the end, I also included links to the Riverview material. So you can go out and see their program, which is published on their site. And there's information about they have a board policy around student reps. They have procedures governing how they interact with their student reps. They have an application process that's out there. And so I'll talk a little bit about some of those learnings. So, and then, the other one I reached out to, but I didn't hear back from anyone was Richland. So I was able to talk to Riverview. So on the recommendation, So the idea here is that beginning next school year, conceivably, that we would create a new connection method, that we would have 2 students from each of our comprehensive high schools. And I'll annotate a little bit what's different with Riverview as I go. Riverview only has 1 high school, so they have 2 representatives. So it's a little bit different scale. When we talked last, we said we were thinking maybe a junior and a senior. What was interesting, and that is how it works in Riverview. What was interesting is when we talked to our own ASB team, they actually felt it would be really good for us to have insights from a sophomore. And they felt that a sophomore would be new enough to the school to still have new thoughts, new insights, but maybe not be deeply assimilated into that's just how things work. They also felt a sophomore might have more time as seniors, juniors, and seniors are, really trying to drive toward getting ready for their next opportunities post high school. So I thought that was an interesting add. So what I updated the document to say is that we would look to have representation from 1 lower and 1 upperclassman, just trying to make that a little bit more flexible. Obviously, you guys can decide if we could stick with junior and senior, obviously, but that was their feedback.
Can I ask a question on that part? So when you say 1 lower, does that mean coming from the rising freshman and 1 from the sophomore junior? Yeah, see, that's where I was getting a little.
Correct. So we would start with a rising freshman because we would pick at the end
Or
of
rising
current-
sophomore, maybe I should be calling them, but when they apply, they're a freshman.
when they would apply, they'd be the end of their freshman year.
Okay.
So they would frankly be sharing with us through whatever this application process, all those good early ideas. And then the other member could be becoming
the current
becoming a
sophomore,
junior,
junior.
becoming
Okay.
a senior. So I thought that was super interesting. So I think what did hold and the ASB students agreed is that having application from the broad student body would be great and getting a broad sense of student opinion. And but what they called out, which I think was also helpful is, but those individuals would need the resources of ASB. So the ability to reach out to the broad student body, activities, coordinators, et cetera, to help them gain access. Is that fair? Okay. So the idea, I think the group of students we talked to was actually quite interested in digging into the governing policies. And so the idea that each student could be attached to a given EL or executive limitation and help giving comment, feedback, helping to review progress seemed to be a good idea. They get to understand it deeply, get to review historical performance, collect student body feedback from a broader group, and be able to participate in board monitoring and potentially make recommendations for updates. We could invite students to all of our board meetings, participate in all agenda items, not dissimilar to what we do today, but certainly if it was their EL coming up, then that student would have a bigger role and participate more. They'd have also the opportunity to, as a group, I thought it would be interesting to have feedback on the ends. So what, are those the right ends for students and how might they suggest we potentially update in the future? Public input, just like we had tonight, would still be great. There would still need some level of board and admin support required for onboarding. This was a big part in Riverview that they made sure that each of the representatives, now they have 2 people, 2 years long, but they're explaining like what are the components of the agenda, the flow of meetings, how to look at the data so they have more depth in onboarding. And the idea is that the second year student reps or the more senior reps would be able to mentor the earlier reps. So does any questions before I kind of go section by section into some pros and cons maybe?
Oh, well, I was going to ask just on that very last point where you talk about the more senior would mentor the less senior, but is that thinking that people would do it for 2 years?
Yeah, that was.
Okay, that's where I
So
was
that
wondering.
was a good part of the conversation. So we started the conversation with, hey, it would be this 2-year commitment. And that seemed daunting for our ASB students. They were like, that's a long time. I'm gonna commit. Yeah, when you're 16, like I'm gonna lock up 2 years. So that last piece I said about the sort of mentorship, student to student may fall apart in this, but I think where we landed is they would love to have a 1-year commitment and an option for a second. Because maybe they love it, maybe it's amazing. But
it's not
the 2 year
required,
off
but they
the
wouldn't be
top.
barred from applying again.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, well,
think
and
so.
I wonder, would that attitude change if, like Riverview, there was some class credit attached to the job?
So we talked about perks. And interestingly enough, they were like, doing it was the perk.
Yeah, it wasn't anything because it might have been we weren't quite sure how class credit would go, but it didn't seem like what would inspire them. It was actually very interesting where they're like, some of them, it just may not be their jam, right? And I could tell already 2 people that would be applying for that job immediately. Based on our conversation, you could tell they were all for it. But I just think that the 2 years just feels daunting to them, regardless, and I think part of it is just the level of our students just perform at a different level than a lot of students. And I think that if they were to do this, and I think and our hope is that they dive right in. And if they dive right in, it's going to take some time for them.
It
So I
is a
think a 2-year
commitment.
community feels big.
Time.
Yeah.
Right, and we want them to feel good about doing that, but yeah, we
Right.
don't want it to be so onerous that they wouldn't want to continue.
And of course,
Right.
another perk could be a brilliant letter of recommendation from a board member when you're applying to college. Assuming they did an awesome job.
I think because some of them had already gone to annual conference, that was a perk.
Yeah,
Can I
annual
go to
conference
annual
was a
conference?
perk.
Can I go to legislative conference?
Oh, okay.
I think
Right.
those are perks. And so I think it makes it easier for us to know who those students would be. But I think it might be where we end up doing it every year. If it's a 1-year commitment, would they come with us to Spokane? And can we make that, who wants to be the chaperone?
And,
I don't know, that's a lot of
Spokane.
students to take.
and there was definitely an interest. What was also exciting about that
Yeah.
was connecting with the other student reps.
Uh-huh.
Like keeping those connections, making those bridges. They saw that as a very fertile
Mhm.
group of other young
You mean
adults
reps from other districts?
from other
Yeah.
districts,
Yeah.
that was a group that was like, oh, some of us still stay connected. And so that seemed to be quite interesting. So I'll go through the bullets a little bit. So the idea, we still do 2 per high school, so 8 total reps. Other interested students could form an advisory group at each high school. So let's say we have an overwhelming application of 14 students who want to do it, then they would kind of have a built-in advisory group. And that I said it before, the ASB exec board, that would be a critical group to assist them in making connections. They focus on ELs, collecting themes from student community for feedback, public input to the board. And then I think another thing that was exciting to that group we talked to was this idea of the early group gets to really form what this is. Like, oh, we would get to shape what it really looks like and what
Oh,
it really feels
absolutely.
like. That seemed very exciting to them. Again, there was this interesting bit about sophomores or the rising freshmen having not been assimilated yet, and that would be a cool source of input. I don't think that would preclude if a school was like a junior and senior, but they didn't want to
Just opening it to sophomores.
just opening
Yeah.
up to sophomores. Yeah, great perspective on the student body. Assignment I have here, year-long commitment, option for second year. The 2-year commitment seemed daunting. Everyone was in support of the open student body application. Selection by the board is the Riverview model. And I think we asked them, I think they didn't want to select as the ASB either. Yeah, they didn't want to select.
Yeah, they did not
I
want to
think
be
we
a part of
asked
the selection process.
I think it should be the board or at least a subcommittee of the board, two board members.
I think that might be something we consider, just because if there's 8 of them, it might be a little daunting for the whole board to sit through.
Yes.
The interview of all 8
Well,
of them.
or if there's a paper application, the entire board could review those and say, oh, these look good.
Mhm.
But if there's an actual interview process, then yeah, that could be just 2 board members.
And I'll get into how Riverview does it, because Riverview is going exactly where you're going, Suzanne, on the panel selection criteria. openness student body, interest in civics. They were very keen to make sure it was a diverse view, representation of the student body, meaningful engagement in the monitoring calendar. Collaboration between reps at the same school was positive. Upperclassmen mentorship of lowerclassmen was certainly in the Riverview one. The one comment I thought was really interesting about Riverview is they were very specific where student reps were seated on their board dais. So I don't remember, I didn't write it down here, so I'd have to go back and look, but they made sure, so like we would put 2 at the end. They divided them up and so that they had access to questions more easily. And the more senior member, I think, was near like Diane and the superintendent and was much more involved in the running of the meeting. And then the other representative was next to like the board sponsor, and it was more about the content of the meeting. And so they had different roles in Riverview that they're playing. And so they're learning different skills based on the year and the program that they are in. So I thought that was seating chart. I'd never thought about the seating chart. Again, we talked about what was possible. I cut the list down based after the student conversation. Riverview does the course credit. That frankly didn't seem super exciting. I mean, Andrew could, if you want to share, certainly you were in that meeting, so you could share any additional thoughts as well. But I left it because that was in the Riverview example. The other thing I would say is I think there's a lot in the Riverview mechanics that we could certainly use and adapt. In particular, they have a job description. They have an application, and the application is 3 short essays. I think it was 250 words about their educational goals, their thought on being a servant leader, and why be on the board. So short. They also have an interview rubric, so it's already developed of what would make a great candidate. They have a current teacher recommendation form. So the students were getting recommendations from their current teachers. And then the interview was a panel. And I didn't write down all of the people, but it was 2 of the school board members, just with the assumption that since it's a rep to the board, you wanted more board input than others, but principal, activities coordinator, and potentially other folks who would join that interview panel and then complete that rubric. The other thing I would share, and which is interesting, and you guys have it if you want to click on the link, they also have their reps do these student board reports. And in it is a student really talking about like, how's your life? And how's your classes going? And so it was their way to keep more tabs on how that individual student is doing in school, and for you to get a sense of, who they are and what's going on in their environment. And I thought that was pretty cool. It just shows, again, they're having a deeper engagement. So I will stop there. Marnie, what did I miss?
I think you were pretty thorough in the conversations, but I think they really appreciated the conversation about making that position more meaningful. And it's more than just coming in and giving a short update. So I think that was intriguing to them. And I think that's exactly what we had been hoping for. So I'm glad that the stars are aligning on this one. Good.
Ms. McCormick, would you like to add anything from the student perspective?
Good.
I would like to be completely inclusion.
Oh, and what's also nice is it's even open to our students today that are student reps, but WASDA now has a group that meets, I think they meet like twice a month, of all the student reps from around the state. And they have, and Logan has them talking before the legislature. He's just got them busy doing stuff too.
No, I think you did a really great job of summarizing. Andrea McCormick, Executive Director of High Schools. I always forget to do that part. I think that I would just echo what you said. I think that they had zero interest in credit. When we brought it up, they were like, that's not an incentive. And then even with the students that I talked with a little bit after you both had left, they talked a lot about how part of the struggle has been because they're only coming for a short period of time, that they really don't have a space to commit to really understanding. So when they stay even longer for after their input at the beginning of the meeting, they get a little confused and lost. So even just like a training, like a boot camp before, kind of about this is what you'll experience to get that knowledge, to feel like they have the background knowledge to participate, was essentially exciting enough for them to be like, yes, that's what I want to do. That would be great. And to put it on their resume and get a college letter of recommendation was essentially and just to have the experience and go to the retreats and things like that. And the conferences was enough incentive for them, which I thought was exactly probably what you're looking for in a candidate. So yeah, I thought that was really excellent. I think the only trick was I'm listening to these things is the example from Riverview, like with the logistics of the 2 students in a physical setting versus 8 will be a little bit different and challenging, but yeah, but I think everything else is wonderful. Yeah, the students were incredibly engaged in the conversation, and I think you'll have plenty of applicants. And we'll just have to touch base about how we're going to advertise that, but that can be a later conversation.
Very nice. That's very exciting.
Thoughts,
It's great to hear
questions?
the students be excited about it.
Yeah, they were. We have a couple that were like, are we ready tomorrow?
My hand is up.
And I bet we don't have any students on right now after our long conversations to know
Yeah,
what they
it went
think.
really long.
Well, and unfortunately, we actually moved this up in the agenda because we didn't want to have it after
I know.
ends too, right? We still have an end
No.
to monitor.
We do,
But,
but we
um,
had so much on this agenda that it just,
Yeah, it wasn't
it
going to
made
happen.
it difficult. If there were
Any-
students still here, they could chime in.
Any
But-
tweaks to this or things that you feel like might not work or to get it to final?
Yeah, because then what I was gonna add, well, because you answered my questions that I had scribbled, at least explaining this is, what are our next steps to finalize something? And because part of it, will end up being like in policy. I'd have to see I didn't open any links here on this to see how they changed, their board policy, but we would want to incorporate that into ours too.
Yeah, I think part of what the initial students are looking forward to is actually helping develop that policy. So I don't know that we would have it in place
Yeah.
when we initiate this, which feels weird for policy
Right.
people to go.
But we
I'd like
still
to
have
have-
to finish up what we think the framework is, at least to select them, right?
Well, and we have student reps now and we don't have a policy,
Uh,
right? So.
Fair.
We've been doing
That
this
is
for years
true.
without a policy.
Yeah, we were talking about that we really
Um,
didn't find like how it got started or why it's this way. But yeah,
You could also direct your superintendent to write a regulation, so you didn't have to go through your whole policy approach. I mean, if you wanted something to kind of govern it, you could have a regulation as well.
yeah, and I'm happy to have the kids help us work that out. We have to figure out our next steps to finalize something that could set this in motion.
I think from my perspective, if we think structurally, like these are the right things we cared
Mhm.
about and the right components, I think the next thing would be to dig into, how do we build on the work of others? Like what's here from some of the Riverview artifacts and say, because I think we need all of these things, a job description and application. Maybe the big questions for us before we do that is, the 2 from each high school, like, are these the right components? Us doing the selection with a committee, is there anything that isn't how we want to go about it? And then we can, get to the next step of customizing the
Right.
documents.
Well, I like the 2 from each high school because it just lets them have a buddy, in a sense, from their local area in relation to being a part of this. So that does seem to work out, even though it does take us up to 8 and in the future 10.
Anything, I don't know, Harlan, any thoughts or questions from you?
No, thank you so much for your work on this.
Wow, is this feeling like violent agreement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, but I think, I think we have a lot of work to do if we want to get this in place for next fall.
Yes, so yes.
Right, because really, even just if we, it seems like the framework is good, because I'm not hearing anything that's saying this framework isn't.
Mhm.
But then it's now getting into the real job description and the application and laying out
The timing.
the timing for that, and then the actual, interview panel type process and how we would do that and how that whole process leads to something
Okay.
that gets us kids applied and assigned before the end of the school year, right? Because that way they're ready to go at the beginning of the next school year.
Yeah, so you want
that
to
would be
kind of
the
work a
idea.
timeline backwards
Yep.
as to when we
Right.
need to do what,
Okay.
which probably has you advertising this in March.
Yeah, well, or at least by April.
So I'm
Well, I was
looking
thinking
at
after
their
break.
interview panel, 2 board members, principal. Well, again, they only have 1 high school, but I assume it would be the principal of the high school. from
Yeah,
which the kids are coming.
I would think, so you'd have 3 or 4 interview panels. Would they be 1 for each high school?
Yeah,
In other
wouldn't
words,
you?
because if you're involving the principal and the activities coordinator, that's from that high school and 2 board members.
We might end up doing something where we have the executive director of high schools
Oh,
rather
that's a
than,
good idea. Because then you have.
Oh, yeah. 'cause
who I
she's not
figured I'd
busy.
voluntold.
No, she already put her thumb up. I saw her.
They
See,
had a,
and I think she's good with that.
they had
I
an
mean,
interesting,
but so it's whether it's a common panel that's interviewing
Yes,
all
across
kids,
all the
or
kids.
whether it's a different
A
panel for each.
school-based one.
of the
Oh, I see.
schools.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
that's a
yeah,
good
I see what you're
question.
saying.
That's what I'm saying.
that's true, because that doesn't come up in review. The other thing that was interesting about their model that it's not including, but I'll share it, is this kind of pulse of the schools. So the student reps to the board are also getting the pulse from middle school, from elementary school, and bringing back like interesting things happening in the district. And so, again, the district's smaller. I don't know how many middle schools go into one high school in Riverview. I didn't look. But that's another thing. So like, for example, if an elementary school came and did a presentation to us, it's almost like as I understood the conversation, like the student rep is a bit of a host and might ask them a question or interact with some of the younger part of the district. So I think principal might not have necessarily just been their high school. I think that because they're interacting with the other schools, that principal could have been from one of the other schools as well. But we of course get to set that, and I can find out the rest. I just wrote down a couple as I was typing. But it's a good question of should the group be of the local school they're representing, so it's separate, or should it be one panel for all of them? I would say probably for our work, is I'd be there. Time, maybe it becomes one panel for the interested. And we figure out kind of a cross group, maybe an activities coordinator from one school, a principal from a different one, like get roles from each of the comprehensive high schools could work.
Right.
But I can work on that. And then a bit of a work back plan on how do we get to kids in program.
Right. And I think we also have to keep in mind that whatever we set in motion, we will learn from it. And
That's
if we
right.
decide or figure out that maybe that interview panel didn't work that well,
Yeah.
then we change it for the next time, because this isn't something that we are going to set in stone and we're not going to be able to change. So I mean, the whole thing's going to be a learning process.
Well, and I think we have to be really clear to the kids
Yeah.
that we interview on this first go round that we're still kind of feeling this out,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
we really, encourage your input into,
Well,
what we're doing right and wrong. The
Yeah.
one thing that is occurring to me, given that we started this meeting at 4:30, it's now 9 o'clock, and we still have, I don't know, 5 more agenda items.
Okay, that we should.
Is, no, is what are our expectations of the kids?
Oh,
right? If
Riverview,
I
it's
get
1.5 hours.
See, that's exactly where I was going.
Sorry, I didn't have it on
So
here, 1.5
Riverview
hours.
Okay,
has
that's a
really
good-
short meetings. We don't. So if I'm a high school kid, I get out of school, or I'm home from school by, I don't know, 2:30, 2:45. And I gotta go to this 6-hour meeting, are we expecting them to be ideally, they would be at the whole meeting, right? Works in progress
Well,
is interesting.
Yeah.
But
with that, we can't do it. Yeah. If
They
you
could
all
also
wanna
watch it later on
change
And they
this-
could watch it later on.
YouTube.
Well, Marnie, go ahead.
I was going to say, so that, to that point, one of the important things for agenda planning is to be able to say, because I think we've been really deliberate, like, I know the community is going to really want to hear about these items, so
Exactly.
we'll do them first. But if it's going to be something that's going to be student-centered, or even something like, it might be different, like, we're going to go over our EL first, or our end
ELs
statement
first.
first, because the students are involved in that work. And yes, we're going to have our COVID, update, but that's, you're going to have, you adult that can choose when you
watch
fall
later.
asleep and may or may not have 5 hours of homework, can choose to watch later.
I mean,
Yeah.
I
Like all
would
the
love it
people
if we
still
got
lie.
kids who were so excited that they wanted to be here for the whole 6 hours.
Yeah.
but, you
They
know,
were,
that's
they
a
were
lot.
really, they were really excited. And I think to your point about it'll be a little experimental in the beginning. I think that was actually part of what was exciting about it. Like, what could it be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They could help run.
Well, two things. One, I don't want to discourage you from thinking about having shorter meetings in the future, but, that's going to be somebody else's issue.
I see too many smiles on staff.
Yeah. I have to advocate for my team back there a little bit as we get into the later
Well, I think we all
hours.
have to- It's really hard
Mhm.
because it's the only time we ever talk about anything.
Yes.
When we're here. Okay.
The other point, which was pointed out to me by a very interested community member, there is a model, an example similar to this in our system today, and it is your board trustees on the Issaquah Schools Foundation.
Oh, that's
And so it
true.
might be worth a quick conversation with Cornell or Janelle, just to kind of pick their brains a little bit, because they always have a wonderful group of students who are their student trustees on the foundation board. And, I've always been impressed by those students. So it doesn't surprise me that we have students out there that are interested in a desire to do this, but it might be worth just, hey,
Right.
how do you do it? How's it working for you? What are some of the things that you might advise us not to do or so forth? But I should have thought of that earlier, but
Right, that-
a little
that
birdie
didn't
got in
occur
my
to me.
ear
That's-
and said,
that's
hey,
nice.
we have something kind of like that.
Right. Okay, so what would you see as your next step? When would you like to be on our agenda to come back to us again? So I get that.
Well, we got, how full is February 10th?
Well, no,
So-
so the big thing, February 10th will be the work on this levy. I don't know, I don't have my list with me about any ELs or Ns or that part of it. But the biggest piece is going to be, we need to hash out the levy.
So how about we do this? I think the next steps are what is a feasible work back schedule to have students in place next year? I'll commit to putting that in email, even if we don't cover it yet by the 10th. I think that's good timing. And I will reach out to ISF. And then I think the next thing after that is just to start to see what's reusable about the content, job description, et cetera. That'll probably follow. So maybe that'll be ready to go. Say that would be ready to go beginning of March.
Yeah, so what if we aim to put you back on the agenda, the first meeting in March?
Okay.
Yeah. And then you can send us any updates along the way and get individual feedback.
Perfect.
If you wanted that.
And I have no qualms
Done.
about stealing stuff from Riverview because I think like Bremerton, they're probably, or not Bremerton, Bellingham, they're probably happy to share it.
They were,
So-
it's such a good meeting. I'm really grateful for that conversation. And we're really like package it up, all like, here's all of our stuff. We're really excited about it. So I think it'll, I've read through all of their information. We're going to be able to leverage quite a bit of it from my perspective.
Good. Okay, well then, that
Yeah,
will
thank you so much for
tie up
this.
that
This
one.
is
I
great.
know, it is very exciting because it's sort of something we've talked about for a
Something about
while.
This job should be fun.
I know. Yeah, this will be an exciting change. All right, so now we're on to superintendent search update. I don't have a lot, so this will just take a few minutes. We're coordinating or Diane's helping, driving the scheduling of the stakeholder meetings. They're aiming to organize those the week of February 14th. So that's in the works. We got the salary comps. We all saw those. I talked to Steve, our consultant, and he was suggesting kind of a tweak to the language and just making a statement about what our current soup salary is in there, and felt that that was going to be a better way to show the approximate salary. So that's out there. They're working on the brochure. So I'm still waiting to see a draft
That's
of it.
the brochure
That
that
would-
I am on. That's the brochure about how wonderful Issaquah
Yes,
is and
about
why
how
you want to
wonderful-
come work here.
That's right. Yes,
Okay.
that is. And then we have calendared everything because the last pieces were on the consent agenda. And I'm pretty sure Diana has already sent out calendar invites for all of those, because now that we've set those dates, there's really no moving those dates as far as we had March 16th time, and then March 20, 21, and 22, I think it was, for the interviews. So those are all firm and we are set to go. So everything's in the works and we'll just continue on our open items. And that's all I had for that one. And then we are on to our high school graduation. And so we're going to start with a motion. Oh, yes, go ahead. Questions?
Have we started advertising yet?
Yeah, it's out on, I should say, it's out on their website. He's already fielding questions from people. So he's already had conversations with several people from the Midwest and East Coast. And so it's out there, and so he's fielding questions from people while we're building the actual application that somebody would submit. I know some people have been reaching out to Ron to ask about our district. So it's definitely out there.
Yeah, the word is out on the street for sure. And it's not unusual, especially given that I'm a retiring superintendent, for people to want to reach out to me. Mostly what they're going to, hey, what's it like in Issaquah and things like that. And I am happy and will happily field those calls. And anything that I learn from that, I will certainly share back with you.
That sounds good. And help them redirect them to
To our
consultant Steve,
search
because he's the
consultant.
contact
Yep.
and we want folks to kind of work through him
Absolutely. Yep.
versus any of us for sure on the board.
So then if the ads are already out there, then how is the
No.
language tweaking working?
So I wouldn't
the
say
ads aren't out
They-
no,
they
the
just
ads aren't out
post
there.
it
They
is what they
post it
do.
On on
okay.
the McPherson Jacob
Got it.
on their website. And
Got
the
it.
superintendents who are looking know to go look at it.
Sure,
And they're looking
okay.
at it by state and so enough information is out there that says, I mean, it was out there from weeks ago.
Yeah,
That
okay,
there's
that
this
makes
open
sense.
position in Issaquah and that gives people enough to start looking
They,
at.
they will post it in our professional organizations, the WASA job jar, like you can go on there and look at all the districts in the state that have an opening right now.
Right. The rest of it will just add detail to it and then the whole application piece.
Okay, so the salary language is for when they put
Yeah,
ads in journals and
yeah.
stuff like that. Okay.
Or wherever
Yeah,
that
kind
goes.
of, kind
And-
of the digital brochure.
Got
It
it.
used to be an actual paper brochure, but
Yeah.
Yeah, well. Okay,
All right. Any other questions on that one? Okay. So
motion.
we can move on to high school graduation and we will start with a motion.
I move the board adopt the graduation requirements for the class of 2026 at Gibson Eck, Issaquah, Liberty, and Skyline High Schools as presented.
Second.
All right. So I will turn it over to you guys to share, but I believe this time it's awfully nice that the graduation
all the
requirements for
same.
all three of the comprehensive high schools are identical.
the class of 26, yes, you will see that this is something, of course, that you put in motion a few years ago with the staging in as Liberty High School transitions into the 7-period day. You can see in the document that obviously this year's seniors had 3 years of an 8-period day, the class of 23 will have had 3 years of an 8-period day and 1 year of 7. So you've adjusted along the way, and it is kind of exciting to look at that class of 26 and see that they will be 24 out of 28 opportunities, just like Issaquah High and Skyline High School. That transition is happening. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward document this year. Yeah.
Right. And so this is just one of the things that
It
that
is
falls
an
on the
annual
board. It's an
requirement of
annual
the board.
Requirement that we work through this.
Yeah, and it's been a lot more complicated in past years.
Some
So
years
this
it
one's-
was very complicated, but now we've settled in a good place with the 24 credits required. Where the kids have 32. I'm tired now.
Yeah.
28. Thank you. I don't know how. 28. The kids have 28. It says it right here in front of me. The kids
Yeah.
have 28 opportunities. I'm tired.
Yep.
I'm sorry. And so we've settled into a good place where we meet the state requirements, but we give more opportunities for kids. And I want to point out that these graduation requirements for the class of 2026, and if we open that high school in 2024, this would be the first graduating class.
Yeah, 24.
Because we don't bring
Because
in
we don't
bring
seniors,
seniors.
it would be
Yeah,
the next
25,
year.
26, you're
So
right.
We could
You're
have
right.
kids graduate from our new high school in 2026.
Yes.
I'm hoping for it.
And then just to be really clear for the public, these proposed grad requirements for Skyline and Issaquah are unchanged from the
Prior
class of
years.
2025 or 2024.
Yeah.
And this would now bring Liberty
In line.
in line with Skyline and
Right.
Issaquah.
Yep.
But
And-
there are no changes other than for Liberty.
No, it's
Okay,
basically
perfect.
just your core 24
Perfect.
for the other two. Yep.
All right, questions? Harlan? Is he still with us? No. Yeah, okay, well, maybe he doesn't have any
Yeah.
questions. All right, well, this was one of those pretty standard ones. So if there are no questions,
Any
then,
public input?
oh, yeah, I can ask for public input. Any public input on graduation requirements? Nope. Okay, then all those in favor of the motion to approve the graduation requirements for our high schools, please say aye.
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 Excellent, Harlan, we heard you. All right. He was ready for us. All right, so we have approval of our high school graduation requirements for the class of 2026.
Yep.
That is exciting. That can
Yeah.
go into the course guides.
Yep.
All right, so we're behind, but we're catching up. So now we're on to ends monitoring report. Monitoring report ends to academics and foundations part 2, and we'll start with a motion.
I move the board accept the monitoring report for E2, Part 2, Academics and Foundations as presented.
Second.
All right. Okay, so we'll turn it over to you to let us know highlights, what's changed.
Yeah, and I do recognize the time, and I know the board has had the document. This is part 2 of ends 2. So there's been some pretty good robust discussion as well. So as in the past, as we noted during the monitoring of ends 2 part 1, we have included language to capture some of the impacts of the COVID pandemic and remote learning on our students and school system. Again, kind of a historical document. There's a lot of updated data that continues forward from previous monitorings. There's just a ton of links in here, obviously, or else this would be a much longer document. And so just a few of those. I wanted to note, we do have an updated statement related to the impacts of COVID and what the rules were. You'll notice under the overall evidence, there's an updated statement from OSPI there. That's, the statement that as of the 29th, the data had not been updated for the 2021 school year, as the website, due to complications from unprecedented circumstances. So I did want to point out, we just were talking about graduation. We don't have the class of 21 yet. That data has not been made official yet. We submitted our preliminary data, and I can say it looked very, very good in keeping with where we have historically been the last few years, up in the mid-90s, which is super exciting and impressive of our students and staff and everything that they're able to do. Then you'll see an updated statement related to our Gibson Eck program as well, that we work with the principal there to update that statement. And again, this is one that I would encourage folks, if you're interested in these things, it's a nice snapshot when you look at our graduation rates by school or our graduation rates by ethnicity, race, and program, which if you look at those, I think it's a strong endorsement for our equity work, just to put it bluntly, because you see we still have, even in a school district where we're on time graduating over 90% of our students, every year, we have opportunity gaps that need to be addressed in there, for sure. You see a lot of reliance here on the common assessments as well as you move through this report, because you just don't have some of that the data. But you can go to the links such as the OSPI website, which includes our graduation data and our disaggregated data for the class of 20. the ERDC data, which I always find fascinating. That is the Educational Research and Data Center. That data from the ERDC report helps us better understand what percentage of our students are pursuing higher education and the types of institutions that they are attending. And I shared previously that we have had one of and even the highest rate in the entire state of students matriculating onto higher ed directly out of after graduating high school. It's impressive of our students for sure. When you move through the document to 2.7, know and apply mathematics to a level of fluency that ensures a broad range of post-secondary opportunities and career choices. We know that algebra can be a real gatekeeper for that. We bring you data on graduates who have math above algebra 2, and you continue to see very, very high numbers of that with our students, because that is an important gateway for higher ed as well. And, but again, we have concerns about math performance coming out of the last year and a half, without a doubt. Our data is telling us, it was referenced earlier, I believe from Director Moraldo as well, that students' attainment of math understanding was tremendously hampered by remote learning. And so that's an area that has become a real focus of our recovery efforts. And I know Executive Director Mellish has shared with the board, I believe he sent a document out to the board earlier that kind of touched on some of our recovery effort plans and some great work that he's done with Dr. Bailey in special services too. We were able to, our high schoolers that we didn't have as many take us up on the recovery efforts during the February break, but yet we had put this place, we created this system to run schooling basically during that time. And when we didn't see as many of those come in, the idea to target 8th grade students who are might be struggling in their math and trying to make sure we get them prepared for high school, inviting them in for that, to use that time. So thinking quick on their feet. And I should just also note, you might have noticed during our work study that Dr. Bailey came in a little bit late. That's because she herself has been doing direct teaching of recovery services at Cascade Ridge Elementary School, because we got to have staff who can do it. And I think that's great that she does that. And I'm not sure, I think she might like it, so it's just the team is really pulling together in that regard as well. Some of the data, again, we don't have some of the data that we would have had traditionally. And again, you see a reliance on common assessments. Even your ACT, SAT reports and all of that, it's just a little different now because of the way the tests had to be administered and things like that. And the fact that a lot of colleges changed their requirements for those assessments as well. So I'm sure that impacted numbers and all that. But as we saw last time, our students still score tremendously well in comparison to the state averages and certainly the national averages too. So I think at this point, because I know you've had opportunities to go through this and Rich is here, I would entertain any questions from the board as well.
Yeah, so we'll open it up to questions. Suzanne? I had one, back to that chart of graduates who have math above algebra 2. While the numbers are high, every school is trending downwards in the 3-year trend.
Yes.
Significantly. Do we have any idea why?
Well,
Wouldn't it be math pathways in middle school?
Yeah.
Finally catching up to you.
Right. If you recall several years ago when we had, prior to Common Core, the goal was every student in
8th grade had algebra.
Every student in algebra in 8th grade. That's right. And then as the new Common Core math standards came to light, as I understand it, kind of the math community started to question if that was the best approach to take. And so while that goal existed at that time, and it's still appropriate for many students, we may have been overshooting the mark for some students. And so there's been kind of a recalibration. I mean, I don't know, Executive Director Melish
Right,
or
and does this come
Andrea.
back to, you have to take 3 years in high school, right? It doesn't
Okay, so
say,
it says we have kids who aren't taking the 4th year.
they're not, right, and now instead
Well,
of having had algebra in 8th grade and then doing geometry, algebra 2, and something else as their
Yeah,
third,
stats are
they're
pre-calc.
now doing algebra 1 in 9th grade, geometry and algebra 2, but then now their 3 years are done. And it's really more a reflection of how many kids aren't taking a 4th year.
Well,
Would that
that's-
be fair?
What's
Or
your
can you-
thinking on that?
Yeah, I think Andrew McCormick, Executive Director of Ag Schools. I think part of it also is that we have done a much greater push during course selection to really have students not just follow like, this is what I do, because that's what all my friends do. And there are other options besides taking Algebra 2. Algebra 2 is really only necessary for those who are 4-year college bound, as many 4-year colleges require it. So there has been a huge push, like our increase in the number of personal finance classes. And that as a 3rd year of math has come forward, or there's an Algebra 2 trigonometry class. Kids call it fat math. I don't know why, it's like the way the acronym works out. So and so they've looked at some of those things instead of Algebra 2. You still have, most students are still taking Algebra 2 as part of their pathway. But there is a greater push and a greater interest from students who, if they really don't need that, they've looked at other math options to get their credits.
But this is really about kids that are going past algebra 2. So the graduates who have math above algebra.
Yep. So that is similarly, so it's like basically if they take Algebra 2, then they, instead of going into pre-calc, they might take something like statistics, or they might take a computer science class that is math, has math in it.
So it's
That
not considered
Above Algebra 2.
above algebra.
Okay,
2.
but it would be
Correct.
considered a 4th year of math?
That would be.
it would be. Yep.
Okay, well, that's.
Certain, it depends on all the course codes, right? And you'd have to dig into the course code to look at each course's description and the dual credits and things like that. But really, they're taking more approach based on their personal pathway than just like, this is the 4. I think traditionally the path has been Algebra 1, geometry, Algebra 2, pre-calc, if you start at the level of Algebra 1. And I think more students are saying, that's not really, I'm not going into a math-based field. And at course selection, we're having conversations now. While 8th graders might not know what they want to do when they grow up, that's totally reasonable. They at least kind of have a general idea of if they want to go into like a humanities field or an art-based field, or I want to be an elementary school teacher, I want to do this. And they're starting to try to free up their schedule to take things that fit more. And it's not just that same Algebra 1, geometry, Algebra 2, pre-calc path that many of them have taken. And there's part of the middle school pathways catching up, and what you had mentioned. So
Yeah.
all those things contribute.
I mean, because so for my daughter, she was the first year that Common Core math was in place in 6th grade. So unless you chose to accelerate your 7th grade, which she did, you wouldn't get to pre-calc within those 3 years. So it is about a 4th year. So I think really for us is, what do we want our question to really be? So maybe that data isn't the data we want anymore. Maybe the data we want is how many students are taking 4th year.
Yeah, that's what
That's a
I
good
was kind
question,
of
yeah.
coming around to, is maybe this isn't the right evidence. It's interesting.
Yeah.
But
I think Director Moraldo makes a really good point. I mean, that was a question that was applicable at the time, but maybe really what you do care
So
about. is
I
that
think
4th
we'll
year.
have questions around the ability to continue to offer something like Calc BC, because you're only going to have kids that started in Common Core 7, 8 as 6th graders that will get into Calc BC.
Yeah. Yeah, and if
Like
you
my-
recall, years ago, that was a problem too. I mean, there was a time when there were years we couldn't even offer courses like that
Right.
because they just had so few students. So,
But I think the math path, so everything is bumped by a year. So the math path before, for my son, when he graduated, he took geometry in 8th grade, and that's a very small subset of students now.
right. Yeah.
I just wanted to mention one other thing, that I think that is a great question to ask. What is the question you're really looking for as we move forward? Because we have done some work recently based on post-pandemic, I guess I shouldn't say post-pandemic, but with all that's happened in the last few years, to create additional pathways in math for students, because we're finding that the pre-algebra is really a need for students. And being Algebra 1 being the lowest class that we've been able to offer at the high school level has been somewhat problematic. So we're trying to expand some additional options for math pathways. So you might see those numbers continue to go down, but I think what we'd like to look at is the success then in math going up, because we're trying to find appropriate math place for students with what they need, and a pace that matches their math skills and their learning trajectory in math. And so there's lots of options that we can get as far as data in terms of math success rate and passing all their math classes, and all the different varieties and ways that we're giving families now expanded opportunities for math pathways at the high school level.
So
Yeah, and
Right,
see,
yeah.
I think you're doing exactly the right thing, which is why I think this is now the wrong evidence, because what the end says is know and apply mathematics to a level of fluency that ensures a broad range of post-secondary opportunities and career choices. That's really what you're saying. What do you want to be when you grow up? Here's the math you should take. And not everybody needs to take calculus. So, yeah, I think we're maybe
Right.
looking at the wrong thing.
We want kids to have opportunity and then to be successful in the
Yes.
opportunities they're choosing. It doesn't have to
Exactly.
be some externally forced
Yeah.
sequence of courses that is beyond what they really want. But we want to make sure kids have the opportunity so that when there are kids that do want to do the accelerated or to go beyond, have that opportunity to take those courses. And you can tell from your numbers, you still have a pretty good number of students that are choosing to get all the way to the AP calculus classes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, like half of them almost by some of those numbers.
Well, not half the class.
Well, not AP, not calculus, but I mean, taking math above
Right.
algebra 2.
And they're doing something about,
Yeah.
there are a variety of things that they can be doing, even if it's not above algebra 2, but that keeps them in math, then
That's right.
that's what's more important.
Suzanne, can you read me the number of that, which number it is? Because we can only use like our phones to access.
I'm sorry, which
the
number?
interwebs. What,
The 2
the evidence references which number? 2
Oh.
point,
2.7.
Yeah, 2.7.
thank you.
And I did want to show some appreciation and also recognize that our CTE department offerings have been very popular and growing over recent years, and the applied algebra 2, and then making connections to math pathways that take them more into places where they're exploring careers, the hands-on nature of that applied math. What I appreciate about your conversation that I'd really like is to make sure that students who are choosing that pathway don't feel like they're getting a lesser, they're getting a
Right.
different. And we need to honor the choices. And also I want to say that those who chose to go the statistics route because they want to go into the social sciences or become a psychologist or go into a career that's more statistics oriented than it is calculus oriented, that's it's actually one of the top career choices in the nation right now is to go into the areas of statistics. So I mean, they're really great career options for students and college-based career options that don't involve calculus.
Yeah. People need a good understanding of statistics.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and I think that also, how do I say this? There was a time when I think we were, as a system and culturally, we were pushing math. And I don't know that, you also want deep understanding on the parts of students.
Well, I think we've wanted opportunities.
Yeah.
So some of it was to ensure that there were paths for students that wanted the opportunities, but that goes back to also different opportunities for all kids, for whatever it is that helps them along their personal pathway.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, other one.
Other questions?
No, I still have one. I have one over, so I would love to see a change in the data, but it just doesn't seem to move. And that has to do with the gender in the STEM tech type classes. I was optimistic when we added the AP, I know we have AP Computer Science, and then we added or you all added the Computer Science Principles, which was a little bit more entry level type computer science course. And I was really hopeful that maybe there would be more of an opportunity to get a little better gender balance, but we definitely don't seem to see that yet. Do you see anything out there that can help with this? And that is that I just want all kids, or any kids, male, female, to have that as an opportunity, as a course to take. I don't know what the barriers are. I mean, it's interesting. You look at science, and AP biology is 70% female, 30% male, but you take AP physics and it's the exact opposite. It's very interesting. You get into the AP calculus and it starts to get almost equal, not quite, but definitely much better. But I mean, I'm not sure about that whole biology and physics, that wide range.
And we've seen that data like that for years. And I know that there have been efforts to encourage our female students. I mean, we've sit and try to figure that out as well.
And again, it's funny because it's not just that way, because then when I see that there is 70% female in biology, then encourage, I don't know, the male students to take biology as well. It's just, it's an interesting issue to what is either the true barrier, the cultural barrier that, and I understand it's personal interest. It just strikes me as odd that it can be swing so far one way or the other.
And while we don't have that data for other school districts, I wouldn't be surprised if those numbers would look very similar. I've had this conversation particularly about biology and why, what is it about biology that is so appealing to our female students that isn't in chemistry, for example, or physics. And, I don't have the answer. And I also know that some of these trends hold true in industry as well. I mean, we've talked about computer science
I know,
for a
but
long time.
some of that is if you don't get them exposed in school, then it's difficult to change industry.
Yeah.
So
But I think there's an outside force there too, because there's been a lot of coverage in news and whatever. Technology is very resistant to women in technological careers. And I mean, I know women who have gone into computer science and they tell me their stories and it's not pretty. So I do think, and that I don't think is something we can control.
No.
But I think that's a piece of it. I'm not saying it's the whole reason, but I do think that's a piece.
I think the only thing that would add is that our teachers notice this as well. And I think one of the ways in which they've seen small successes, but not anywhere near they'd want to be, is by individual invitation from their teachers. So teachers have really started to try to make an effort to invite students to take those classes. They've seen a little bit of gain, but we can do that. We've also looked at potentially partnering in the future with some of the programs like Girls Who Code. And there's some other things that because if you look at our clubs that are STEM based, we have if you looked at the gender ratios of those, there's quite a bit of gender, better data in those programs, just not in the courses. So we're trying to merge that a little bit with looking at different kind of how you bring the club aspect into the course aspect, with bringing in maybe some programs to promote and continuing to press on those teacher invitations. And we're just going to kind of see if we can keep moving.
Nudge that one along.
Nudge it along a little bit
A real
because
stickler.
it really is. Yeah. And it's disappointing for all of us because we have some really great students out there that we really think would enjoy those classes. So.
And this has been something that I know goes back, I can trace this back 25 years to when I first became a principal, and we were sending our females, there were programs to encourage girls to, where we would take our female students and send them to a university as a group where I can't remember the name of the program right now.
My daughters have been to that.
Yeah. And so this is a problem that it's a societal problem that we've been trying to chip at. And it's a tough one because as you see from the data, we just don't make a lot of headway.
Just anecdotally, just because every once in a while you want a little bright star in there. I remember that our robotics team at Liberty was out there specifically trying to get elementary robotics teams going, and their whole goal was to make sure that it was at least 50% female. So they were working with strategies to try to draw draw female students into robotics and programming and physical programming and all of that. So I mean, I know that there's a lot of interest in this area, and I think we have some really good assets. How to make changes that then show up in this data is a really great question.
Right, and I know that Liberty started an FTC program, because I saw about them on their website or something, and that by having a robotics team at the freshman, sophomore level and getting, especially if they can have a more gender balance there, gets at least the engagement and the involvement in that type of a field that might lead to more kids taking some of the more AP physics. And it doesn't now have to be at the AP, but you know, to the physics or the computer science is where I'd like to see more of the percentage of the females go up, the percentage of all the students, you know, having more students take it, but having getting a better gender balance in there.
We don't disagree, and we've got to just keep trying strategies.
Mhm. Okay, other topics to hit upon. And Harlan, I think you're still there. Let's see. Yeah, he's definitely still there. So if you have questions.
Yeah, I'm here.
There you go. I know you guys talked about your, you know, it's just a real struggle with these math scores, especially in those common assessments. And the common assessments are different this year.
Yeah, we, during remote learning, we leveraged some of our digital tools from Savas in the high school and Alex in the middle school, and we've continued that, and they've allowed us to kind of customize it around what we think are the highest indicators of learning, like really kind of honing in on what are the things that we can measure that will most predict students' readiness for their next step in mathematics. And so they did change somewhat. I don't think that they necessarily changed the students that, I don't think they changed enough in math to change the nature of the students that they're identifying. I think some of our other common assessments we did use, like some of the humanities common assessments, we did make some changes because we also found some faults in those in previous ends reporting, and we realized that they weren't necessarily measuring what we thought they were, what we had hoped that they would measure. And so we made some changes in those, but the math ones I feel still hit the target for what we're looking for.
I will note that our common assessments, they need a refresh and the whole system. It's the kind, there's so many hidden costs to what we've been dealing with the last 2 years in public education, because as I said earlier, so much really good and important work has had to be put on the side burner as we addressed mitigation of the virus, how to turn our system into a remote system, how to turn it into a hybrid system, how to make sure we get our system back in person, because all of our data tells us that's what we need to do. I'm just saying, I think there's some important future work that needs to happen there. And it's actually kind of overdue. So just anticipate. And as we've talked before too, I think you could also say that just in general about some of the monitoring reports themselves, you know, kind of like strategic planning work, things like that. Those kinds of things just haven't been able to move forward in the manner or cadence that we would have liked, given this little thing called COVID that jumped into our lives.
And quite disruptive.
So here's the great news for all of those young people back there. There's lots of future work to do. So nobody's gonna get bored.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I'm opening it back up. Others? Nope. Okay, Harlan, do you have anything?
I do not.
Okay. Yep, you're good to go. Did we lose you? Oh, he said he did.
did.
I just he's not
Yeah.
here
I
today.
thought he said he did.
I know. Okay, so then it wasn't just me. Okay, okay, so if he's good, then we're ready to take a vote on our motion unless there's any public input. Does anybody have any? I'm getting really better at this. Is anybody any public input for? Okay, Then
I
all
just
those,
really quickly wanted to say that I think with the COVID mitigations, we're hiding that we were starting to slide, especially in the area of math. So I look forward, I know that you've been working on these issues and trying to do these mitigations, but I'm really hopeful that whatever we're finding and new ways of finding things that we can see, we start to impact and go back up. Because if I were to do a 10-year comparison of our numbers, it's strikingly different.
Yeah, you're right, Director Moraldo.
fair point. All right, all those in favor of approval of monitoring report ends to academics and foundations part 2, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Excellent. All right, that one is passed. And we are
Thank you.
on to capital projects, and we are only now 12 minutes behind.
Okay.
All right, so
We're ready, Director. So as Tom is working his way up, I was going to share this during my works in progress, but this will just shorten that up later. We had a very comprehensive tour the other day, I believe it was Monday, of Cougar Mountain Middle School. And boy, it's a beautiful facility, but every time I'm on that campus, even as I look at that picture and I see that 10-story, 12-story building behind us, it is, you talk about engineering. And if you have any interest in engineering, come out and check out this campus and what we've done to cut into the side of the base of that mountain and put this amazing school there. So Tom, don't mean to steal any of
I
your
was gonna
thunder.
say, will the
so-
board have the opportunity to tour it at
Oh,
some
yeah,
point?
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
The site is ready to tour anytime you are ready.
Yeah.
So,
Make sure you're on the mic there, Tom.
yep.
Oh, that's right. We moved the board on you. That's
yeah,
right.
go
Yeah.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead and move the screen back some so that you can see it too.
Sorry, Tom. I didn't realize what you were doing there.
Yeah, no, well,
Oh, push it back.
Here comes
here
Steven.
comes the guy who knows how to.
Oh,
move it.
look at this. He's just gonna put it right for you on there. There you go. And then we can keep looking at it this way. That's good problem solving. I don't want to see that screen drop off that thing either. Okay, good. I don't want to test it, Stephen.
So we're currently working with the city of Issaquah to get our TCO for the building.
TCO, Tom.
Temporary certificate of
Thank
occupancy. It
you.
allows us to occupy the building, get teachers in and everything. Permanent occupancy will be a long ways down the road when everything's signed off. So, but it'll allow us to get in. We got some good news from the building department today. So we're on track, shooting for the middle of February, which would allow us, if we get that TCO, to move in over second winter break, which is the 21st through the 25th. We've got a plan in place to get that done. All of the furniture is into the building. All of the supplies, everything other than what is being used at Ringdahl is in the building.
Started stocking the library.
Yep,
I saw
library,
those
yeah.
I saw
pictures.
that on social media.
Yeah.
And I
that
think
was
the
very
library
exciting.
actually finished up today.
Yeah.
So,
Very excited for my
Yeah.
friend Laura Berry, the librarian there. She moved into the middle level, for this purpose. And of course, the delay has been hard on her, but I'm very excited for
Yep.
them.
and then the part of the site that was being held up, the retaining walls, wall 3 done, which was the big push to get over. It was a struggle with the Teamster strike, but we got there. They're using what little bit of concrete now. They're getting to start to continue the flat work, the non-critical, non-structural stuff to get the site, continue to get the site ready. And the other big deal is next Wednesday, the new light on Talus is going to come on. That's a big step, has to be part of the process. This first picture is a picture of the parking garage from the main entrance.
I believe that is the first parking structure
Yep.
the Issaquah School District has ever built.
Yep, it is. It is a 99 car parking structure. So Next. Oh,
Yeah. You're controlling.
It is beautiful and it really does integrate nicely into that community.
Yeah. We really need to figure out how to get over there to visit it. I've driven
Yeah.
through multiple times, but not in the last.
Oh, yeah.
And that-
It is tall.
Yeah. This is a view of the main entrance from across at the parking garage. It's which is the 3rd floor. There's 2 stories above and 2 stories below. This is a picture of the commons. It's some of the materials in there that still haven't been put away, mainly custodial. You got the stage on the left, and there's floor protection there. It's a pretty stunning space when you get in it live.
And a large, you see that large walkout deck. I mean, I guess that's what I would call it. Just a walkout deck.
Balcony.
Balcony, yes, thank you.
Yep. This is the other, look in the other direction in the commons. You've got the servery over to the left. You've got the student store and some cafe tables on the right. This is a picture of the covered play from up on the bus loop looking down. And there's the large deck on the right or balcony that is off the commons.
Yeah.
This is the gym coming to just putting finishing touches on it. Obviously, the colors of Cougar Mountain are yellow and blue. You got the servery on the left there for where the students go in to get their lunches. Picture just the restrooms, just showing we have each floor has colors. Top floor's yellow sun, and it works its way down through the various levels. Library.
Oh, there it is with the books.
Yep. Wow. Corridors, complete, lockers in, everything ready to go there. Science classroom, ready to go.
Look at that learning space.
That's a picture of the balcony with the various walls. If you look right over to the right, at the bottom there, right where that orange crane is at, or the orange concrete pump, that's where the wall that gave us problems at. It's all fixed, redesigned, reinstalled, approved by the city, ready to go.
Obviously, the field won't be in until.
What we see there will ultimately become the field.
Yes,
Yep.
the field, the
Right.
track,
Right.
and it will be a
The PE
field turf
space.
field and
So that's not going to be done by midwinter break.
no.
Nope.
And that, we knew that was gonna be the case.
So then like
yeah.
all the PE is just staged through the gyms.
Yes, and there are,
Spaces inside.
there is an aux gym and a weight /
Fitness
yoga
room. Yep.
fitness room.
Fitness,
Um,
aux, main, and covered play.
And so you really have 4 PE spaces in the building, and it is a smaller middle school of our middle schools. It's around 630 students. So while it would certainly be nice to have the field and stuff done, they will be able to function and have PE for the second half of this school year.
Right, and then the field will be done by
End
the
of
fall?
summer. Yep.
by the end of
Oh,
summer.
yeah.
So
It'll be ready to
for
go.
fall. Okay.
They'll continue to work on it as much as they can, but with the wet weather, it's just not stable enough to put the surface on yet. Still working on the high school and working with the city of Issaquah staff, we're currently slated to begin the start of construction in June. If all the permitting goes, I recently sent out all the development commission dates and city council dates to Ron.
Yep.
Shared those.
Yeah, well, and I'll, thank you for that reminder,
Yep.
Tom, because you had asked me in an email, who else would you like me to send these to? I would actually like you to just forward them onto the board, not with the expectation that they would go, But, is the city doing those in person or are those going to be
Nope,
virtual?
they're remote.
Oh, so
And this is with the
The
Parks and
development-
Commission?
Yep,
Yep.
City of Issaquah Development Commission for 2 meetings. And then there'll be 2 meetings with the city council with an hopeful, a decision to issue the land use permit in the second meeting.
Okay, good. Yeah, I would like to know the dates of those meetings. So forward that on.
I will do it. I will do it. And we reissued the SEPA threshold determination and completed the SEPA process. That's all complete now. And we are continuing to work with City of Issaquah and Sammamish on the right of way. Everything's moving along there. Beaver Lake, coming along nicely. We had some supply chain issues. We continue to have a few, but things are coming together very nice there. The new office area is in, complete, ready.
Oh, that's, I hadn't seen that yet, Tom.
Yep.
Last time I was up there, that wasn't there. I know they were really wanting
Yep.
that. And I understand too, the covered play is in use now
Yep.
too.
Yep. And there's some finishes in the halls and stairwells that you'll see there. The new
Oh,
covered
there's the
play
covered
is
play.
there. The new band room, music storage is complete on the inside and usable. There's still a little work going on the outside. They're running into the same issue with concrete as everyone else. So
Yeah.
there's some sidewalks and things that still need to be completed. The common space updated, cleaned up. Yep.
Doesn't that look nice?
Yep. And new finishes in the band room.
Another school that we had to demobify.
Yeah.
All of our schools that were built in the 90s were Arbor Rose and pink and we've just been demobbing
We're
them.
close.
Yeah. I guess I wasn't very clear. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. The color, I should be more clear. The old color scheme, I'm sure it was lovely in 1994 when they did it and people loved it, but color schemes change. And when you're going to go in, you got to do this work anyway, you bring it up to more of a contemporary look.
Yeah, there you go. Issaquah High, we're still struggling getting permits out of the city of Issaquah. We are, we're almost there. We have one more little round with them to go through and they're going to allow us to pick up permits. We're going to put the project out to bid here shortly as soon as we know all of those permit conditions and get that work started.
Great.
Holly Street Campus Early Learning Center is coming along nicely. They're, I'll show you a couple pictures. We're kind of at that ugly stage where it still looks rough, but it's going to come together shortly. They're looking at being complete at the probably mid to late March. And just included a few pictures. The picture on the left used to be all offices. That has all been torn out and put into classrooms. This will be one of the ECE or ECAP classrooms. And that's just a corridor picture. And again, hopefully next time I do an update a month from now, this will all have finishes in it.
Yeah.
Holly Street Creek Bank, not much has changed there. We've got the temporary fix in. It survived all right during the recent floods. We had to do a little bit of repairs, but overall it's holding up good.
And that was a real test on that. That flood was close to the level of the flood that actually took it out.
Yep.
It makes me so happy every time.
Yeah.
I really do have to say what an impressive amount of concurrent build you're doing. It is absolutely impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, the team, the capital projects team has been wonderful. And yeah, I'd shared with Ann too, Tom had said, hey, I've been bringing some of the other projects like Maple Hills and things like that, the Liberty Stadium. but they're all done and have been done. And I said, yeah, don't quit bringing them
Yep,
in, you
yep.
know, let's
Move
focus
forward.
on we're still working. Move forward. That's right.
There you
That's
go.
right. And that's what you're doing with that Cougar Mountain Middle School.
Yep.
It is
Yes.
extremely exciting that
thing's-
we're just about ready to
Yep.
get into it. And I'm sure that community is thrilled.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And that staff is thrilled too.
And the entire community. So
Yep.
that's
In-
all good.
Any questions? Thank
Nope.
you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Tom.
Appreciate that. Very exciting about Cougar Mountain. All right, legislative matters. Marnie, Harlan.
I'll let Marnie kick off as far as stuff that we were in DC together, but it was a great time to be in DC, and we learned a lot that we can be advocating for.
Definitely, I'm like trying to pull up my long list of notes. Yeah, so it was a good time in DC with our Advocacy Institute, and really some of the work, I'd say the two primary cases, things of work are, one is around special ed funding. So I think it's interesting. I'm still not sure how I feel about this, but there is a bill to fully fund IDEA, and it has like a 10-year glide path. Now, this is year 3 of us advocating that they'll pass a bill to make them pay what they've promised to pay for the past 43 years. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to work. I think, you know, and it has bipartisan support. So I think that is really, really helpful. And so we'll continue to advocate. It was interesting. I did not know this, but Washington State, if you were to fully fund special education, would receive an additional $400 million a year from the federal government. So that's the shortfall of funding. And I thought those are the kind of numbers you need to put into place. You can see it in our district. And I talked about that at the Department of Ed when we're at 7.2 million in a year that we're not being funded. And so those were good conversations and that we'll be having with our legislators as well. And I missed the one with Senator Murray today, so you'll have to fill me in on that one. The other issue that we were talking about was the just the electronics, and I think I mentioned it during the work study, the availability of the internet, so the educational divide that we have. So there's work being done around that where they've changed. There was an emergency kind of program where you could get $30 towards your internet costs. That's now going to be extended to a full-time. And as I mentioned in the work study, I asked the question of, well, what do you consider low income? So I hope to have that conversation over the next week or two. So I got a contact name today. Another thing that we were working on and still continue to work on is impact aid. So there's actually a specific bill if you are in, you know, Department of Defense, which we wouldn't have to worry about, because as far as I know, we don't have, we're not on an Army base. So, you know, a military base, so we don't have to worry about that. But the other one is tribes. And so any type of tribal impact money you get, which we get like a very small portion, I think it's like $45,000 a year or something like that from impact aid. But it's just refreshing to know that there are some rules that the Department of Education can make to make things go through. So they were able, there was actually a bill in Congress, something they actually accomplished, which was a bill, I know, passed by everybody, signed, was to make sure that, again, the kind of enrollment issues that we've experienced, where you could actually look at your enrollment for the 1920 school year to receive your impact aid. So I thought that was something that we keep talking about, but to actually, I wanted to highlight, Congress has actually passed a bill in case anyone was wondering.
Yeah.
But it was a great experience. It was an interesting week because I think, you know, our new CEO of NSBA, his closest friend died like at the very morning that Advocacy Institute started. He got up, gave his little speech and had to just leave because that was pretty devastating for him, somebody he'd known for 40 years. We, you know, we have an interim chief advocacy officer. I think she did a much better job. I think it went really well. I think for something where you're coming back, it was the first time we had people in person, and that was really good. And then I loved the equity symposium. They did a great job. And I'll let Harlan share some of that. The breakout sessions were really good. The keynote speaker that they had was, especially the second one, I really appreciated what she was saying. And then even at, and then they had some other folks, well, I'll let Harlan tell you about the last hour of the equity symposium, which was really, really good.
Yeah, I just thought that I think NSBA program in general is pretty good, but I thought the last hour of the equity work or symposium was probably the best hour of programming I've seen and participated with in NSBA. And they had, it was like a 3 back-to-back speaker. One was a superintendent from Michigan. Another one was a superintendent who's now started her own consulting group. And then the third one was a group from the Tulsa Public Schools. And they talk about their story of their journey of equity, and what it included as a foundational part was teaching the Tulsa Race Massacre, grades K through 8, and how their district, even though how that had been such a powerful part of their community, that wasn't something that was even well known amongst professional educators in their school system because it wasn't talked about. And where these professional educators learned about it when they went off to college in like Pennsylvania and other parts of the country. And so they talked about how they came together and brought the community through this process, and through that redid their whole social studies approach, and just had very powerful table conversations that were like where the light bulb went off for me. And Sydney will probably laugh at me, but it was where I'm sitting across from this African-American woman, and she's like, yeah, so think about it in history. Like, where do all of our Black children first see themselves in the history books?
Slavery.
And like, as slaves.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had to think back to my childhood. And I was like, so when did I first learn about Asians in history? And things that I could think of is like, oh, okay, so like maybe the Chinese Exclusion Act, or them as sort of really low wage labor doing the Transcontinental Railroad, or locally like the Japanese internment, like, and how even when you do these when you broaden it beyond just the white perspective, it also has to be beyond just like bad things happening to people. And there has to be the more broader strokes of not just their lived challenges and experiences, but all of the hope and all the positive with a diverse. And so just was really for me eye-opening on how much more we have to go on our equity journey as a school district. So I'm proud of where we've gotten to and where we're headed, but whoa, we have a long way to go.
Also, there's one thing that I wrote down that I thought was impactful. If we continue to disrupt systems and don't work to rebuild and recreate them, the system will revert to what it knows best. So it really isn't a matter of just dismantling racism in our schools or dismantling systems that perpetuate racism. It's how you rebuild them and making sure you don't just neglect them.
Well said.
Yeah.
Good session.
Yeah.
You can come with us next time.
No, that's exciting that NSBA had such a great program on that one. Very good. All right. Anything else legislatively? Nope. Okay. I know we have our Ledge conference on Sunday. Our virtual conference. All right. Works in progress.
Okay, just a few things here. I know you're all very well aware of this, but I just have to say it again. We launched our new ISD website. A big shout out to our communications department. I'm still just blown away that, I dropped that bomb on Leisha. I'm not sure if she had actually accepted the job, or it was in the interview process that I said, we got to get a new website. And everybody agreed, but nobody was taking on the work. And I'll be honest, I don't know that our website had ever been, we've done tweaks to it over the last 21 years I've been here, but I think we were still working off essentially probably the same website that was launched as a website, probably like 1993 or something like that. And, please bear with us, because with any major change like that, there's going to be hiccups and glitches. We were discovering them last night at 5:30 as we were scrambling to make sure that our board agendas would work and everything. But I'm just really impressed. I love the look of it. I think the timing is great because we've got so many important things to communicate, from the levy to capital projects, and it's just so much more inviting. There's still work to do there, but the fact that the team was able to do that in just 14 months in the middle of a pandemic while we've been dealing with everything else, I'm just really impressed and grateful to them for that effort. And I'm excited to see that website continue to develop and improve. I also wanted to give a shout out to the ISD Equity Department. Recently held an outreach event to new families, or families who are, are immigrant families, or their English is not their first language, or, we used to refer to it as new to the US education system. But this event was specifically for families who had 8th graders, and we're going to make the transition to high school. That's a big, important transition. We just went through high school grad requirements. What does all that stuff mean? Over 300 attended. And it was done in multiple languages. And so I want to just give another shout out to our equity and community parent outreach folks, that they're just doing a great job, and they just keep pushing forward with that really important work, and kind of touches on what, that's an important part of our equity work. We have to have everybody feel like they belong. We know belonging is critical to this. And then you probably have noticed, we are in that outreach orientation time where our elementary schools are beginning to hold their kindergarten orientation registration, as we will be gearing up to do K registration for the 22-23 school year. It's right around the corner. And, that's an important bellwether of what enrollment will look like and things like that. So I'm just excited. It's always exciting to welcome new families or those new children to their first K-12 experience. And then the last thing, as I said, I just wanted to, again, shout out to the beautiful Cougar Mountain Middle School. The tour was a lot of fun, and we will absolutely get you set up. And we will be doing, just so you know, we still will do dedications for Cedar Trails and Cougar Mountain this spring. We need to do dedication events for both of those schools.
Yes, that's a good point. We do need to do dedications for
yeah.
both of those schools. Well, I guess for Cedar Trails, we did do a ribbon cutting.
We did a ribbon cutting, but
Didn't involve the community.
That's right.
That's because it was just the timing of that didn't allow for community
I'd
gathering.
like to, obviously, we got to let them get moved in to Cougar Mountain Middle School. Get a little bit on the other side of the current surge. I remain optimistic that the spring will look better. But we have done so much work to get these beautiful schools built. We need to show them off to the community and remind them that we've been out here building things. Because if you don't drive by our schools, if you live in other parts of the district, you don't even know. And people have driven by Tallis, and our new school looks so different. They're not always sure that that's even a school there, because you don't see the field and stuff yet. And so I'm just excited to show off our new buildings to the community and let them see what their tax dollars have done. And again, that Cougar Mountain site, that's like an engineering marvel. So yeah, excited about that.
All right. Any questions?
That's all I
for
have.
him? All right. On to announcements and correspondence. If anybody has anything that hadn't already been listed, go ahead and let Diane know.
Yeah, I've had a couple of back and forths with Becca Peel and Nate Smith from the YMCA. They want somebody to come to their youth class remotely and talk about, they're studying government and they're trying to pass bills and whatever else. And they thought, ooh, local government might be interesting. Can you talk to us about school board? So I'm setting up, actually, I think there's a meeting in February that I'm going to go talk to them. Well, I'm going to talk with them on computer.
Excellent. Anybody else? Okay. Calendar and future agenda topics. We do have, we'll start with a motion because we have our board meeting calendar for the coming year is in that. So
Okay,
we
and that got
start with a
changed.
motion to
Okay.
do that.
Whoops, I lost it. Hold on. I move the board adopt the schedule of board meetings for the 2022-23 school year as presented.
Second.
Okay, good. So this is our calendar of meetings, which follows our tradition as far as dates. The only one that was a little bit different. I mean, long ago, we used to only meet one time in April, and then we tried to switch to adding 2 times in April. This time, it just did not work well with NSBA and the Jewish holidays. So right now, we have it scheduled so that we only have 1 in April. But other than that, it follows.
Wow, and 5 weeks between.
It does.
That's
But it's just a real challenge because we really don't come back to the 4. We come back on the 3rd. And then the 5th and 6th are holidays that would be difficult to have it on. That would only leave the 4th, which is a very difficult time, especially if we've just all been gone for 3 or 4 days at the NSBA. So this was, so our solution was not to have a meeting during that time because the very next week is spring break. And then to put it that next week would be difficult and then becomes very close to the April 27th meeting. So are there any questions, concerns? Okay, then all those in favor of the 2022-2023 board meeting calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Do we still have, we still, Harlan? Unless you want to object to the calendar.
Oh, I said aye.
Okay, good, got it. Yeah, we couldn't hear it, so, but we have it now. All right, so that's done. The another calendaring issue we have to deal with is June 9th is the high school, comprehensive high school graduations. And that's also a board meeting. So we need to look at potentially changing, well, we have to change it because we have to be at graduation, but if either June, I'm going to throw out either June 6th or 8th and see what you all say. I know Diane gave us a piece of paper.
I have an ITC general board meeting on the 8th, so I will not be able to.
So you're no good on the 8th.
No good.
Any chance Monday the 6th works?
That one I'm fine with.
I'm not in a place to look at my calendar. Can we table this one till next meeting by chance?
Yeah, and we don't have to take action. I'm bringing it up so that we can all figure it out. So I guess what I would ask is hold March, or I'm sorry, March, June 6th. So look at your calendars, and if you see June 6th is available, you know, put a note on it to hold it. And then if you could each get back to me just directly and just let me know where you are on June 6th, because if that doesn't work, then I got to think about what's next. Okay, so everyone will let me know. And then I'm going to have, if she hasn't already, I was going to ask Diane to send out a calendar invite for the June 9th graduation so that everybody can get that day on their calendars. Again, it's one of those long day ones where we do all 3 of the high school graduations. All right.
Do we have the dates for the other ones yet?
No, he was just asking that if we have like Gibson Eck and the ACT graduation. I haven't seen anything, but
Okay.
But that would be good if you guys could check on that, because if they have determined them, it might be too soon, like they may still be working on that, but once they do, we'd like to know so we can get those on our calendars. Oh, and we wouldn't want to have change our board meeting. I mean,
To another
to another graduation. So there has to be some coordination there. And I didn't take that into account when I was throwing out, but that's a little bit early. I think theirs might be a little bit later. Who knows?
It could be, I'm looking. I'm wondering if the one I'm
Oh, right. Okay.
We'll see.
Well,
We'll get
we'll
back
work
to you.
on finding out those dates, but in the meanwhile, you all let me know what you think about Monday, June 6th to move our board meeting to. All right? And that's the only other item I had in calendaring. Anybody else have anything? Oh, Sydney.
Tangential question. So
Uh-huh.
I was actually looking at the current year calendar.
21, 22.
Very excited to look it up on the new site. It looks
Oh.
great. And noticed that we made the update for the snow day, the March 18th, but I don't know if did
Yeah.
we actually send people a communication about that or just update the actual
Yeah, I haven't. seen any
calendar? Because I don't remember.
communication.
I don't think a
anything.
communication has gone out yet. but
Okay.
Just as a reminder. Now, it could have by individual buildings, but I know that that would be normal for us to do that we would put that reminder out, just like we do, like tomorrow is a non-student day.
Right, but I think we need to do it sooner rather
Yeah.
than later so that people
Yeah.
know, so
Yeah.
that because I realize people put it on their calendar as no school.
Right.
Yeah.
And if they don't have a notation on their calendar that says, but this could be a makeup for a snow day, they've lost that connection. So
I'll
we need
follow up to make sure we push out some more information about that.
Right, so that people know. And I know that calendar got
great.
updated.
Because
so
we're
that's
about,
good.
what are we about,
6
6 weeks
weeks.
away from that date?
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
we're February to mid-March.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that
Yeah,
gives
that would be
people
super
notice.
helpful.
It would be.
Thank you for
Alright.
that reminder.
All right, and then anything else? No? All right, then I call this meeting adjourned.